Forsaken Fae, Book 1. Written by R.A. Stephan. Narrated by Nick Hudson. Chapter 1. Len Grayson opened his front door, blinked at the three inhuman figures standing on his porch, and considered slamming the door in their faces before anyone had time to say a single word. He fantasized in painstaking detail about doing exactly that, imagining his visitors' looks of surprise for a long, blissful moment, before dismissing the idea with reluctance. After the week he'd just had, he was not prepared to deal with this particular brand of crazy. Unfortunately, this particular brand of crazy wasn't the kind that went away because you slammed a door on it. Over the past year or so, he'd discovered that the biggest problem with being in the know when it came to the existence of the supernatural world wasn't the creeping sense of existential dread. Well, it wasn't just the creeping sense of existential dread. It was also the fact that most supernaturals were assholes. Admittedly, not all of them, but an easy 2 out of 3 from the current sample group. Vampires Ransley Thorpe and Zora Bright smiled at Len with wide, plastered-on grins. Their cheerful geniality wasn't very convincing, given the pair had the limp body of an unconscious and all too familiar blonde-haired fae slung between them. "Whatever the question is, the answer is no," Len told them flatly, running a jaundiced eye over the unnaturally handsome creature hanging between Ranz's pale strength and Zora's tawny curves. "Hello, mate. Need a quick favor from you." Ranz's voice was English accented. The words were delivered in an airy tone, as though he hadn't even registered Len's blanket denial a mere 2 seconds earlier. Len felt his molars grinding together, and consciously loosened his jaw. Before he could marshal any decently logical arguments for not letting them cross the threshold into his house, Zora jumped into the conversation. "Sorry, Len," she said. "Normally we wouldn't ask." "Yes, you would," Len interjected. "But Albigard's down for the count, and we need to keep him off the radar while he recovers," she finished. Len closed his eyes and took a slow, deep breath, in and out. Zora made up the 33.3% of this group who didn't generally display assholish tendencies. To make the situation even more complicated, she also owned the house. Len was only renting it. Well, more accurately, Len was cutting a monthly rent-sized check to a local shelter for homeless teens. The checks were mostly a way to salve his conscience, since Zora refused outright to accept any compensation from him for using the place, while she was off jet-setting with her obscenely rich undead boyfriend. Combined, these two facts made the prospect of actually shutting the door in her face a bit awkward. Len fought a brief internal battle with himself and lost. He opened it wider, standing aside for them. "All right," he said, very much against his better judgment. "Come in, then. You better get the sparkly blonde bastard off the street before one of the neighbors decides to call the cops on us." Ranz smiled a shark's smile at him, and Len suppressed a shudder upon catching a brief glimpse of Fang. "Couch," Zora instructed, and the pair manhandled the fae's limp body across the living room until they could flop him sideways onto the dilapidated sofa. A creak of protest came from the wooden frame. The thing had been badly cracked during a police raid before Len moved in, back when Zora had still been the one living here, pre-vampire boyfriend. She eyed the piece of aging furniture warily for a few moments, waiting to see if it would buckle beneath the fae's weight. It didn't, but she still shot Len a sidelong glance through her wild spirals of hair. "I thought you said you fixed that." "I did," Len told her. "I stuck a couple of concrete pavers beneath the broken part to support it. Problem solved." Ranz raised a dark, vaguely judgmental eyebrow at him. "It's a comfortable couch," Len said, in response to the unspoken criticism. "And not all of us have investment portfolios dating back to the 1400s. "I didn't say a word, mate," Ranz retorted. Len took another calming breath, for all the good it did. "Well, it's time to start saying some words. Mate," he sketched air quotes around the word. "Why is there an unconscious fae on this perfectly functional and not in need of replacement sofa?" In reality, he had some theories, given everything else that had been going on in the world over the past few days. He just didn't like any of them very much. Last year, after being chucked into the deep end of the paranormal underworld without a life preserver, Len had quickly discovered that while humans might consider themselves to be the planet's apex predators, in reality they were more akin to sheep than lions. The vast majority of Earth's residents were unaware that their world had become a sort of demilitarized zone in the aftermath of a millennia-long war between two races far more powerful than humans, the demons and the Fae. The Fae had arguably won the conflict, and since that time, they'd infiltrated human government and social institutions behind the scenes to a truly disturbing degree. Most days, Len didn't regret the bizarre series of events that had led to him learning about all this. Not much, anyway. Many of those events were tied up with Zora, who'd been a co-worker of his before she'd become embroiled in supernatural politics and eventually been turned into a vampire. On days like today, however, with the world's most irritating fairy drooling onto his faded upholstery, Len could happily have returned to his ignorance. Rands frowned down at the unconscious Fae and sighed. He lifted a hand to his own head, dragging pale fingers through waves of dark, messy hair in a frustrated gesture. Len had a sneaking suspicion that the vampire's casually mussed rock star look required almost as much product to maintain as Len's brightly dyed ombre faux hawk, even though Rands' appearance usually managed to give the impression that he'd just rolled out of bed. Right. Explanations. Bit of a long story, I'm afraid, Rand said. Zora flopped down to sit on the floor, resting her shoulders against the front of the sofa. The frame gave another small, protesting squeak at the jostling. She let her head fall back to rest against Albigard's knees, and Len took a self-indulgent moment to appreciate how much the Fae would hate that if he were awake. "You've been following the news the last few days, I assume?" she asked. Len looked briefly ceilingward before meeting her brown eyes incredulously. "What, you mean the part where every news outlet on the planet is running 24/7 coverage about world leaders inexplicably dropping dead? And something mysterious happening at Stonehenge? Yeah, I might have seen a mention or two." In fact, Rands and Zora had been neck-deep in that particular vat of crazy long before it spilled onto the world stage, as had Len's vampire ex-boss, along with his ex-coworker Vani, whose kid had apparently been abducted by the Fae because of his magical bloodlines. Meanwhile, Len had been stuck here in St. Louis while all of this was going down, receiving the occasional drip feed of information via text or email, and wondering whether these idiots he sometimes called friends were going to live or die when the Fae finally made their move to take full control of the planet. He knew deep down that his life would be a whole lot easier these days if he could somehow train himself to stop giving a crap, one way or the other. "Yeah, okay," Zora conceded. "I guess the news would be a bit hard to avoid under the circumstances. Anyway, we were at Stonehenge with a bunch of other protesters when the Fae showed up, and the you-know-what hit the fan. You won't have seen much about that part of things yet, I'm guessing, since all the magic flying around took out the communications grid across most of southern Britain. Suffice to say, there was a big fight. One of the Fae aimed a lethal blast of magic at Vani's son, and Tinkerbell here jumped in front of it to save him." Len blinked. "Wait, say that again?" "Believe me," said Rands, "we were as surprised as you are." Zora glared at both of them. "You shut it," she said, pointing at Rands. Then she looked up at Len. "And look, I know you had an unfortunate first meeting with him, but he's helped us over and over against his own people. Even if he does act like a bit of a dick about it most of the time, he's a good friend. And right now he's got a giant target painted on his back." Rands made a face like he'd tasted something sour. "Friend. You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means." Len stared at him. "Oh, my God. Why am I not remotely surprised that you two communicate via the medium of Princess Bride quotes?" Zora shot him an unimpressed look. "We don't." "Hey now, it's a good movie," Rands protested. Zora cleared her throat. "Anyway," she dragged the conversation back on track, looking pointedly at Rands. "He's my friend, which is a simpler word to use than trying to describe whatever vaguely homoerotic, on-again, off-again frenemies thing you've had going on with him for the last few centuries." Rands stared at her like she'd grown a second head. "I do not have homoerotic subtext with Tinkerbell. Take that back this instant." Len squeezed the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger, feeling the familiar pull of the piercing in his left eyebrow as the skin moved. "Moving on," he said a bit desperately. "So, you're basically saying he's done something to piss off the other Fae, and now you're trying to hide him while he's, unconscious. Succinctly put, Rand said. Though, more accurately, he's done 3 things in fairly quick succession to piss off his people, each one more egregious than the last. Terrific, Len muttered. And you brought him here to hide him... Why, exactly? Oh, don't worry, Zora said. This isn't the hiding place, not really. We just need to stash him here for an hour or 2 while we set up transportation to somewhere more permanent. Dragging his limp carcass around with us the whole time would be a total pain in the ass. Len gave Zora his best, "Are you being serious right now?" expression. And, again, you brought him to me because... It was Rand's who answered. Because your heart's too big for your own good, and you're bad at saying no to things. I said no to this before you 2 even walked in the door, Len pointed out. Quite fairly, he thought. You're bad at saying no to things and meaning it, Rands clarified. Never fear, though. Old Albie can snooze on your couch for a bit, and you'll hardly even know he's here. We'll come back and collect him just as soon as we can arrange to get him someplace magically warded. It shouldn't take long. There are a couple of possibilities to pursue in this general area. Len looked at the lustrous, pale blonde hair half obscuring Albigard's sharp cheekbones and sensual mouth. The Fae's eyelashes were a dark golden color, and seemed almost ridiculously long and thick. God, I hate you 2 sometimes, he told the vampires. Unsurprising, given the circumstances, Rands agreed cheerfully. Speaking of which, how's the Triumph faring? Your motorcycle? Len replied in a bland tone. Oh, that. I let a friend borrow it, and he wrapped it around a telephone pole. Total loss. Sorry. A look of genuine alarm settled over Rands' features. Kidding, Len told him. It's fine. It's in the back. Though I feel I should point out that the only reason I have your motorcycle in the first place is because the last time you were here, you borrowed my car and then abandoned it in Chicago. So if you could, get it back to me one of these days. Rands relaxed. Ah, yes, I'd quite forgotten about the fate of the much-vaunted Pimpmobile, given all of the recent excitement. Zora looked thoughtful. Actually, it might make sense to head for Albigard's old property in Chicago, rather than trying to find someplace here in St. Louis. It's already got protective wards, for one thing, and Len, if you came with us, you could pick up your car at the same time. Can you take a few days off? Len crossed his arms. You do remember that the nightclub where I used to work was blown up during one of the Fae's many attempts to kill you, right? She had the grace to look sheepish for a moment, but she recovered quickly. Oh, right. Sorry. So, is that a yes, then? Though in my defense, they were actually trying to kill someone else, not me. Yeah, I know, Len told her. Well, they may not have succeeded in putting you in the ground, but they did manage a pretty solid hit job on my little corner of the local economy. The club's owner, Gina, had been covering the staff's paychecks, while various insurance companies fought over the damages. Unfortunately, a good chunk of the employees' income at the jazz club came from tips, not wages. Len had kept a bit of money set aside for emergencies, but it wouldn't last long. He'd already had to explore some creative outlets for bringing in additional cash flow. Zora winced. Do you know if Gina's planning on reopening the nightclub in a different venue? No clue, Len said. And we're getting off topic. If you're dumping Albigard on me, what the hell am I supposed to do with him? What exactly is wrong with him? Rands gestured vaguely at the unconscious form. As Zora said, the idiot stepped in front of a magical attack that would have been fatal to a human. He's Fae, just let him sleep. If it was going to kill him, it probably would have done so already. Probably? Len echoed, not in a hurry to have anyone bite the proverbial bullet while passed out on his couch. Not even someone as abrasive as Albigard. Rands shrugged. Yes, probably. Fae are tough. Not much can kill them permanently, except iron through the heart. Or, well, beheading. He waved a dismissive hand. Do you know, he was drowned once for witchcraft, back in the 16th century? It barely slowed him down. He perked right up an hour or so later, once I got him away from the iron they'd been using to cage him. His features settled into a frown, though he did vomit up half the harbor once he came around, ruining my best leather jerkin in the process, I might add. He still owes me a new one, come to think of it. Zora caught Len's eye and mouthed homoerotic subtext at him, out of Rands' line of sight. Len lifted a hand to rub at his temple, trying to hold back the pounding headache that threatened to break through. So, you're telling me I can just leave him alone and let him do his magic healing thing? Okay, cool, but if you're not back in 2 hours, I'm hauling him outside and dumping him by the curb for the garbage truck to pick up in the morning. Splendid, Rand said, as though Len hadn't just threatened to send Albigard to the landfill. Oh, and don't forget you'll probably want to power down any electronics in the house, on the off chance he wakes up. Fae can be hell on technology when they're not actively shielding. Just ask Southern England, Zora muttered. Len briefly pondered the question of when exactly his life had gone off the rails. Unfortunately, the answer to that question was far too depressing to deal with right now. Right, electronics. Sure, he said. Now, go away, so you can come back as soon as possible and get this asshole off my sofa. Oh, and you're on your own with taking him to Chicago? Hire someone to drive my damn car back here, or, I don't know, have it professionally shipped, or something. It's not like you can't afford it. Rand shrugged easily. Fair enough. Come along, Zora. Let's go find someone willing to rent us a vehicle old enough that Tinkerbell here can't fry the computer system. Zora hopped to her feet and kissed Len on the cheek. Thanks for looking after him, Len. You're the best. Uh-huh, that's me, Len said in a monotone. We'll be back in 2 ticks, mate, Rand added. If he does wake up, try not to murder him, he frowned. In fact, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that part about iron through the heart earlier. Just hurry back, Len said, and tried to ignore the tide of dread rising in his stomach as the pair headed out, leaving him alone with the unconscious form on the couch. The first hour passed with no sign of movement or awareness from his unwanted guest, and Len began to relax a bit. After firing off a quick email to cancel his evening appointment, one of the aforementioned creative outlets for generating cash flow while he was out of work, he took Rance's advice and unplugged everything he owned that contained a circuit board. Unfortunately, that left him with precious little in the way of available distractions. For lack of anything better to do, he disappeared into the tiny kitchen and lost himself in meal prep for the coming week. Normally, he wouldn't have bothered. It was something of a running joke among people who knew him that the aspiring restaurant chef survived mostly on Pop-Tarts and leftovers from whatever place he happened to be working at the time. Since leftovers from work weren't really an option at the moment, he'd gone shopping a few days ago with an eye to acquiring food that normal people would actually want to eat. He was chopping vegetables for curry when a low groan from the front room prickled the hair at the back of his neck. Len very carefully put the knife down on the counter before going to look. And yep, the world's most irritating fairy was, in fact, regaining consciousness. Awesome. Albigard lifted a hand to cover his eyes, as though the light pained him. He rolled into a sitting position on the couch, which made a noise of protest eerily similar to the one he'd just made. So, not dead then? Len said, mentally bracing himself to ignore the magnetic pull that Fae tended to exert on humans. Albigard froze at the sound of his voice. Then he lowered his hand slowly, revealing unnaturally green eyes that seemed to see straight through Len. Ah, said the Fae, his voice dripping with distaste. It's you. This is to be my punishment, I take it? Very funny, Len told him. If you want to bitch about it, you can save it for the Fang Brigade. Zora and Rands dropped you here while they went to arrange for a better bolt hole. They should be back before long. So, how about you refrain from influencing my mind, and I'll refrain from punching you in the face? Are you hungry? I can throw together a salad or something. No, Albigard said shortly. Len chose to interpret that as an answer to the question about the salad, rather than the one about mental influence and criminal assault. Suit yourself. Oh, and kudos for apparently saving Vonnie's kid. Gotta admit, I didn't see that one coming. I take it from your demeanor that the others survived? Albigard asked the question grudgingly, and Len realized if he'd been taken out of commission during the middle of a battle, he'd have no way of knowing how it ended. No one tells me Jack, Len informed him. But if anyone we knew had died, I'd have expected Bela Lugosi and the Bride of Dracula to be more upset than they were. The Fae didn't dignify him with an answer. Len shrugged and turned to go back to the kitchen. He made it precisely 3 steps toward his destination when a staccato pounding on the front door halted him. Albigard tensed, and Len tried to ignore the jolt of adrenaline buzzing along his nerves. "Are we expecting trouble?" he asked his unwanted guest. Albigard rose to unsteady feet. "Generally, yes." He moved to stand out of the direct line of sight of anyone waiting on the porch. A fresh flurry of knocking sounded, followed by a familiar English accent muffled by 2 inches of hardwood. "Open the bloody door, Len!" Len let out a breath and opened it, only to be confronted with Ranz's grim expression and Zora's wide-eyed one. Albigard stepped forward to join them, still looking like a stiff wind would put him straight on his ass. Ranz's eyes raked over him. "Oh, good, you're awake. We appear to have a small problem. And by small, he means, Zora looked over her shoulder and gestured toward the end of the block. She looked as freaked out as Len could ever remember seeing her, and given their history, that was saying something. With a deep sense of foreboding, Len followed her gaze, vaguely aware of Albigard doing the same. At the end of the block, billows of thick black vapor curled from what he could only describe as a rip in reality. The shapes suggesting a swarm of shadowy, half-seen creatures trying to claw their way through the growing gap. Albigard went very still. "Oh," said the Fae. "The Wild Hunt appears to be here for me. That's not good." Chapter 2. Right?" Len said, trying to control the creeping sense of horror raising beads of clammy sweat on his skin. "Who or what is the Wild Hunt? And why the fuck did you decide to crash at my house if something like that was chasing you?" "It shouldn't be here," Rand said grimly. "Here on my street?" Len asked. "Here on this planet," Rands clarified. Guys?" Zora prodded, as more of the greasy, amorphous form squeezed through the tear in reality. Len thought he saw jaws snapping in the center of the mass, and quickly looked away. Somehow the look of blank shock on Albigard's face wasn't reassuring. The Fae's complexion had been pale before, but it was positively chalky now. "This isn't possible," he muttered. "It makes no sense." Rands was still watching the thing with the wary eye. "Perhaps we could contemplate the unthinkable nature of a mythical Fae archetype of death randomly showing up on Earth from a more comfortable distance?" Zora, too, was still fixated on the nebulous threat. "A distance like, say, Chicago? Albigard, you said it was after you. If you can transport us somewhere magically warded, would it be able to follow you, or would it give up and leave?" A horrible screeching, howling noise rolled through Len's chest. The sound hit him so viscerally that it made him question whether he'd heard it with his ears or his mind. Around the neighborhood, other people were opening their doors, looking out. Screams and cries of shock echoed around the block. "Whatever you're planning on doing, maybe do it before that thing gets any farther through the hole it's making," Len suggested. He had no idea what would happen if it reached the people spilling onto their porches, but he suspected it wouldn't be good. Albigard seemed to shake himself free of his shocked paralysis. "I'm too weak to conjure a portal without drawing power from an external source. And to answer your other question, I've no doubt it will try to follow me, rather than stay in here. Wards should confuse it, I would assume." He didn't sound very sure of that last part, Len couldn't help noticing. Zora gritted her teeth. "Fine, one external power source free for the taking. But you owe me a favor afterward." Albigard gave a single tight nod. Before Len could really catch up with what was happening, the Fae made a sharp, circular gesture with one hand. A flaming oval burned itself into Len's wall. The interior appeared murky like a cloudy mirror. Zora grunted out a vicious curse, and Rands caught her around the shoulders as her knees gave out. A hand grabbed the back of Len's shirt. He yelped as he was tossed unceremoniously through the Fae portal, and stumbled as his feet hit clay tile instead of the worn hardwood of his familiar entryway. 3 more figures followed him through. Albigard went down hard on all fours as the fiery edges of the oval snapped shut behind him with a crackle. He curled onto his side with a groan before flopping onto his back and staring up at the ceiling. Zora didn't look much better, still leaning heavily on Rand's with her jaw clenched. After a moment, she locked her knees and straightened away from him. "Well," she said, "that certainly sucked donkey balls. Now what?" Len swept a gaze around the unfamiliar room. A kitchen bare of decoration and not remotely homey, with dust and cobwebs visible in the corners. The only light came from a pair of windows in desperate need of cleaning. "Would someone please explain what the hell just happened?" he asked, preferably using English and, short words. "We're in Chicago, in a house belonging to Albigard that's been magically warded to prevent detection by other people," Rand said. "And hopefully by creepy smoke monsters," Zora added. Len felt the headache that had been threatening earlier bloom behind his left eye. "Right. Okay. We're in an invisible house in Chicago. Why am I specifically in an invisible house in Chicago?" "Because you've had contact with me. That might have been enough to encourage the hunt to come after you in my absence, at least for the next few hours until the trace on you fades," Albigard said from the floor, still staring fixedly at the cobwebs hanging above him. Len squeezed his eyes shut and counted to 5 before opening them. "Terrific. And, once again, the wild hunt is... what, exactly?" There was still no movement from the Fae on the floor. "The wild hunt is a fundamental aspect of the Fae realm of Dahain," he muttered, addressing the ceiling. "It's a physical expression of the endless void. Historically, the Fae court has harnessed it as a weapon of punishment, sending it in pursuit of criminals to devour their souls." Len opened his mouth, hesitated, and closed it. In the absence of any chairs in his immediate vicinity, he sat down rather abruptly on the floor and leaned against the dusty cabinet behind him. "Okay, then," he said eventually. "And as has been previously discussed, it should in no way be present here on Earth," Rand stated. Len thought of the piles of diced vegetables he'd left sitting on the cutting board in his kitchen. In St. Louis, 300 miles away. "But we're pretty confident the people back in St. Louis will be okay, aren't we?" Zora asked, proving once again that she had so far avoided being sucked into assholedom with the others. Albigard rolled into a sitting position, looking as though the effort made him nauseous. "It was there in search of me. There is no other explanation, as I am no longer in St. Louis, and since I had no contact with any of those people, it will have no reason to stay." "And the wards on this property?" Rand pressed. "They'll keep you hidden from it until we can come up with some sort of strategy?" There was a longish pause. It wasn't what you'd call reassuring. "The wards would not hide me successfully from the hunt if we were on Dahain," Albigard replied at length. "In the Fae realm, there is no escape from it. That's rather the point. When they sent it after me, the court would have considered that they were imposing a sentence of exile. Should I ever attempt to return home, my life and my soul would be forfeit. But the hunt should not be here at all. This realm is completely foreign to it. I can't imagine it would find me easily within these wards, not in such an unfamiliar world." One of the fundamental aspects of paranormal reality, Len had learned, was the existence of different worlds layered on top of each other. The way it had been explained to him, the various realms had originally formed in alternate dimensions. They occupied overlapping spaces, but were normally separated from each other except for the occasional gateway connecting them. These gateways were carefully guarded, and Len was pretty sure someone would have mentioned it if one of them was located at the end of his street. He pressed the heel of his hand against his eye socket and rubbed. It didn't help with the dull pounding. "You said you dragged me along because this thing might smell you on me? I assume that goes for the others, too? Does that mean we're trapped here with you if we don't want it randomly jumping out at us like some kind of interdimensional boogeyman?" Albigard waved the words away with an irritated swipe of his hand. "The traces on you are faint, and will fade quickly once you're away from me. Again, it seems unlikely the hunt would be able to navigate an unfamiliar realm with enough skill to track such a fleeting trail, now that we are no longer in its immediate vicinity. Relief washed through him. Terrific. Next question. What did you do to Zora just now to nearly make her faint? Zora groaned. Oh, God. Here we go. She still appeared way more drained than a vampire who regularly drank other people's blood had any business looking. Yes, Rand said, eyeing Albigard with an unamused blue gaze. Bit of a sore point, that. I assume you're aware of the various folklore entreating humans not to eat fey food or drink fey wine, Len? Len thought back to the thick volume of Grimm's fairy tales his parents used to read to him when he was young, before everything in his family went to shit. Kind of? Well, I wasn't, Zora said flatly. Long story short, she foolishly accepted a gift from him early in their acquaintance, and now Albie here has a connection to Zora's soul, Rand said, meaning he can track her anywhere on Earth or Dhine, as well as being able to drain her animus, her life energy, to power himself whenever he desires. Len said. For what it's worth, Albigard put in, vampire-tainted animus tastes foul. Drawing from it is only ever a last resort, as far as I am concerned. Zora gave him a very pointed look, her brown eyes flaring with a vampiric copper glow. The feeling's mutual, Tinkerbell. Fey animus isn't exactly a bed of roses either. Seems like it came in handy today, though, Len couldn't help pointing out. So, are you both going to be okay now, or... I'll need to feed soon, Zora said. Len digested that for a moment. Thanks to his history with her, he was passingly familiar with what feeding meant, for both vampires and succubi. Suffice to say, they were two very different things, and he'd had first-hand experience with both. Rand crossed his arms, giving her a thorough once-over. Since we don't know what's coming next, we should probably get you recharged as soon as possible, love. Len, your car is in the garage. You can give us a ride downtown so we can find someplace suitable. I don't suppose you have any rope stashed in the trunk? It was a testament to how bizarre Len's life had become that the apparent non-sequitur made perfect sense to him. He ran a few quick mental calculations, aware on some level that most people's first thought, after being propositioned into going to a sex club with a pair of vampires, would not be, maybe I can make enough gas money tonight to get the hell back to St. Louis. Yeah, I think we're good. There should be a bag with some rope and rigging supplies under one of the seats. He hooked a thumb toward Albigard. What about him? Is he coming? Albigard's eyebrows shot up. Don't be offensive. Idly, Len wondered if being a stuck-up prude was a Fey thing in general, or specifically an Albigard thing. Rands made a dismissive gesture. Not to worry, we won't be subjected to Albie's look of disapproval for our wicked ways. Not only does he need to stay behind the wards for safety, but Fey recover best with rest and quiet in natural surroundings. The Fey in question was still looking at Len, as though trying to peel back his skull and see inside. Why would you wish to accompany the bloodsuckers to some repulsive den of vice, human? Such pursuits gain you nothing, except the possibility of picking up an unpleasant disease. Len stared at him, too blown away by the level of cluelessness on display to be properly pissed off. Most clubs in this country don't allow actual sex, Tinkerbell, Zora said. With a hint of vindictive glee lurking behind her eyes, she added, and to answer your question, he's a Shibari expert. Clubs are kind of his thing. He's helped me feed before. Albigard frowned. Shibari, the artful use of twine to toy objects or packages, he said, translating the word literally from Japanese. The artful restraint of the human form with rope, Len retorted. I happen to enjoy it. Not to mention it's the way I've been paying most of my bills since one of your Fae buddies blew up my job, with private 1-hour sessions for customers paying cash. Maybe you should try it sometime. I could schedule you in. Though you'd have to pull that stick out of your ass first. It could do some serious damage otherwise. Zora choked on a snort of laughter. Albigard jerked back physically from the insult, though Len could have sworn his pupils dilated, even as his lips curled into a snarl. Filthy creature. One need look no further to see that this world is a cesspool of deviance and corruption, he bit out. We should have ceded it to the demons at the end of the last war. Rand shrugged easily. Couldn't agree more, mate. On the last part, at least. Zora raised an eyebrow. Yeah, or you could have, I don't know, left it to the humans, since it's our freaking planet? Albigard met her gaze with a hard stare of his own. And a lovely job you've been doing with it so far. It was a sore point, and not just for the two vampires. Demons and Fae had been enemies since before Homo sapiens started banging rocks together to make tools. It was humanity's bad luck that Earth happened to be smack in the middle between the demon realm of Hell and the Fae realm of Daheim, with gateways leading to each. Humans hadn't stood a chance, and had ended up as part of the spoils when the Fae had come out on top a couple of 100 years ago. Up until recently, the Fae had been content to influence things from behind the scenes. That seemed to be changing. Hence the mess with the dying political leaders and deadly magical battles at Stonehenge. But Albigard's reaction to Len was more than his species' general disdain for humanity. It was personal. It was also getting on Len's last nerve right now. He sighed. All right, Blondie, I'm sure I'll regret this, but I'll bite. I know why I hate your guts. After all, the first time we met, you tried to control my mind. But I'm less clear on whatever it was I originally did to piss on your cornflakes. Up until the punching incident, I was actually trying to be polite. Green eyes fell on him, lifting gooseflesh on his neck and arms. You reek of death, said the Fae. It's repulsive to me. Len's breath caught, a chill washing over him as the two vampires looked between them curiously. He fought off an unwelcome feeling and firmed his jaw. Yeah, okay, death. I'm pretty sure that's actually Drakkar Noir, but whatever you say, bro. Then to the others, are we going then? And before we do, is there any aspirin or ibuprofen in this place? My left eyeball feels like it's about to pound its way straight out of the socket. Can't imagine why. Rand shot him a vaguely sympathetic look. Yes, we're going. And it's probably easier to stop at a drugstore along the way than to paw through this mausoleum of a house searching. Len nodded. Just so you realize, you'll be fronting me the cash for it, since I have no wallet, no phone, and no ID with me. It's our treat, Zora said quickly. We can stop by a fast food place or something, too, if you want. Len did want, since he'd been busy making dinner when the soul-sucking monster from the endless void had interrupted things. Deal. Dinner for 3, 2 liquid diets. Quite so, Rand said. Albie, invite the nice human into the wards before we leave. It's only polite. Albigard sighed, looking deeply put upon. What is the creature's full name? Len tilted his head, poker-faced. The creature's name is Len Grayson, asshole. And I'm really starting to wonder why you cultivate this level of offensiveness with people who are supposed to be on your side. He backtracked quickly. Not to imply that I'm on your side, I meant them, obviously. He pointed at the others. The Fae's lips twitched with irritation. Len Grayson, you're welcome in this house, he bit out, sounding anything but welcoming. You will now be able to see past the wards, should you need to gain entrance again. Awesome, Len told him. Be still my heart. I think that's my line, Rand murmured, never one to pass up a bad vampire joke. Come along, let's go see about getting the pimp-mobile out of mothballs. Chapter 3 Len ran his hand over the chipping red paint on the 1978 Lincoln Continental as he walked around it, giving it a critical once-over. "Not a single bullet hole in it that wasn't there before, I promise," Rand told him. "It ran like a dream during the earlier trip from St. Louis, by the way, though you might want to schedule an oil change before too long." Len shot him a dark look. "Don't make fun of my car's bullet holes, okay? They add character," Zora chimed in with him. "We know. Now, let's get going. I'm starving, and I feel like shit." Len could relate to that, but Rand's apparently had more to say on the subject of Zora's woes. "This is what happens when you accept a gift from a fae," he said. "I did try to warn you." Zora glared at him. "You might have tried warning me before the fact, rather than after the fact. But as long as you find me a nice club full of perverts I can feed from, I suppose I'll forgive you." Rand shrugged and opened the passenger side door for her. "As you wish." Len gave them a look. "I hope you two truly appreciate how weird you both are." "Says the man with bondage rigging stored under his car seat," Rand retorted, without missing a beat, as he let himself into the back seat. "Go on, then. Keys are in the ignition." Len opened the driver's door and confirmed that yes, they were, fuzzy dice on the key ring and all. "You abandoned my car in Chicago, unlocked, and left the keys in it?" "The entire property's invisible," Zora said. "As home security systems go, it's a pretty good one." He shook his head in disbelief as he settled into the seat, sliding it back and adjusting the mirrors to accommodate his taller frame. Holding his breath, he turned the key, giving the car a bit of gas at the same time. The engine turned over and started purring happily, just like always. Len let his breath out. "Okay, good. I concede that you didn't trash my car. Thanks for that, at least." "Give me a bit of credit," Rand said in a tone of offense. "It would be a crime to damage a vehicle with this much character," Zora offered, deadpan. "I was going to say history," Rand replied. "It was cheap, okay? I'm not made of money, unlike some people," Len muttered. He let the engine warm up, listening with half an ear for the idle speed to drop as the carburetor choke opened. "Where am I going, anyway? Someone's going to have to play navigator. It's been ages since I was in Chicago." "We're in Homer Glen," Zora told him. "The house backs up to the Messenger Woods Nature Preserve. It's not far from Interstate 80. If we get on the highway, we'll find a fast food place along the way, and probably an adult video store. Then Rands and I can mesmerize the shop employees and customers until we find someone who knows where the underground scene is downtown." "Gee, it's almost like you two have had practice at this," Len said, as he put the Lincoln in gear and carefully backed out of the garage. "Imagine that." One skeevy store, a double cheeseburger, and a large order of greasy fries later, they were driving into one of the less savory areas of downtown Chicago. The city had always struck Len as a larger version of St. Louis, only with somewhat better tourist infrastructure, but the grungy parts were every bit as grungy as in his hometown. And, of course, everything was worse after the panic of the last week, with the world's leaders dying mysteriously every morning, like clockwork. Last Len had checked, the Secretary of Defense had been in charge of the country, after the Secretary of the Treasury resigned rather than be sworn in as president and risk dropping dead the next day. Most of the major cities had rioting going on, at least to some degree. Chicago was no exception. That being said, people weren't burning and looting the slums and red light districts. Why would they, when there were perfectly good business districts they could burn and loot instead? Len suspected there was a curfew in place. Certainly there was one in St. Louis, but finding enough police officers to enforce it outside of the hot zones of social unrest was something else entirely. It took a bit of detouring around blockades and road closures, but they eventually ended up where they needed to be. Len couldn't help noticing that his car began to fit in better with the surrounding vibe the closer they got to the purported location of the Booby Trap, a club name which was either utterly brilliant or a red flag so big you could use it to rally Stalin's army. Either way, this wasn't going to be the sort of club that catered to Len's personal tastes. That much was clear. However, since he was here on business rather than pleasure, it hardly mattered. As long as it was open, it would work for their purposes tonight. Before Zora, he'd never tied up a woman. Since Zora, he'd tied up a few. Len was as gay as they came, a solid 6 on the Kinsey scale. He could appreciate aesthetics, though, and he could really appreciate flexibility, something a large percentage of the guys he'd tied up could use some serious help with. The Booby Trap fell rather unexpectedly on the pleasant surprise end of the sex club spectrum. It was discreet. If not for the small group of suggestively dressed people waiting outside the unmarked door, Len would have been hard-pressed to know if they were in the right place. The bouncer stationed at the entrance looked like the kind of guy who could enforce the rules, physically if need be, without even breaking a sweat. Personally, Len found that fact reassuring rather than worrying. Of course, it didn't hurt that he was here with a pair of vampires. To be honest, that took all the challenge out of getting through the door. Rands and Zora probably would have passed muster on looks alone. Night creature chic wasn't 1,000 miles away from club chic, since both involved black leather and looking like a badass. When the bouncer eyed Len up and down, from his 6-inch advantage in height, however, the outcome was not so certain. The baggy jeans and white tank top Len had been wearing around the house before he'd been fey-napped didn't exactly constitute club wear, and a glance in the Pimpmobile's rearview mirror earlier had confirmed that his blue faux hawk was not at its best right now. A frown furrowed the bouncer's heavy brows, and he drew breath to speak. Rands caught his gaze, blue eyes flaring with a hint of inner light. "Our mate here is just the sort of bloke your boss would approve of," he said easily. "You want to let him in." The guy blinked, his face smoothing. "You can all go on in." "Thanks," Zora chirped, shooting him a winning smile without a hint of fang showing. Len rolled his eyes at her, and tried not to be hopelessly creeped out by the exchange as he followed them inside. A female receptionist, wearing a dress made of strategically placed leather straps and not much else, stood behind a rich wood-paneled counter in the foyer. She smiled politely at them as they approached. "Good evening and welcome to the Booby Trap. Cover charge is $35 per person." "That's all fine," Zora said. The woman continued, "There's no alcohol on the premises, and the most important rule is consent. No means no, and anyone failing to respect the boundaries of another patron will be immediately escorted out." "As it should be," Rand said, and pulled out a wad of cash. He counted out enough to cover their entry and passed it over. In turn, the receptionist stamped the backs of their hands with a purple infinity symbol, 2 dots placed suggestively inside the twin loops. Len stared at the inked mark and shot Zora a wry look. "You realize that if any of my gay friends see this thing, I'll never live it down." Her cheeks dimpled as she hid a smile. Inside, the club was clean and well kept, as much as such places ever were, anyway. Happily, the clientele seemed to be serious lifestyle folks, not sad incels paying to watch sadder women making out with each other and dancing around poles. Len felt himself relax into the atmosphere of the place, recognizing his kind of people. "Kingsters of the world, unite," he said under his breath. There didn't appear to be anything too extreme going on, mostly leather and vinyl gear, with the occasional partner being paraded around on a leash. But Rands and Zora disappeared into the back room to speak with whoever was running the place, and when they emerged, it was with permission to stage a Shibari scene that anyone could watch if they wanted to. Len felt another flash of self-consciousness about his casual dress and disastrous hair as people began to wander up to see what was going on, but he quashed it. Fortunately, the crowd's attention wouldn't be on him for long. He'd been a bit worried by the no-nudity rule, not sure how effective this scene was likely to be if Zora was sporting white cotton granny panties from Target. However, being a vampire-succubus hybrid apparently meant that you wore red lacy underwear to a supernatural battle in the ruins of Stonehenge. At least Len assumed Zora wouldn't have had a chance to change clothes while dragging Albigard's unconscious ass around in the aftermath. Whatever the case, the red bra and bikini briefs she was wearing would look good against the natural jute rope Len preferred for Shibari, and there was a small stage at one end of the room where he could work. It appeared to be set up for burlesque shows, and even had rigging for raising and lowering props and scenery. Normally, Len wouldn't trust a bondage sub to suspension rigging he hadn't personally tested for safety, but the woman running the place easily rattled off the specs and weight ratings. More importantly, And not to put too fine a point on it, Zora was functionally immortal. A little thing like falling a couple of feet because a pulley broke wouldn't even leave a bruise on her. In fact, it was equally likely she'd avoid the fall altogether by transforming into a cloud of mist and swirling away before she hit the floor. Whoosh, and the bondage scene becomes an instant magic act. That would wow the crowd, no doubt about it. As a vampire, Zora would only stay tied up in Len's ropes if she wanted to stay tied up. And while that took some of the pressure off him from a safety standpoint, it was still an odd dynamic for someone used to restraining garden-variety humans for fun and profit. After a brief consultation with the two vampires, Len eyed the area he had to work with, visualizing the possibilities. He'd become fascinated recently with using rope to outline the negative space around a person's body as part of the overall visual design of the tie. The concept was technically outside the realm of bondage for erotic stimulation, veering more into performance art. But Zora was an excellent subject for something like that, and as long as the end result looked appealing to a decent percentage of the straight, bi, or lesbian members of the crowd, she'd be able to feed from their lust for her. Len made an executive decision to take advantage of the opportunity, making the most of what had otherwise been an entirely shitty day. He directed her to lie on her side on the stage, which she did after Rands gallantly laid down his long leather coat on the dusty surface for her. Len took a final look at the pulley and eye bolt he intended to use as anchor points, then started measuring out rope by the arm's length. 40 minutes later, he double-checked the tension and placement of the various rope columns looping around Zora's body, paying special attention to the chest harness and stomach wraps. "Ready?" he asked. More than," Rands replied, in a voice that was nearly a purr. "I think he was asking me, lover," Zora told him. "Go for it, Len. Like I said, I'm hungry." "Okay. Tense your stomach muscles," Len warned her. "Let's see if this looks as awesome in real life as it did in my head." He carefully took up the slack in the rope threaded through the overhead pulley. The other end of the suspension was already hard tied at shoulder height. Most of the crowd had wandered off while Len was setting up the scene, but several appreciative whistles sounded as Zora was hoisted into the air, drawing many of them back to see the finished product. Her left leg was frog-tied, bent double at the knee, hanging beneath her as she dangled face down. She appeared to be suspended by her right ankle, that leg having been pulled up and back in a dancer's arc, along with her bound wrists, stretched over her head toward the pulley. In fact, most of her weight hung from the harness and wraps around her torso. The free ends of the torso support ropes were woven into a simple web above her, the upper edge defined by the arc of rope running from the eye bolt to her right ankle to her wrists and finally to the pulley. The overall effect was the suggestion of butterfly wings stretching above her back as she hovered in midair. Len tied off the pulley rope with a slip knot and stood back to assess the wider picture. The crowd was silent for a moment before someone in the audience said, "Damn, dude, that is hot." Several mutterings of agreement followed, along with the scattered sound of clapping. Zora shivered, presumably as the wave of arousal rolling through the onlookers hit her. "That's what I'm talking about," she murmured, a bit breathlessly. Rands crouched in front of her so he could press a slow, filthy kiss to her lips, and she hummed in satisfaction. After a few moments, he broke the kiss to look up at Len. "You've outdone yourself, mate," he said in a low voice. "Believe me when I say I'm currently bemoaning my lack of a functioning camera." "She's a good subject," Len said. "I don't usually get a chance to play at these levels. You should let me try a couples scene with both of you sometime, preferably when a scary death monster isn't trying to eat Tinkerbell's soul." Rands let out a huff of dry laughter. "I'll keep the offer in mind." Len kept a weather eye on his subject. Not that there was any possibility of nerve damage or breathing restriction in Zora's case, but it was habit, long ingrained. Still speaking low enough not to be heard over the buzzing of the crowd, he said, "Once Z's topped off with Mojo, I'm going to do a couple of private scenes in the back for cash so I can head home. Going out on a limb here, but I'm guessing I won't be much help with containing the creature from the Black Lagoon." I shouldn't think so, no, Rands replied, kindly enough. Albigard seems to be of the opinion that any traces of him you might be carrying around will fade quickly, so you should be fine. Len nodded. What about you three, though? You going to be able to handle things on your own? Rands shrugged. It's a bit of an unpredictable situation, obviously. However, I can't help but think the Fae will notice what's going on before long, if they haven't already. Things on Earth are already a bit of a shambles. It's not in their interest to have the hunt roaming out of control on top of everything else, and I imagine they're best placed to deal with the situation. We can also call Nigelis for help if we need to, Zora added, still sounding a bit out of breath. He's a demon, and a damned powerful one. He may have some ideas. Rands released a huff that could have equally been amusement or irritation. True, it might be worth it just to force the Fae and the demons to work together for once. Anyway, leave it to us, Len. With luck, we can hide Albie behind the wards here for as long as we need to, and there's no reason for the hunt to cause trouble elsewhere when he's the one it's after. Relieved that he wouldn't be stuck playing house with the world's most irritating fairy overnight, Len nodded again. Cool. In that case, let's get Zora down and untied so I don't look like a negligent rigger. 5 or 10 minutes is more than enough for this kind of suspension bondage. Rands raised an eyebrow at her. Very well. Are you done snacking yet, love? She smiled at him. A predator's smile. Much better now, thanks. Though maybe we can still grab a bite before we leave? Len groaned and went to untie the loose end of the suspension rope. He's starting to rub off on you, girl. That vampire pun is even older than he is. Zora only laughed. Chapter 4. While he was untying Zora, people began wandering up to ask Len questions about Shibari. Once she was loose, the two vampires left him to it, with reassurances that they could get back to Albigard's house on their own and didn't require a ride from him. Several members of the curious crowd just wanted to talk to him. A few expressed interest in being tied up themselves, but balked at the proposed price tag for spending an hour in one of the back rooms. A handful of women offered sex in lieu of payment, which wasn't helpful since A, they were the wrong gender, and B, sex wouldn't buy gas for the pimp-mobile, unless the economy in Chicago worked a lot differently than it did in St. Louis. In the end, he found one woman and one couple who considered $200 in cash under the table a fair trade for experiencing artistic bondage at the hands of someone who knew what the hell he was doing. He took them into the back and ran through the safety spiel, reassuring them that he'd been an EMT and had had extensive first aid training before quizzing them on their general health, range of motion, and past experience with bondage. Once each client's scene was set up, he took pictures for them on their phones to commemorate the experience. He told them that no, he didn't have a professional website or social media they could follow, and sent them on their way, hopefully satisfied with what they'd paid for. With $400 in his pocket, he treated himself to an overnight stay at a decent hotel an hour outside of Chicago, well away from the craziness caused by 2.5 million frightened people crammed into a rioting city. Len found it equal parts amusing and reassuring that kinksters across the Midwest could apparently be relied on to act like civilized human beings, even when everything around them was burning. Sometimes the BDSM community felt like the only place he fit in anymore. He wasn't sure what that said about him. The following morning, he drove the rest of the way back to St. Louis, while carefully signaling every lane change and following the speed limit with religious fervor. When he made it home without being pulled over in his less-than-low-key car, he breathed a sigh of relief. As a tattooed guy with facial piercings, blue hair, and no ID, driving a car with bullet holes in the quarter panels, he hadn't been looking forward to trying to talk his way out of any potential traffic tickets. He should probably get around to fixing those damned holes with some putty and spray paint one of these days, now that he thought about it. As he turned into his neighborhood, Len gave his surroundings a careful look. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. He drove through the spot in the middle of the road where the wild hunt had tried to claw its way into the world, unable to suppress a shiver as he did. Nothing happened. No monsters jumped out of the shadows. No fresh holes opened up in reality. Pulling into his driveway and turning off the engine, he braced himself for what he might find inside. Shockingly, no one had burgled his unlocked house while he'd been gone. He did a quick walkthrough, pausing to dump the day-old food he'd been prepping on the counter into the trash. Unable to let things go quite yet, he walked across the street to the nice old lady who lived cat-a-corner from him and knocked on her door. She opened it a minute later, appearing none the worse for wear.
"Hello, Len. Is everything all right?"
"Hi, Betty. I was just about to ask you the same thing," he said. "Are you okay after that weirdness yesterday? Is everyone else?" She gave him an odd look.
"Well, yes, of course. Those nice men came around the neighborhood a few hours later and explained that it was exhaust from a sewer line they were cleaning on the main road. They were using some kind of steam treatment to flood the pipes, and the manhole cover at the end of the block was loose."
Len blinked at her, astonished anew by people's capacity to rationalize literally anything. Creeping evil from the dawn of time trying to claw its way through the veil between worlds? Oh, don't worry, it was probably just steam from the sewer lines. She frowned.
"Didn't they speak with you about it? They were going door to door."
"I, had to leave town to, pick up my car," he told her, gesturing at his driveway as evidence.
"Oh,"
she said, her expression giving away her real thoughts about having his vehicular eyesore back in plain sight of her front windows.
"Yes, your car's back. That's nice."
He cleared his throat. "As long as everyone's all right. I'll just let you get back to what you were doing, shall I?" She gave him a vague smile.
"Of course, dear. Don't worry. It was completely harmless stuff. Have a good afternoon."
A week passed, and the world didn't end. Political leaders had stopped dying right after whatever happened at Stonehenge scuppered the Fae plans for open-world domination. Some geographic regions that had been unstable to start with were still a mess, but most of the major countries were gradually clawing back a sense of normalcy, for a given definition of normal, anyway. Len eventually stopped watching the news out of mental self-preservation, limiting himself to a daily email digest from the New York Times, and not allowing himself to click through any of the article headlines. He got a couple of texts from Vonnie, the ex-coworker whose kid Albigard had saved during the Stonehenge battle. Since Len was still more than a little pissed off at her for having run off into danger in the first place without telling him where she was going, he didn't answer. Then, of course, he felt guilty about not answering. And then he berated himself for feeling guilty because even now she was being cagey about the details of where she was and what she was up to. The texts only said that she and her son were safe, and that their former boss, Guthrie Leonidas, was with them as well. They were flying under the radar for a bit in a remote location, along with the families of a bunch of the other kids they'd rescued from the Fae. If Leonidas was involved, it meant they had plenty of money at least. The guy was obscenely rich. And if she said they were flying under the radar, she probably had a good reason for not telling him exactly where they were. Len would text her back, eventually. Just not today. There was very little point in trying to call Zora or Rans for an update on the Void Creature situation, since they were hanging out with a guy whose aura could fry technology at 20 paces. He was pretty sure they hadn't had cell phones on them when they'd showed up at his door either, and while they'd probably acquired new ones by now, Len knew from experience that they always switched to different numbers whenever they got new burner phones. He didn't have their numbers, but if they needed him for something, they knew his. In a moment of weakness, he had emailed Zora a few days ago. A single line. "So, has Albigard been eaten yet?" He did it knowing full well that she didn't check her email very often, and indeed there'd been no reply so far. Len reminded himself that he did not, in fact, particularly care whether the Fae had been eaten yet, and let it go. Toward the end of the week, his boss Gina BCC'd him on a staff email. The message conveyed welcome news that the insurance payment on the demolished nightclub was in the works, and she hoped to have a lease on a new venue by the end of the following month. Len looked at his finances, did a few back-of-the-napkin calculations, and breathed a sigh of relief that he wouldn't need to get serious about finding a new job after all. He'd liked his job at the Brown Fox, aside from the occasional glitch like the building getting blown up anyway. He liked the jazz music. He liked his co-workers, even if he was still pissed at Vonnie. He liked the fact that running the kitchen and designing the club's trendy tapas menu might become a stepping stone to a head chef job at an actual restaurant one day. So the email was a piece of good news in an otherwise crappy week. Len scheduled another couple of Shibari clients to keep the bank account padded until Gina got things organized for the reopening. As he headed for bed, he congratulated himself on keeping his shit together despite the various ongoing threats to the world. That night, he dreamed. Chapter 5. It was dark. In his dreams, it was always the middle of the night. That surreal few hours when most normal people were asleep in their beds. The third shifters were hard at work on the factory lines, and anyone out on the streets was either asking for trouble or making it. Some nights it wasn't entirely clear which of those categories Len fell into, as he sat in a parked ambulance next to a coffee shop, waiting for the next call to come over the radio. Jill, his partner, pushed the door of the shop open with her shoulder, emerging with 2 obscenely large cups balanced on a plastic tray. Len leaned across and opened the passenger door for her, accepting the caffeine goddess's offering gratefully. "Anything on the scanner?" she asked, settling into the seat next to him. Casually, she reached into a duffel bag stowed underneath the seat and rummaged for the metal flask she kept there, coming up with it a moment later and tipping some of the contents into her coffee cup. As always, she proffered the flask at him in invitation. As always, he waved it off. "Nothing in our part of town," he told her. "It's been a quiet night, so far at least." She nodded and took a careful sip, the cup shaking due to the fine tremor in her hands. That barely noticeable trembling would, Len knew, get worse as the shift rolled on, unless they got a call. Once the sirens turned on and the pedal hit the metal, Jill became a salt-and-pepper-haired medical sniper who could hit a vein on the first try during the middle of an earthquake. They all had their methods of coping. Jill, a paramedic, had been on the job for 22 years, a record in the department. She was a long-standing member of the local Medicaholics Anonymous chapter, a group that met at a restaurant bar downtown to drink themselves into a stupor when the night shift let out at 7 a.m. They weren't actually all that anonymous, and they pretty much agreed it was a horrible coping mechanism that didn't even work very well. Yet the bar stools filled up nearly every single morning. Len, by contrast, had managed to stay sober in the job for about 18 months before he cracked. Now he took benzos to chill out and Adderall to stay up. Alcohol had always thrown him into a black depression, so he avoided it for the most part. So far, he'd kept his drug use confined to his downtime, outside of his scheduled shifts. The scary part was, as a member of the Detroit Medical First Responder Program, that accomplishment made him something of an outlier. Suffice to say, the city had been an urban disaster area for years, and people weren't exactly signing up in droves to drive around at 3 a.m. dealing with overdoses, gunshot wounds, suicides, and dead sex workers. Technically, departmental policy included random drug screening for all employees, along with mandatory testing after any road accidents involving an ambulance. In reality, no one had been terminated from the department in the nearly 2 years Len had worked as an EMT, and he personally knew several people who'd been making a pretty damned concerted effort to get themselves fired. It was the kind of job that sucked you in with the adrenaline high of saving someone's life, only to beat you down afterward with the reality and inevitability of death. Then, just when you thought you couldn't take it anymore, when you'd seen one too many self-destructive acts, one too many instances of casual cruelty for cruelty's sake, you'd get that perfect call. You'd deliver that healthy baby, or save the life of that 45-year-old husband and father who'd gone into cardiac arrest. You'd be somebody's hero for a day, and everything was worth it again. Len could really use a call like that, right about now. He suspected Jill was in the same boat. He scrubbed his free hand through his short, dark hair and took a scalding sip of coffee. On the scanner, dispatch sent another ambulance to a report of a woman bleeding from an apparent knife wound behind the bus station at 6th and Howard. "So," Jill asked, filling the silence that followed, "how'd that date go on Saturday?" Len grimaced. "We've been over this, Jill. It wasn't a date. It was a hookup." Jill eyed him. "Close enough. Was it at least a decent hookup?" Len shot her a quelling glance in return. "I've had better, I've had worse. And for someone who's been married for 25 years, you seem to have an unhealthy level of interest in my sex life." Jill snorted and tipped a bit more of the flask's contents into her coffee. Like you said, I've been married 25 years. Any action I'm getting these days is strictly of the vicarious variety. He raised an eyebrow at her. You're also straight. She shrugged. Well, yeah. I like Dick, you like Dick. We agree that Dick is good, so I don't really see your point. Len swallowed a bark of laughter, almost despite himself. Before he could tell her to fuck off and mind her own business, the radio crackled to life. X-ray 49er, pick up, said the dispatcher. I've got a juicy single-vehicle accident for you in Madison Heights. Kid wrapped his car around a tree on Hales, just north of the Red Oaks Nature Center. Jill exchanged a look with him and answered the call. Copy that, dispatch. We're on our way. ETA 10 minutes. She turned to Len, a spark entering her eyes. Make it 8, and I'll pay for the coffee next time. Len flashed her a grim smile as he hit the lights and sirens, peeling away from the curb. The streetlights flew by, lack of traffic working in Len's favor as he blew through intersections and took turns at a speed just below what would roll the bus onto its side. License to drive like a maniac was one of the definite perks of the job, even if the old Braun Chief XL on its Ford F450 frame wouldn't have been his first choice for street racing. 8 minutes and 30 seconds later, he approached a curve in the road, and the headlights illuminated the remains of a car maybe 20 feet from the edge of the pavement. A couple in robes and slippers played flashlights over an area of grass a little way beyond the wreck, homeowners awoken by the crash, presumably. They looked up as the ambulance came to a halt on the shoulder. Beat the uniforms to the scene again, Jill crowed, already halfway out the door as Len put the brake on. Good one, kid. Jill got ridiculously smug whenever they managed to best the cops' average 14-minute response time to a call. For something like this accident, Len could appreciate her enthusiasm. But when it came to situations where broken bottles or bullets were flying around, he'd always been happy enough to let the unis show up first. Len grabbed 2 of the equipment bags, leaving the third one for Jill. The woman with the flashlight hurried over to them, waving the beam in their faces in her haste. Oh good, you're here. What took you so long? Hurry, he's over there. We think he was ejected when his car hit the tree. Jill caught his eye and jerked her chin toward the wreck. Check for other passengers. I'll get started with our flyer. Len nodded and handed her the other 2 bags after pulling out a flashlight. On it. In the distance, police sirens wailed. Len jogged up to the car's mortal remains, only to nearly stumble over his own feet as the twisted lines of metal resolved themselves into a sickeningly distinctive shape. Before it had kissed a tree at high speed, the unfortunate vehicle had been a 1973 Ford Mustang sports roof fastback. In the shadows, not being strobed by the ambulance's red and blue emergency lights, his flashlight beam illuminated a distinctive, custom paint job in dark copper. Len's heart kicked painfully. As far as he knew, there was only one car like this in the city. He forced his feet into motion again, running forward. The front and back halves of the car had parted ways, leaving nothing that was recognizably a driver or a passenger seat. Len made himself check the car's remains carefully, as well as the area around it. Mind in a haze, he stumbled back to where Jill and the homeowners huddled around a crumpled form on the ground. Bile rose in his throat at the inevitability of what he was about to find. Give us some space, folks, Jill ordered. Stand back, but keep the lights pointed at him. Len fell to his knees opposite her and forced himself to look down at Yusuf's slack face, pale in the yellow flashlight beams. He swallowed hard. Jill, I know this guy, he said hoarsely. He's a friend of mine. Jill shot him a sharp, assessing glance as the cops hurried toward them. You going to be able to keep your shit together? Because your friend needs you, and I need a second set of hands. Len nodded, feeling like his head wasn't attached to his body properly. The irony hit him in the stomach when he looked down again and noticed the unnatural cant of Yusuf's neck. Good, Jill snapped, all business. Manual C-spine stabilization now. We need to get him intubated and start neurogenic shock protocols. We're looking at an unstable C4 fracture at a minimum. Len's hands moved on autopilot, cradling Yusuf's skull and supporting his mandible, while Jill shuffled around to get a good angle with the laryngoscope blade. "One male with severe ejection injuries," she told the officers arriving on the scene, without looking up from what she was doing. "Someone get on the horn to Ascension. Let them know we're bringing them a cervical spine cord injury as soon as we can get him stabilized." She worked the trach tube past Yusef's epiglottis and hooked up an ambibag to the free end. "Breathe for him," she told another of the cops, handing the self-inflating bag to the woman. "I need to get a cervical collar on him. Then we'll use a scoop stretcher for transport to the ambulance." Len tried to kick his brain into gear as he continued to stabilize Yusef's head. Jill passed the cervical collar beneath his neck and wrapped it around, fastening it closed. "C4 fracture," he recited silently. "Respiratory difficulty likely. Sympathetic nervous system often affected, resulting in hypotension and hypoxemia. Secure airway and begin ventilation. Assess for low blood pressure and brachycardia. Administer fluid bolus." Jill, of course, was way ahead of him, already pulling out her stethoscope. "Len, get me an IV line while we can still find a vein." Len rummaged for a tourniquet and tied it off at Yusef's left elbow. "Hang on, buddy," he muttered. "We've got you." It took him 3 tries to get the needle inserted and the cannula in place. Len cursed himself silently the whole time. Jill, on the other hand, didn't bother keeping her cursing silent. "Shit. He's rocking a flail chest on top of everything else. We need to strap him down and get him to Ascension, stat." Dread tightened the band, constricting Len's lungs. Jill had cut Yusef's shirt open, and he watched as the ambibag filled one side of Yusef's chest, while the other crumpled unnaturally around at least 5 free-floating broken rib sections. Len shivered as a sense of something rushing past him like cool wind raised the hairs on his arms. "Hold on, man," he whispered hoarsely. "Stay with us, okay?" 2 of the cops hurried up with the scoop stretcher as Len and Jill hooked up the saline bag to the IV line. Len took over the ambibag, and Jill looped the IV across her shoulders to keep it flowing as the unis locked the stretcher in place beneath Yusef's body and carefully lifted it. They headed for the back of the ambulance in a tight cluster, trying not to step on each other's feet. Len glanced at the tree as they passed it, and a jolt hit him in the chest. Pale and translucent in the dark, Yusef sat on the lowest branch, watching Len with dark eyes. His head was tilted at an odd angle. Len choked on a breath and dragged his eyes away, first to the still form on the stretcher, and then to the back of the ambulance. The back of his neck prickled beneath an unseen, accusing gaze. He helped Jill strap Yusef's body onto the cot in the back of the ambulance, bracing his spine with sandbags and towel rolls to stabilize it. "You gonna be able to get us where we need to go without crashing this bus?" Jill demanded, sparing a moment's attention from the blood pressure readout to rake hard blue eyes over his face. "Yeah," Len managed, since the alternative would be spending the ride in the back with his friend's corpse, keeping its heart beating and air flowing through its lungs during the 2-mile sprint to Ascension's emergency room. He made the 7-minute drive in 4 minutes, blowing through intersections and trying to ignore the images playing behind his eyes. Yusef laughing. Yusef angry. Yusef's hands waving in the air as he enthused over cars, or motorcycles, or women. They pulled up to the emergency entrance and efficiently wheeled the cot inside, calling for a trauma nurse as they passed through the doors. Len watched as Yusef's body was taken away, disappearing into the hallway. He flinched hard when a hand landed on his shoulder. Jill stood next to him, her eyes reading too much from him. "Take a few minutes, kid," she said. "Get yourself together. I'll hold the bus until you're ready." He nodded and went outside, away from the waiting room full of coughing children and dull-faced drunks, needing not to be there, wishing desperately for a smoke. Rosa Jimenez, the 12-year-old girl who'd fallen from her parents' balcony and smashed her skull, stepped out from the shadows, looking at him curiously from beneath the ruin of her right temple. Len started to shake, hurrying past and refusing to look. A flash of pale skin in the gap between the pools of yellow sodium parking lot lights drew his eye. It was Wild Bill, the old homeless man who'd finally drunk from the wrong bottle and poisoned himself with rubbing alcohol. The specter raised its hand and waved, smiling a gap-toothed grin at him. A broken noise wrenched free of Len's throat. He turned in the other direction and started to run, heedless of the honking of horns and the screeching of brakes, as he sprinted into the street and kept going. Len jerked awake, his heart pounding. He clawed his way into a sitting position, the blankets dragging at him like hands trying to hold him down. The room was dark, the only light coming from the glow of streetlights filtering through the blinds. No, that was wrong. It wasn't the only light. They were here. Len swallowed hard, his gaze swinging around the familiar bedroom in a slow arc. Ghostly forms crowded the room, standing against the walls, sitting on the dresser. Young and old, male and female, fat and thin. Vacant, accusing eyes, and horrific bloodless injuries. Yusef stood by the door, head tilted quizzically on its broken cervical vertebra. One side of his chest caved in. They had returned to haunt him again. All the ones he hadn't saved. Bile rose in Len's throat. He lunged for the bedside lamp with shaking hands, fumbling at the switch until a circle of warm light flooded the room. The figures remained, translucent and washed out in the sudden illumination, but still stubbornly clinging to reality. Chapter 6. "No," Len said, squeezing his eyes shut against the vision of the people who'd died under his hands during his 2-year stint in EMS. "You're all dead. I tried to save you, but you didn't make it, and now I hallucinate you sometimes because I did too many drugs to try to deal with the stress and it fried my brain." He cracked open one eye, confirming that the pale figures were still staring at him, as if they expected him to do something. "I can't do anything for you now," he told them. "And anyway, you're not really here. I'm going to count to 20. Please be gone when I open my eyes again." His voice shook on the last sentence, which made sense since the rest of him was also shaking. He squeezed his eyelids together and began to count, taking a slow breath between each number. 1. Breathe in. Breathe out. 2. Breathe in. Breathe out. 3. Breathe in. Breathe out. When he reached 20, he made himself open his eyes. The ghostly figures were gone. He was alone in the room, with the alarm clock flashing 4:23 a.m. in stark red numbers beside him. Still trembling, he reached for his phone and unplugged it from the charger. The cord slipped from his numb fingers, falling into the narrow gap between the bed and the table. He left it there out of reach. Kat's number rang and rang, but she finally picked up. "Hello?" Her voice was muffled, and sounded exactly like you'd expect from someone who'd just been unexpectedly awakened at 4 a.m. "Len? That you?" He clutched the phone to his ear, feeling the guilt at waking her swirl together with his growing need to drive downtown, find a drug dealer, and snort however much coke it took to stop caring about the last few minutes. "Yeah, it's me," he said, the words coming out hoarsely. I had a bad night. I'm not okay. Can we meet?" "Yeah," Kat said, sounding a bit more awake. "Yeah, of course. What time is it?" "Oh, okay. Donut shop, 30 minutes. I'll see you there." Len slunk into the coffee and donut place 31 minutes later, wearing sweatpants and a hoodie with the hood pulled up to hide the disaster that was his hair. Kat was waiting for him at a table in the back corner with 2 cups of coffee. Her dark skin was free of makeup, her massive black-tipped silver braids flattened on one side where she'd been sleeping on them. She was wearing roughly the same haute couture ensemble he was, except her hood was down. "Morning, babe," she greeted. "Sit down. Get some caffeine inside you." Len sat down and accepted the cup she pushed across the table to him. He scrubbed the heels of his hands over his face, avoiding the piercings in his eyebrow, nose, and lip with the ease of long practice. "Hey, Kat. Sorry about this." She made a sound of dismissal. "Hush, you. This is our deal, right?" "Yeah," he agreed, Yeah, it is. Thanks for being here. He and Kat had struck up a casual friendship a few months earlier while working at the Brown Fox. The two of them were fellow strays with fucked-up pasts, fellow queers with a history of highly questionable decision-making. What Len had come to think of as the arrangement had developed organically over time. After Len had let slip the kinds of flashbacks and PTSD episodes that sometimes plagued him, and how easily those flashbacks could tumble him back into drug use, Kat had said, "Next time it happens, call me. Doesn't matter when, day or night." Len had thanked her, and started to politely put her off, but she'd looked him in the eye and added, "That way, when it happens to me, I've got someone I can call too." From that day onward, it was an unspoken rule. He could always call her if the night terrors came, and the drug cravings started to get the best of him. She could always call him if her thoughts started to head in the kind of dark direction that had led her to attempt suicide on 2 occasions over the past 10 years. Kat sipped her coffee and rested her chin on her hand. She still looked half asleep, her thin face bleary in the unflattering overhead lights. "Want to talk about it?" she asked. Len closed his eyes for a moment, trying to decide if he did or not. "It was the dream with Yusef," he said after a pause. "The one where the ghosts of all the people who died while I was in EMT show up to haunt me. Then I wake up and they're still there, even after I turn on the light." Kat nodded. "You'd think our damn ghosts would have the good manners to go away once we open our eyes, you know?" She sipped again, her expression contemplative. "How are you feeling now?" Len turned the coffee cup round and round in his grip, its contents sloshing. "Still shaky," he replied. "Still in desperate need of something a lot more mind-altering than caffeine. And I'm not sure if I'd be less shaky or more if I knew for sure that ghosts weren't real, know what I mean? Because all this time I've been working on the assumption that it's mental illness, but what if it's not?" Like him, Kat had been pulled into the world beneath the world, the shadowy territory occupied by vampires and demons and fae. It was part of the reason they'd connected so easily, even though Kat had so far managed to keep one foot anchored firmly on the shore of normalcy. Not like Len, who frequently seemed in danger of being dragged beneath the tide for good. "Have you asked Leonidas?" Kat waved a manicured hand. "About ghosts, I mean." Len frowned at the table. "No, I haven't. Like I said, I'm not sure I want to hear the answer." "Fair," she allowed. "Okay, so what would help right now? You want to tell me more about it?" He grimaced. "Honestly, I think I'd rather be distracted. Can we talk about something else? How are you doing? Did you make a decision about bottom surgery yet?" Kat sat back in the booth, going along with the subject change easily. "Yeah, I'm putting it off, I think. For now, at least." She flicked a hand toward her chest. "The top surgery was great, and it's helped a lot with my dysphoria. I think I want to give it a bit more time to settle." Her tone turned wry. "Plus, if the world's going to end, I'd rather not be stuck on bed rest when it happens." His own breath of laughter at the gallows humor took him by surprise. Right? It's like, "Please reschedule all elective procedures until after the apocalypse." Christ. Our lives are whacked, Kat. She chuckled, then sobered, fiddling with the sleeve of her hoodie, not looking up. "Also, there's something else. I'm seeing someone new." Len raised his eyebrows. In most circumstances, the correct response to a declaration like that was to act happy and offer congratulations. In this particular circumstance, since Len had personally taken a knife to the lung when Kat's last boyfriend had broken his restraining order and come after her one night at the club, he felt a bit of caution was warranted. "Oh?" he asked. She shot him a glance from beneath her eyelashes. "I'm being careful. I don't think he's a chaser. Not like Aiden was. He says he's pansexual. He's not ashamed to be seen in public with me. He didn't try to jump into bed with me on the first date. or start quizzing me about my anatomy. I think he might be the real deal this time. Please, Len thought, to any deity that might be listening, please let this guy be the real deal for her. Aloud, he said, "You know I don't give relationship advice, not with my track record, but I'm happy for you, Kat. You're gorgeous and awesome and strong, and you deserve someone who appreciates that." Kat peeked up at him, her expression caught between affection and the wary evasiveness common to people who almost never heard compliments. "One of these days, I'm going to find you the perfect man and set you up, you know. Just wait and see." He made a noise of protest. "I'm not in the market, Kat. And besides, why would you want to do something like that to some perfectly innocent random guy?" She shook her head at him, her earlier discomfort sliding away. "Listen to yourself, babe. You can dish out the compliments, but you can't take them for shit." With a final pointed look, she smoothly changed the subject. "So, did you get that email from Gina the other day? I was starting to think the insurance companies would never get their paperwork sorted out. Where do you think the new venue's likely to be? I hope it's not too much of a commute." Len settled back, soaking up the small talk, some of the tension draining out of his spine as the minutiae of everyday life drove away the ghosts of the past. An hour or so later, Len headed home, squinting against the glare of the rising sun. His burning need for a line of coke had subsided to manageable levels, though he was damned well going to raid his emergency smoke stash once he got back to the house, sacrificing a cigarette to the addiction gods. He'd just about talked himself into tackling fall house cleaning a month early, figuring that inactivity would be bad for his mental state under the circumstances. In the absence of a regular job, it was the only thing he could come up with that seemed like a productive way to use up some time and energy. Plus, the house would be clean afterward, so there was that. Morning traffic was still relatively light as he turned off Hampton Avenue, heading for the quaint little neighborhood east of Francis Park. The first inkling he had of something being wrong was a man running down the sidewalk with a toddler held under his arm like a football, and an older kid hurrying beside him, hand grasped in his. Len's pulse picked up, and he slowed the car as more running figures appeared ahead of him, some of them sprinting down the middle of the street. "Oh no," he muttered, slowing to a crawl to drive around the frantic people, some of whom waved their arms at him in a get-away gesture. No. The giant oak tree at the end of his block was bare of leaves, its branches creaking in the breeze. The thing was 100 years old if it was a day, and had been cloaked in late summer foliage when he'd left for coffee a couple of hours ago. He pulled the Lincoln over to the curb and turned off the engine, ignoring the no parking signs lining the block. Sirens wailed in the distance, sucking his mind back into the dream world of Detroit at night. Reality and memory wove together, overlapping. Len got out of the car and started walking as though in a daze. He tried to flag down some of the people still scurrying along the street in the opposite direction. "What's wrong?" he demanded. "What's happening?" But they tugged free of his grip and kept going, white-faced. "Turn around!" a woman cried as she passed him with a hissing cat clutched in her arms. "What are you doing? Get away from it!" He blinked, focusing past her as she hurried on. The grass on the verge ahead was wilted, the leaves a sickly yellow-brown. A dead bird lay in the road. Len's breath came fast and shallow as he cast his eyes further down the block. A human figure lay on the sidewalk, with two smaller, furry lumps lying nearby. One was black and the other brown. He blinked, the lumps resolving into a familiar pair of dogs. Their owner walked them every morning at sunrise. All of the trees in the neighborhood were as bare as the big oak. Decorative shrubs and flower beds were brown and drooping. More dead birds littered the street, the yards, the sidewalks, and there were other people on the ground, unmoving. Len couldn't feel his shoes touching the pavement as his legs continued to propel him forward without conscious direction. The sirens were getting closer, converging on the area from several directions. It felt like he had a rope tied to his sternum, the vortex of inexplicable death dragging him forward. He couldn't have stopped for anything. The lifeless zone around his neighborhood pulled at his body with relentless force. The demarcation between green grass and wilted decay was stark, a sharp edge but irregularly shaped. Len's eyes lost focus as he approached it. He could feel the lack of life in front of him. He could hear it like a siren song calling. His foot landed on the other side of the borderline, and an aching absence flooded his chest in a wave, unavoidable, irresistible. His brain misfired, sending conflicting impulses down his spine and into his limbs. Muscles jerked, flashes of light firing against the back of his eyelids like fireworks. It felt like holding a live wire between his teeth. The ground rose up and hit him in the face. He barely registered the impact. His body convulsed, muscles seizing uncontrollably, spine arching, limbs jerking like a marionette controlled by a drunken puppeteer. When darkness finally slid across his crackling, electrocuted mind, it was a relief. Chapter 7. The sound of beeping monitors and the squeak of tennis shoes on tile flooring was both familiar and unwelcome. Low voices buzzed in the background, and Len felt like he'd bitten halfway through his tongue. It was swollen and uncooperative, aching as it stuck to the roof of his mouth. His lip ring was gone. That was the first thing to strike him as he managed to peel his tongue free and attempted to lick his lips. Len's eyelids felt like someone had glued sandpaper to the backs of them. He made an undignified whimpering noise as he tried to open his eyes anyway. Couldn't make out anything more than a blur of white and dark and color, but a cool hand wrapped around his bicep. "Hey, babe," said a familiar voice. "There you are. Hang in there for a minute or two. I swapped out your IV bag for one with some of Ranz's blood in it. It'll fix you up in a jiffy, and then we can get out of here." Len blinked rapidly, trying to work up some moisture anywhere in his damned body. "Zora?" he slurred. "Yeah, it's me," she said. "Ranz is mesmerizing a hospital administrator into writing up your release paperwork, and then immediately losing all of your admittance records in a trash can somewhere." He finally managed to pull his eyesight into focus, feeling the unmistakable tingling itch of vampire blood, forcing his human body to heal at an unnatural rate. Zora was dressed in blue scrubs, her wild spirals of hair scraped back into a ponytail. A stethoscope hung around her neck, completing her "don't mind me, I'm just a normal medical professional" disguise. He tried. "What happened?" Her face went carefully blank. "Better if we leave that until we're somewhere a bit less public. I've already been throwing the vampire hypnotism thing around quite a bit, because I don't, in fact, know jack shit about nursing. How are you feeling now?" Len tried to take stock. "Like my arteries have termites," he decided. "Cheers for using Ranz's blood and not yours, though. No offense." "None taken," she said dryly. Len had heard horror stories of the effects of succubus blood, whether the succubus in question also happened to be a vampire or not. Undead Viagra was the least explicit way of describing it. At the moment, however, he was honestly more concerned with the hole in his memory regarding how he'd ended up in a hospital bed in the first place. He prodded at it in much the same way he'd prodded at his missing lip ring. Then something less important but more immediate occurred to him. Shit! All of my piercings are going to close up. Vampire blood wasn't particular about what it healed, and it was standard procedure for medical staff to remove any metal jewelry they found so it wouldn't interfere with scans or MRIs. Yeah. Sorry about that," Zora said. "Not really top of our list of concerns once we finally tracked you down, I'm afraid. Right now, I'm much more interested in the best way to get you unhooked from all this stuff without setting off any alarms." The hole in Len's memory throbbed insistently, full of darkness. Very bad things lurked in the shadows, waiting for their moment to pounce. He shoved his awareness of the unsettling gap to one side as best he could. That gave him space to consider the next most obvious question. Did he really want to be sprung from the hospital by a pair of vampires, when the alternative was to stay here in this nice adjustable bed, with the potential for interesting painkillers and the professional opinions of real honest-to-God doctors and nurses who knew what the hell they were doing? "That depends," he told Zora. "If I tell you how to unhook me, What happens next? She was already running her fingers along the various tubes and wires, trying to sort out what was what. We get you back to Chicago, which is arguably safer for you than being here in St. Louis. His heart sank. Chicago. The damned Faye's here with you, isn't he? Len asked in resignation. But she shook her head, busy untangling the heart monitor leads. No, it's too dangerous. He's still behind the wards. Len frowned. Did you fly here? Which, of course, meant something considerably different for a vampire than a human, and did not in any way involve commercial jetliners or O'Hare Airport. No, too slow, she said. We brought our own ride. Just not a Faye one. Can I say no to this? He asked, as another figure approached the bed. I wouldn't suggest it, Rance told him, looking ridiculously out of place with his dark jeans, long leather coat, and artfully mussed rock star hair. Besides, I've just spent 20 minutes getting your release paperwork sorted. Len sighed, giving up. For lack of any better options, he talked Zora through the process of unhooking him without sending the duty nurse running in with a crash cart in tow. The imaginary insects scuttling around in his veins seemed to have finished putting him back together after whatever had happened to him. He climbed carefully out of the bed, trying not to moon either of the vampires with his bare ass showing through the open back of the hospital gown he was wearing. You might want these, Rance said dryly, handing him his clothing. He took the pile of folded clothes, staring at the sweatpants and hoodie in hopes that they might jog his memory. The sense of wrongness grew deeper, and a vague memory of ghosts in his bedroom made his stomach dip. Rance was watching him intently. Best not think on it too hard. Not quite yet, anyway, said the vampire. Let's just get where we're going. Once Len had pulled on his pants and shoes, then tugged off the gown and shrugged into his t-shirt and hoodie, Rance handed over a plastic bag containing Len's wallet, phone, and now useless jewelry. If we're going to be gone a while, I should swing by the house first, Len said, even as the words raised a new tide of dread in his chest. Pick up some things. Rance and Zora exchanged a look. No, I'm afraid you really shouldn't, Rance told him. The hint of glacial light in his blue eyes told Len that any attempt to push the issue was likely to result in him being mesmerized into compliance, albeit in the politest and most British way possible. Len swallowed. Right. Just so you know, I am, at a guess, about 10 minutes away from losing my shit completely, so if we're leaving, we should do it now. Self-awareness is an important virtue, Rand said. Let's go. The nearest elevator is this way, Zora added, gesturing to the right. Len followed them out, marveling at the complete disinterest of the nurses and staff at the sight of a formerly unconscious patient wandering away in the company of a woman unconvincingly wearing scrubs and a guy who belonged on the cover of Rolling Stone. I've already been throwing the vampire hypnotism thing around quite a bit, Zora had said. Len couldn't help wondering what her definition of quite a bit entailed. Whatever the case, no one questioned them. They emerged a few minutes later into the lazy, slanted sunlight of a late summer afternoon, the doors whooshing shut behind them. Len looked back at the building, not used to seeing a hospital from the perspective of the front doors rather than the emergency entrance. Here's the real question. Is my insurance going to cover all that? He asked. When neither of the others answered, he added, That was a joke, by the way. I don't actually have insurance. Not to worry, Rand said. With no records on file relating to your stay, they'll have no one to bill. That's handy, I guess. He looked around. So, where's this ride of yours, who definitely isn't a fae? On cue, a dark figure peeled itself away from the wall next to a small landscaped area containing a couple of benches, neatly trimmed shrubs, and cheerfully blooming flowers. Len blinked, the scene of vibrant plants flickering in double exposure with a vision of bare branches and wilted brown leaves for a split second. Zora took him by the arm and led him forward, breaking the odd moment. One demon taxi service ready and waiting, she said. Next stop, Chicago. Every nerve in Len's body sat up and took notice as the demon, approached, meeting them halfway. Aside from Zora, who was 1/4 succubus, Len had only properly met one other demon before. That one had been female, evil, and making a rather concerted effort to kill him and his friends at the time. By contrast, this demon was suave, striking, and allegedly on their side, for the moment at least. This, Len gathered, was the infamous Nigellus, who'd once saved Ranz's life, and now had a claim on his soul in turn, and on Zora's by extension. In the shit show currently masquerading as Len's reality, selling your soul to the devil was a bit more than a cliched metaphor. It seemed that for supernaturals, souls were a currency more valuable than gold, and everyone wanted a piece. Nigellus appeared to be an imposing man in his late 40s, a few inches taller than Len's 6 feet. His features were hawk-like, his dark hair streaked with white at the temples, receding into a noticeable widow's peak. His eyes were the exact color of the most expensive top-shelf bourbon the Brown Fox used to stock. He was dressed in a conservative but exquisitely cut black business suit. I don't always reap the souls of my enemies, Len thought irreverently, but when I do, they admire the quality of my tailoring all the way down to hell. That intense, whiskey-colored gaze flickered over Len with limited interest, doubtless taking in his homeless chic fashion statement and the dark circles under his eyes. Len tried not to feel like a gazelle confronted by a lion. "Are we ready to depart?" asked the demon, with the kind of resonant, unforgettable voice that should be hosting a wildly successful late-night radio show about ghosts and aliens and things that go bump in the night. "You bet we are," Zora muttered, glancing around to make sure no one was looking their way. "The sooner we can figure out what to do about this mess, the better." With no warning, Len's heart gave a startled double thud as memories began to filter back in. The dream. Calling Kat. The coffee shop. Driving home. "Oh, shit," he said, just as an unfamiliar hand grasped him above the elbow, and everything went dark. Chapter 8. If traveling by Fey portal felt like free-falling through space, traveling via demon teleportation felt like being squeezed through a gap significantly too small for his body. Thankfully, it didn't last long before Len and the others popped back into existence in a depressingly familiar kitchen, though at least it looked like someone had dusted and knocked down the cobwebs since he'd last been there. He whirled on Zora and Ranz, swaying a bit. Shit, is Kat all right?" Zora steadied him with a hand on his arm. "I don't know who that is. Was she with you? What do you remember?" He stepped away, breaking contact with her, and lifted a hand to his forehead, as though he could physically settle his whirling thoughts into place. No. Wait. I think I was alone. We had coffee at that little place on Bancroft, but then I left her there and drove back to the house." Albigard appeared in the doorway like a wraith, gripping the wooden frame with one hand. His face was haggard in a way Len had never seen it before, even when the Fae had been injured or freshly punched. Green eyes flicked to the demon standing on the other side of his warded kitchen, holding the same expression as a cat assessing the massive Rottweiler his owners just brought home from the pet store. "Len, you drove back to the house and—" "What happened next?" Zora prompted, ignoring the wary standoff taking place across the length of the room. Disjointed images assailed him. People running, bodies lying still on the ground, dead trees, the tiny corpses of birds littering the road. A band of panic tightened around Len's chest as he remembered parking his car, following the inexorable pull toward the zone of destruction like an automaton. "Everything was dead," he said hoarsely. "People, animals, trees, grass." "We saw it," Ranz put in, his tone sharp. "When we came looking for you. Did you see what caused it?" "No," Len told him. "I think it was already gone before I got there." Nigellus sighed. There is little mystery involved. It doesn't take any great feat of deduction to conclude that the wild hunt returned to the weak spot it had already torn open between the realms. Obviously, it ventured further afield in its new territory this time, before retreating to more familiar ground. Albigard looked positively nauseated, his grip on the doorframe tightening until the wood creaked audibly. "The hunt does not kill indiscriminately," he protested. Nigella scoffed. "Until now, the hunt has never had access to a place containing life that dies so easily. For a force that sucks the soul of living things into the void, Earth is a feast." Len tried to catch up with the conversation, appalled. "So you're saying that after you specifically told me that thing would try to follow you to Chicago and wouldn't bother St. Louis anymore, it came back and killed every living thing in my neighborhood?" He tried to picture Betty dead, the sweet old woman who lived across the street, Ryan and Charisse with their toddler, and another baby on the way, the irritating guy 3 houses down who blasted his stereo late at night. His heartbeat began to pound in his ears, and he slammed an imaginary door closed on those thoughts, blocking them off. Someone had dragged a battered table and chairs into the empty dining area next to the kitchen. Len stumbled over and grabbed a chair, sinking into it shakily. The silence in response to his words was damning. It stretched painfully until Nigellis cleared his throat. "It didn't kill every living thing," said the demon. All eyes moved to Len. He looked up, feeling the weight of those gazes pressing on him. "I told you," he snapped. "It was gone before I got back." Ranz's brow furrowed. Is it a lingering effect, then, the killing? Or does it only occur when the hunt is actively present? There was a pause before Albigard replied. "Once the hunt retreats, there is no reason to believe anything harmful would remain behind." Zora frowned and gestured at Len with one hand. "And yet, we found Len in the hospital, still unconscious after experiencing, what were they called? Myotonic seizures? And he'd been that way for more than a day." Len frowned, too. "You mean myoclonic seizures? That was the diagnosis?" "Yes, it was. What's the last thing you can recall?" Ranz pressed. He cast his mind back with considerable reluctance. "I parked the car. There were people running down the street, and I could see a big tree at the end of the road that had died and lost all its leaves in the 2 hours since I'd left to go meet Kat. The grass was brown." His lips grew stiff as he forced himself to keep talking. "When I got closer, I saw people and animals dead, too. I kept walking. It was like I couldn't stop, like I was being pulled forward." He swallowed painfully. "How big an area was affected?" "Roughly 2 city blocks," Rand said. "But the question remains, if the effect had already dissipated, why would approaching it cause our friend here to end up in the hospital?" "Shock?" Nigellis asked blandly. "Emotional shock doesn't cause myoclonic seizures in someone who's not already prone to them," Len said, in an absolutely flat tone. "Which I'm not. The human was drawn to the dead zone because he possesses latent necromancy." Everyone in the room turned to look at Albigard. The Fae's gaze speared Len's. No doubt he was negatively affected by the experience for the same reason. Len stared at him, running the words through his head a second time in hopes that they'd make more sense. They didn't. "The fuck?" he asked, still scowling at Albigard. The Fae raised an eyebrow. "Necromancy, the facility for drawing power from the moment of death, whether or not there exists a previous soul-binding between the two parties." Len was only peripherally aware of the way Nigellis turned a speculative glance on him, too busy waiting for the Fae in the doorway to wave a hand and say he'd been joking, that Len was a stupid, perfectly normal human of no interest to anyone. "You reek of death." The words echoed in his memory. It had only been a week ago. A pale glow moving in the corner of Len's eye made him jerk his head around. Yusef's ghost sat on a counter in the corner, swinging his heels, his head tilted on its broken neck. Len blinked and the vision was gone. So much death in one place would be irresistible to one with such predilections. But the hunt had already fed, the Fae continued, speaking as though Len weren't in the room. The promise of death was an illusion. The animus was already gone, sucked into the void. The disconnect between expectation and reality might have been sufficient to throw a human mind into discord, extending to the physical. They are, as has been pointed out, fragile creatures. Len's chair legs screeched against the tile. "I need to lie down. There are rooms upstairs." Albigard's cool, uncaring tone made it sound like he'd been discussing dinner plans, or something equally boring. The lines of strain in his disgustingly pretty face said otherwise. Len gritted his teeth and shoved past him through the doorway, knocking shoulders roughly with the Fae as he went. The bedroom Len stumbled into contained a bed, a dresser with a comb and, oddly, a crochet hook resting on it, a chair, and not much else. He stared into the dresser mirror for long moments, meeting the gray-eyed gaze of a pale stranger in a hoodie, with blue hair hanging in a lank, greasy fringe across his forehead, and no piercings decorating his face. He dug into his pants pocket and pulled out the plastic baggie containing 3 captive bead rings. The hospital staff had lost one of the loose beads. He tossed the baggie onto the dresser, then put his wallet and phone next to it. Kat would be freaking out, he thought. He needed to let her know he was all right, for a given definition of all right. There was no charger for his phone, which would almost certainly be dead by now, and even if there had been a charger, trying to power on the phone inside this house would likely fry it with Albigard downstairs. He turned away from the pitiful-looking asshole reflected in the mirror and checked the room's other door. It led to a spacious bathroom. Like the rest of the house, the space reeked of neglect. To his relief, though, the water was on, and so was a water heater somewhere. There were towels and washcloths in the cabinet under the sink. They smelled stale, but appeared to be clean. Len double-checked that the shower head worked before stripping down. At least his goddamn tattoos were still there, climbing up the length of both arms. Some part of the identity, the armor he'd forged for himself after Detroit, still remained. Shampoo, conditioner, and a bar of soap sat on the shelf in the shower stall, the kind of cheap stuff you'd find at any drugstore. He stepped under the water and turned his face into the spray, resolutely not thinking about anything except the scalding water peppering his skin. The shower was huge, easily big enough for 2 people. In fact, the whole house was massive, but it felt bare, neglected, as if the details that made some place a home were every bit as invisible to the Fae who owned it as the property supposedly was to others. Shaking water from his eyes, Len reached for the soap and started scrubbing the last couple of days off his skin. He shampooed his hair twice, worked some conditioner into it, and wished desperately for access to hair gel, mousse, or even some damned hairspray. After drying off with one of the dusty-smelling towels, he pulled on his 2-day-old sweats and t-shirt. The comb on the dresser was coated with something tacky, shea butter from the little plastic tub abandoned on the corner of the dresser, probably. The idea of using someone else's comb would have grossed him out more than a little in the general course of things, but scrubbing the comb in the sink with hot water and soap gave him an excuse not to think for a few more minutes. He dried it off and ran it through the longer blue fringe on the top of his head, then ran his fingers through the natural black of the buzzed short sides. With nothing else left to do that didn't involve going back downstairs and acknowledging the other's presence, he lay down on the bed, taking care to arrange his damp hair so it wouldn't dry sticking straight up in the back. He'd left the bedroom lights on, partly in hopes of discouraging ghosts, but mostly because he did not, in fact, want to sleep. He slept anyway. Chapter 9. Thankfully, any dreams he might have had didn't stick with him when a soft knock on the door woke him sometime later. The low angle of the light outside suggested it was early evening. He realized he had no idea what time it had been when the others had busted him out of the hospital and dragged him here. "Len?" The muffled voice belonged to Zora, and he sighed in resignation. "Yeah, come in," he told her. The door creaked open. Len didn't rise as she came inside and perched on the edge of the bed, looking down at him. "Hey," she said. "I thought you might be getting hungry. There's food in the kitchen, though it may be mostly vegetarian stuff." She paused. "Do you want to talk about what Albigard said?" "No," he snapped, cutting across her. "I really don't." She regarded him with knowing brown eyes, but changed the subject. "Right. Nigellus left a couple of hours ago. Said he was going to contact someone who might be able to help us with the rampaging death monster sitch." "Good for him," Len said. He rolled into a sitting position. "Do you remember Betty from across the street, one house down?" Zora was silent for a long moment. "Yeah. I mean, not well. I think she bought magazine subscriptions from me a couple of times when I was a kid, and the swim team was raising money to go to state finals. She seemed nice." Len rubbed at the corners of his eyes, squeezing the bridge of his nose. "She was nice. And now she's dead. Unless she happened to be out of the neighborhood between 5 and 6 in the morning for some reason." "Yes." Zora's tone was even. "There were kids in that neighborhood, Z." "Yes, there were." Len looked at her, fighting an urge to shout, to make a scene until someone else started acting as upset as he currently felt. Zora didn't back down. "The world sucks. It sucks so much worse than we thought it did before we knew about the monsters. People died. We can't bring them back. So instead, we have to keep struggling forward. Albigard and Nigellus think that since the hunt has gotten a taste of the easy pickings on Earth, it will keep coming back. And every time it feeds, it will get stronger. It will get bigger, Len." The desperate, out-of-control feeling Len had learned to fear over the years was beginning to slide across his mind. He leaned forward, tangling his fingers in his hair and gripping tight. "Just tell me one thing, and don't lie to me," he demanded. "Did that thing come back to our neighborhood because I was there? Because I insisted on going home?" "What? No!" Zora sounded appalled, as though she'd just figured out the direction his thoughts had been taking. Her hand closed on his shoulder. "Len, no, it came back because there was already a hole in the veil." Strong fingers squeezed until he looked up. "We're the ones who fucked up, not you. Albigard was so sure it would only be interested in him. He says it's not acting the way the hunt is supposed to act. Honestly, he's kind of freaking out about it. I've never actually seen him this upset before." Len wanted to say something scathing about the Fae's emotional state. It was on the tip of his tongue, in fact. But he remembered the haggard lines etched in the Fae's face and swallowed the words. How must it feel to learn that your own people had sent an executioner after you, and the executioner decided to start dabbling in mass murder on the side while they were supposed to be hunting you down? "Okay," he said instead. "You said Nigellus left. Does that mean I can leave too?" Her expression grew worried. "Len, you shouldn't go back to St. Louis. That thing will probably be back as soon as it gets hungry again, or as soon as it starts feeling bolder." He shook his head, irritated. "I don't mean St. Louis. I'm not an idiot, Zora. I meant, can I go into the city for a few hours? I need to pick up some things." "Oh, right. I mean, it's okay as far as I know, but there's no car for you to use," she said apologetically. "I'll get an Uber," he said. "Is there a charger for an iPhone around here someplace? I assume I can still recharge the battery around Blondie as long as I don't power the phone on while he's nearby. She nodded. Yeah, there's a collection of chargers from the last time we were stuck here with Guthrie and Vonnie. But you'll have to direct the Uber to one of the neighbors' addresses and meet them at the road. They won't be able to find this place. Len sighed. Right, because it's invisible. Christ on a crutch. I'll track down a charger for you, she said. And Len, I'm really sorry we dragged you into this mess. Len pushed back against the darkness that threatened to bury him. Not your fault, Z. Well, it kind of is, actually. She sighed. But I guess things would have happened pretty much the same way no matter where we'd taken him. I'm just glad you're all right. When we saw the news reports, I lost my shit, not gonna lie. We got down there as fast as we could and found your car parked outside of the dead zone. That's when we started checking hospital admissions, looking for you. Hey, at least you two saved me some medical bills. He managed, digging for something, anything to lighten the oppressive atmosphere lying between them. Sure, all part of the service, she agreed, trying on a half-smile that wasn't very convincing. Which reminds me, Rand stored the Pimpmobile in that self-storage place west of Tower Grove Park. The owner owes him a favor, and we figured that way it wouldn't get towed. Good to know, he said, his voice sounding tired to his own ears. Anyway, Zora continued, if you want to grab some food while your phone's charging, Albigard's off brooding somewhere, so you should be safe. The mention of the Fae blackened Len's mood again, but he just nodded. Okay, food it is. The fridge was full of what Len thought of as rabbit food, but it was fresh, and it was organic. He threw together a salad and topped it with oil and vinegar, resolving to pick up something more substantial while he was out. By the time his cell battery was charged to 50%, it was dark outside. He went outside to call for the Uber so Albigard wouldn't accidentally destroy his phone, and came back in to let the others know he'd be returning late. Then he walked down to the road to meet the driver. He hadn't really appreciated before how woodsy the area was, though he recalled Zora telling him the property backed up to a nature preserve. The graveled drive was long and winding, and the nearest neighbor's driveway was a bit of a trek once he reached the road. That at least meant he didn't have much of a wait for his ride. His bank account wouldn't be thanking him after tonight, but at least his under-the-table side hustle ensured he had a bit of cash on him. Besides, sometimes you had to set aside good judgment in favor of doing whatever it took to keep your shit together for another day. He directed the driver to the nearest fast food place with a drive-thru, in exchange for the promise of a large tip and the offer to treat him to a shake or something if he wanted. Afterward, the car dropped him off at a tattoo parlor that took walk-ins and had excellent reviews online. An hour later, he walked out with all of his piercings redone. His face ached like hell, but it was worth it to feel more like himself. There was a drugstore on the corner, which provided some basics like a toothbrush, toothpaste, socks, underwear, and hair product, along with a cheaply made school backpack to carry everything. A second-hand clothing store 2 blocks over yielded a pair of jeans and a couple of tops. Errands done, Len stepped onto the sidewalk and took a deep breath. On the positive side, the city felt a lot less like a powder keg than it had last week. There were still some windows boarded up, and the people walking around had a sort of wary, hunched-in look about them. He'd seen 2 cop cars cruise slowly past in the short time he'd been here. But the businesses were open, for the most part. No one was wandering around the area setting fire to stuff. Len was painfully aware that it wouldn't be too difficult for him to head a bit further into the back streets and find a dealer to score some coke. He mulled the prospect until his hands began to shake. "Call Cat," said the little voice of reason that occasionally poked its head up when he was contemplating horrible life choices. The realization that Cat still didn't know if he was dead or alive jolted him free of the siren call of addiction, momentarily at least. He found a quiet doorway and dialed. "Len?" Cat's voice was loud in his ear. "Oh my God, Len! Is that you? Say something." "It's me," he said. "I'm okay. Sorry I didn't call sooner. I was in the hospital. But you're all right? She demanded. I saw the news. I'm all right, he promised. I'm in Chicago, staying with a couple of vampires. What happened in my neighborhood, it's more shit to do with the Fae. It's bad, Kat. They're saying on the news that it was a chemical spill, Kat said. I thought that sounded like bullshit. 100% certified bullshit, Len agreed. Look, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to shake out, but do you have any friends you could visit out of town for a week or two? There's some likelihood that whatever this thing is, it's going to keep coming back to the same place where it broke through before, only bigger next time. Kat was silent for a long moment. How much bigger? And what kind of thing? Len closed his eyes, leaning against the brick wall of the entryway. That's the problem. I've no idea. I don't think anyone knows. It's some kind of monster that broke through from the Fae realm. It's not supposed to be on Earth at all. More silence. Have you noticed how lately each new disaster is worse than the one before? She asked. Have I ever, he thought. Yeah, he said. It's been kind of a slow-rolling clusterfuck these past few months. Can you get away from the city for a while, though? After this conversation, let's just say I'm feeling highly motivated, she told him. I'll figure something out. He nodded to himself. Good. What about you, though? She asked. Do you need anything? Have you got money? Len snorted. As much as I ever do. No, don't worry. I've got some cash and a credit card with me. And if worst comes to worst, the vampires are rich, right? I'm sure one of them can loan me a few hundred without noticing the loss. Is Leonidas with you? Kat asked. No, he's still hunkered down someplace with Vani and those kids who were abducted, Len replied. I'm with his granddaughter and her boyfriend right now. I don't think you've met them, but they're mostly all right when they're not busy dragging me into the middle of crazy-ass shit like this. Just be careful, Kat said. Are you holding up okay? For a given definition. It wasn't a total lie. If nothing else, at least his hands had stopped shaking. Well, keep me posted. I hope I don't have to tell you that I was a wreck when I realized it was your neighborhood that got hit. I'll keep you updated as much as I can, he promised. But there are varying levels of crazy when it comes to these guys and their bullshit, and not all of them allow for calls or texts. Find yourself a nice bolt hole that isn't in St. Louis, and lie low for a bit, okay? Tell Gina and anyone else you can get hold of to do the same. On it, she said softly. Thank God you're all right, babe. Talk soon. Talk soon, he agreed. Bye, Kat. He ended the call and let his head fall back against the wall. The frantic edge was gone from his need to get high, but he knew damn well he wasn't going to be able to sleep a wink while he was like this. After arguing silently with himself for a full minute, he caved and did a phone search for nearby marijuana dispensaries. The closest one was more than 3 miles away. He could have hired another Uber to take him there, but somehow the prospect of paying someone to drive him to a place where the pot would be more expensive than buying it on the street rubbed him the wrong way. After second-guessing himself for another few moments, he finally decided that as long as he was hiding out with a Fae fugitive, there was no good reason to put his ID on file with a Chicago dispensary. Of course, that assumed anyone was even paying attention to his electronic trail, and it wasn't as though a sufficiently motivated person couldn't track him from his Uber records. But, fuck it. He retraced his steps to the drugstore to buy a box of rolling papers, a lighter, and a keyring-sized cylinder of pepper spray, just in case. Thus armed, he wandered further into the city until he found somewhere he could score a couple of dime bags on the cheap. No muss, no fuss. When he had what he needed, he called for a car and got it to drop him off at the same neighbor's driveway he'd left from earlier. Since Albigard had opened the wards around the property to him, he had no problem seeing the winding gravel drive leading up to the house. The door was unlocked, so he went inside and dropped his backpack of purchases in his borrowed room. Then he went looking for the vampires. He found them in the kitchen. They looked up from where they'd been huddled in an impromptu council of war with Albigard. Rands, Len said, I need a few drops of your blood. Rands' brow furrowed. Are you injured? Len waved a hand at his face, once more decorated with metal jewelry. Only in a voluntary sense. But since you ruined my piercings in the hospital, you can heal these for me so I'm not sore for the next week. Oh, thank goodness, Zora said. No offense, but seeing you without them was kind of freaking me out. You look about 19. I'm 28, he said, but don't knock it. Nobody will be laughing at my handsome baby face 20 years from now, right? Assuming I'm still alive 2 decades from now and haven't been eaten by a fey death monster, obviously. Rand scored an index finger on one of his fangs without comment and held it out. Beyond caring about appearances at this point, Len steadied his wrist with one hand and sucked the smear of red off it. He probably took way too much satisfaction in holding eye contact with Albigard as he did so, just to mess with him. Within moments, the raw holes in his face began to itch, healing around the piercings with miraculous speed. Awesome, thanks. I bought weed while I was downtown, so I'm going to go out back and smoke enough of it to put me out for the rest of the night. Zora's brow furrowed. Len? Should you be smoking pot after, well, the words, after spending time in rehab for a drug habit, went unsaid, but he heard them loud and clear. Definitely not, he said. What's your point? Let the poor man get blazed, Zora, Rand said, ever the reliable voice of hedonism. For what it's worth, Nigellus intends to be back with one or more fresh allies for us by mid-morning. There should be coffee in one of the cabinets, if you want it when you get up. Cool, Len said, and left them to it. In his room, he pulled out the rolling papers and used his fingers to crumble enough of the back-alley weed for a single joint. The stuff was skunky as hell, lending hope that it would pack enough of a punch to help him become one with his mattress for the rest of the night. After grabbing the lighter, he went downstairs again in search of the back door, and the quiet night beyond. Chapter 10. The sliding glass door at the rear of the house led to a pleasant flagstone patio surrounded by a low stone wall. Len sat on the wall with one leg drawn up, looking out at a forest he could barely see in the dark. The rustle of branches in the breeze and the smell of pine needles melded with the occasional hoot of an owl, loosening some of the tension that had been pulling his shoulder muscles tight. The harsh smoke from his hand-rolled joint was just beginning to unknot his tangled thoughts in a similar manner when the patio door opened and closed behind him, squeaking a bit in its tracks. He assumed at first that either Rands had come out to lob witty quips at him, or Zora had come to express additional worry about the state of his drug addiction. That assumption lasted until the unmistakable aura of fey superiority hit him. He didn't turn around. Just so we're clear, the only words I'm willing to entertain from you right now are, "Can I have a toke?" The sigh of irritation was barely loud enough for human ears to register. Albigard's prickly presence appeared at his side a moment later, standing 2 careful steps away by the low wall. "Indica or sativa?" the Fae asked in a monotone. Len shot him a sideways glance. His pale skin and tumbled locks of long platinum hair seemed to emit a faint glow in the starlight. "Pot growers are all about the hybrid strains these days," he said. "The dealer promised it would deliver epic levels of couch lock, though. Based on that and the pronounced eau de skunk aroma, it's probably closer to the indica end of the spectrum." "Very well," replied his unwanted companion. Len frowned at him. "Very well, what?" Albigard gave him a look normally reserved for children and the mentally deficient. "Very well, I will smoke your cannabis." He held out an imperious hand. Len blinked at him, making no attempt to hand over the joint. "Wait, back up a minute. How does smoking pot not fall under the category of offensive, degenerate human vice?" Albigard returned his look of perplexity. "Consuming the dried leaves of a common plant does not constitute a moral vice, though inhaling smoke is admittedly a somewhat unpleasant method of delivery. Cannabis is better in food." After unsuccessfully attempting to process that statement for a few seconds, Len gave the joint a suspicious look, wondering if it was stronger than it seemed. It smoldered innocently at him, so he returned his attention to Albigard. The vice is more a matter of the leaves' effects than the leaves themselves, unless marijuana doesn't affect your kind. The Fae was still staring at him with that "you stupid fool" expression. There would be little point in inhaling foul-smelling smoke for its own sake, human. He was still holding his hand out in unspoken demand. Len looked at him for a long moment, then slowly gave him the joint, still half convinced that he was actually way more stoned than he currently felt. Albigard took the smoldering, irregularly shaped cylinder and brought it to his lips, inhaling deeply. The tip flared, glowing orange, and Len could see that the joint was shaking minutely in the Fae's grip. He handed it back. Len took it and didn't comment on the tremor. Albigard exhaled the smoke after holding it for several seconds, looking out at the night-cloaked forest. They passed the joint back and forth in silence, smoking it down to an unusable roach, at which point Albigard turned on his heel and retreated into the house without a word. Len continued to stare blearily into the mass of trees he could barely see, until the sudden urge to lie down on the stone patio and rest for a bit convinced him that he should probably go inside as well. Navigating the mild, not unpleasant feeling that there was lag time between his body moving and his senses recording the movement, he made his way up the stairs to his room, where he toed off his shoes and face-planted on the bed. A moment later, he realized with distant disinterest that he'd left the lights on again. But having the lights on had worked to keep the ghosts at bay earlier in the day, and getting up again held extremely limited appeal. Couch lock for the win, he thought. Or bedlock, I guess. Whatever the case, he mentally congratulated the street dealer on his honesty in weed marketing, settling happily into the meditative, mindless, almost sleep of the truly stoned. It wasn't restorative, particularly, but it was at least free of nightmares, waking or otherwise. Aside from gritty, bloodshot eyes and a dry mouth, Len felt more or less human when the sounds of someone moving around downstairs woke him many hours later. It sounded like normal morning comings and goings, so he took a minute or two to try and decide whether his memory of Mr. Cesspool of Deviance and Corruption smoking half of his joint last night had been real or a weed and stress-fueled hallucination. It seemed real. In particular, the memory of the faint tremor in the Fae's hand as he lifted the joint to his lips had a weighty sense of realness about it. Mind you, the part where the supercilious bastard had kept his mouth shut for a solid 15 minutes without uttering any insults seemed a bit suspect. After a little more thought, Len resolved to pretend that the whole thing never happened and move on from there. He brushed his teeth and showered. He changed into his newly purchased second-hand clothing. He took great care in drying his hair and styling it into an aggressive faux hawk. His reflection stared out of the mirror, once more fully recognizable as him. Zora and Ranz were deep in conversation at the kitchen table when he went downstairs. They looked up when he came in. "Morning," Len said. "Please tell me you weren't joking about the coffee." "I'm reliably informed that coffee is no joking matter," Ranz said. "I think it's above the sink." "Feeling a bit more yourself this morning?" Zora asked as he went rummaging in the cabinets and came up with a promising Colombian dark roast. "I've missed the faux hawk almost as much as I missed the piercings." "If I'm going to be facing one of Hell's minions today, I'd rather do it with adequate hair product in place," he said, inspecting the state of a battered French press coffee maker shoved into a corner on the countertop. "Very wise," said a new voice, deep and resonant. Len jerked around with a startled curse, to find the hellish minion in question standing in front of the kitchen window with his hands clasped behind his back, looking out across the wooded landscape beyond. "Good morning, Nigelis," Ranz said, in a tone that seemed almost aggressively neutral. "Where's our new ally?" "En route," the demon replied, turning to face them. "Where is your Fae?" Communing with the trees, at a guess, Zora said. He's been a bit on edge lately. Understandable, Nigelis allowed. Len managed to drag his thundering pulse under control, still unused to people popping into existence unexpectedly. Coffee? He asked, then gestured at the vampires. I know better than to ask these two. Yes, please, Nigelis replied, the picture of suave urbanity. Black is fine. Len found a pan and started heating water, relieved to have something to do with his hands. By the time he'd measured out the grounds and the water was just shy of boiling, Albigard arrived. He appeared in the doorway with a frown, bracing one hand against the frame. Oh, he said. You've come alone. Only for the moment, Flight Commander. Nigelis gave the Fae a piercing once-over. Forgive me for playing fast and loose with your wards. It seemed more discreet than arriving outside. Albigard let go of the doorframe and entered with studied casualness. My former military title no longer has any relevance, he said. These days I am the commander of nothing. He scowled. But you should not be able to pass through my wards as you do. Rand snorted. You're forgetting. You opened the wards to me, and I sold my soul to him in the 18th century. All he has to do is follow the trail to wherever I am. A few piddling wards aren't going to get in the way of that. The Fae's expression soured further. Ah, quite. Len was aware, in general terms, of Ranz's centuries-old bargain with the devil, which now encompassed Zora as well. She'd told him about it once, explaining it as the price for Ranz's survival at the end of the last great war between the demons and the Fae. It was similar in some ways to the hold Albigard had on Zora after she'd unwittingly accepted a gift from him, but more binding. A demon who owned your soul could strike you down at any moment, and from any distance, reaping you for the power contained within your life force. Unlike a Fae, however, a demon could also choose to funnel power back to you, healing you from mortal wounds and reversing fatal illnesses. Someone who was demon-bound was functionally immortal, as long as that person stayed on the demon's good side. This was good news for Ranz. With only a tiny handful of vampires left in existence after the war, Nigelis was highly motivated to keep him, and by extension Zora, in one piece. Honestly, though, trying to keep track of all the soul bonds in this incestuous little supernatural cadre was enough to make Len's head hurt, so he focused on the most immediate question. You want coffee? He asked, jerking his chin toward Albigard. The Fae spared him a glance. No, it's not to my taste. Len nodded, moving on to the next most important issue. Right then, next question. No offense, but what the hell are you wearing? Albigard glanced down at himself blankly, then back up. Clothing. No longer clad in an unremarkable button-down shirt and wool trousers, the Fae now wore fitted leather breeches, tucked into worn, knee-high buckskin boots. His shirt was unbleached cotton or linen, something loose and natural, gathered at the wrists and laced closed at the wide collar. Tattoos peaked above the top, organic black shapes twisting and grasping at his collarbones like upside-down tree roots. Most strikingly, he dropped the subtle glamour that made him look human. Intricate braids kept the waves of his pale white-gold hair back from his face, revealing swept brows of a darker golden-brown color, along with the delicate points of his ears. You look like an extra that escaped from the set of The Hobbit, Len observed. At the table, Zora snorted inelegantly and tried to cover it with a cough. Since she was a vampire and didn't need to breathe, it wasn't a very convincing act. Eyes the exact shade of the leafy woods outside landed on Len and held fast. You have blue hair and holes in your face. Perhaps we should agree not to pass judgment based on appearance. Perhaps we should shift our focus to the matter at hand, chided the demon, standing at the window. Len poured hot water into the coffee press to steep and glanced at the old analog clock hanging on the wall to mark 4 minutes. Yeah, about that, he said. Do you think you guys are going to be able to fix this before any more people die? The silence greeting the question wasn't exactly what one would call promising. "It is something of an unprecedented situation," Nigellus said at length. "If the authorities have the sense God gave a slug, they'll evacuate a wider area around the dead zone," Zora said, sounding uncertain. Rands shifted in his seat. "How long before the other Unseelie here on Earth realize what's happening, Albi?" "Not long," Albigard replied. "Though if the hunt has truly slipped its leash, they will have no more power to control it than I do. Fae are powerless against it. That's always been rather the point of the bloody thing." "Your statement is nearly accurate," Nigellus said. "But not completely accurate." Albigard looked at the demon sharply. Len depressed the plunger on the French press and poured 2 steaming mugs of black coffee. He picked up both of them and crossed the room, handing one to Nigellus, who took it with a nod of acknowledgement. Retreating to an empty chair at the table, Len sipped the scalding, bitter liquid and waited to see if anyone was going to expand on that rather cryptic statement. When they didn't, he set his mug down. "Someone want to break that down into words of 1 syllable for the clueless human?" A strange noise interrupted whatever answer Nigellus might have given. It came from the direction of the front door, a sound like fingernails scratching against wood. Albigard's head whipped around, a frown of alarm crossing his face. The 2 vampires rose from their chairs, also wearing expressions of wary surprise. Nigellus only raised an eyebrow. "Ah," he said, "it appears our guest has arrived. Perhaps someone would care to get the door?" The scratching came again, a bit more insistent this time. Albigard sent Nigellus a dark look. "This will require an explanation, demon." Len sipped his coffee and looked between the others. "I assume someone will let me know if I need to be prepared to die horribly in the next few minutes?" he asked. "Because until I've had another cup of coffee, I'm not really awake enough to deal with this kind of shit." "Your horrific death is unlikely to be imminent," Albigard bit out, and went to get the door. A few moments later, he stalked back in, followed by... "Right," Len said slowly. "A cat. That's... random." Chapter 11. The cat was large and black, with slanted green eyes and a diamond of white fur on its chest. It trotted into the kitchen at Albigard's heels, tail held high, acting like it owned the place. "Oh." Zora's soft exclamation broke the silence. "Of course." Rands shot Nigellus a look filled with obvious speculation. A contact that might be able to help, eh? Curiouser and curiouser." "Needs must," Nigellus began. "When the devil drives?" Rands finished. "What an interesting turn of phrase." Len raised a finger, like someone requesting the floor in a meeting. "Our new ally in the fight against a rampaging death monster from another dimension is a house cat? Because if so, I was wrong earlier. I'm going to need something a hell of a lot stronger than coffee for this." The space around the cat twisted, and a human figure stood where it had been. Len blinked. No, not a human figure. The lithe, androgynous form was dressed similarly to Albigard, with the addition of a velvety buckskin vest dyed forest green. More tellingly, he or she had pointed ears showing beneath a neat bob of dark hair. "Oh," he said, echoing Zora's earlier exclamation. The petite fae's brows drew together, as he or she regarded Len curiously. "Why have you involved a human in this matter?" The newcomer's voice was piping, almost childlike. "He may be of use to us," Nigellus said. Len didn't much like the implications of that, but he filed it away for later with the rest of the questions he wanted answered. Zora cleared her throat. "Len, this is the cat she. They've, helped us before in some tight spots, though I didn't realize they knew Nigellus." Taking note of the gender-neutral pronouns, Len tipped his head up in greeting. Hey, nice to meet you. Assuming you have no plans to influence my mind, kill me, or destroy my planet, anyway. Want some coffee? The cat person's nose scrunched up.
I do not want coffee.
The She are another kind of fae, Rand said, separate from the Seely and Unseelie. His gaze turned rather pointedly back to Nigelis. They don't generally have much contact with outsiders. Indeed, Nigelis replied, neatly sidestepping the implied question. It occurred to me that the She might offer a unique perspective on our current situation. Though he was aware of the irony inherent in the thought, Len couldn't help noticing that Albigard looked like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. The reason for his pissiness became obvious a moment later, when he crossed his arms and addressed the cat-she. This house is warded, though one would not know it from this Marnin's intrusions. A muscle in the corner of his jaw jumped. Has my magic suddenly become so feeble?
Your wards are adequate, Alanov,
said the little fae.
As well you know, but they are still nothing to me.
The wild hunt, Rand said, bringing the conversation back to the point. I assume Nigelis already filled you in. What can we do about it? Anything? The cat-she pondered the question for a few moments, wandering around the echoing kitchen and stopping to examine random items with apparent fascination.
The Fey realm of Dahain is sick,
they said absently.
You already know that, vampire. Its magic is out of balance. This is merely the newest manifestation of that sickness.
That's not really an answer, Rance pointed out. The pixie-like figure turned to him.
As this Unseelie has doubtless already told you, in his case the hunt was intended as a sentence of exile, rather than one of execution. The card had to be seen to take action against him after his many infractions, but he is far too valuable to kill outright.
Really? What's so valuable about him? Len couldn't help asking. My family breeds twins, Albigard said through gritted teeth.
An unusual attribute among the Fae,
agreed the cat-she.
And one that is highly sought after.
We're straying from the point again, Rance interjected. The cat-she made a vague gesture of agreement.
The point is, the fundamental underpinnings of Dahain are breaking down. The magical imbalance is spilling over, affecting the other realms.
Zora looked troubled.
When we were in Dahain last year, the plant life was completely out of control. It was like a jungle, but it was taking over the towns, too, not just the wild places.
Is that what you mean?
That is another symptom, yes,
the cat-she replied placidly. All of this still doesn't tell me whether you can help stop this thing from eating my city, Len said, because, not gonna lie here, the answer to that question is kind of a big deal from where I'm sitting. The androgynous fae met Len's eyes with a gaze that held the weight of ages, and he shivered despite himself.
If we cannot cauterize the rip between the realms and prevent the wild hunt from tearing new holes in the veil, it will not be a single city at stake. Life in the human realm dies too easily. As it grows stronger, the hunt will transform Earth into a mirror of Dahain, one realm with life multiplying out of control, the other with death creeping across the land until it swallows everything in its path.
Silence fell over the room like a pall. It was Nigelis who broke it, the only one present without a direct stake in the answer, since it wasn't his home being threatened. Your use of the term cauterized. Is it literal or metaphorical? The cat-she looked thoughtful.
Both, perhaps. I will need to travel to this breach in the veil and see it for myself, then speak to others whose skills may be helpful in our endeavor.
Do that. Albigard's tone was ice cold. And do feel free to let yourself in whenever you return. With that parting shot, he turned and left the room. Len argued with himself silently for a moment, before downing the rest of his coffee and rising to follow him. Politeness dictated that he say something to the others before leaving in pursuit. He didn't bother. Two of the people in the room barely registered him as a sentient being. The other two had dragged him into this mess in the first place, so they owed him a bit of slack. Len wasn't really sure he wanted the answers to some of the questions he had for Albigard, but he knew deep down that those questions needed to be asked. He had to jog to catch up to the asshole, which only succeeded in irritating him more. The Fae was heading toward the back of the house, probably hoping to escape to the outdoors again. Len set his jaw and grabbed him by the arm to spin him around, half expecting to be blown off his feet with magic for his troubles, or maybe turned into a frog or something. Albigard growled in irritation and jerked his arm free of the grip, glaring at Len with an expression that said frog transformations were definitely on the table. "Before you run off, you owe me some answers," Len told him. "What the hell were you talking about yesterday? Outside of the occasional video game character, I am not and have never been a fucking necromancer. That's not even a real thing." The Fae let out a hiss that would have done the Catchy proud. Len couldn't have said what kind of response he'd expected, but it definitely wasn't for a grip like iron to close on his shoulder and drag him through the nearest door in the hallway, closing it behind them by the simple expedient of slamming Len's back against it from the inside. The room was dark, windowless and tiny, reminiscent of a school's janitor closet. It reeked with the smell of cleaning supplies. An eerie glow formed around Albigard's hand, and Len braced for imminent amphibious transformation. Instead, the air around them deadened, blocking all noise from outside and dampening the sound of his own rasping breathing. The glow faded, and the same hand tangled in the fabric of Len's shirt front, keeping him pinned in place against the door. He briefly weighed the idea of punching the Fae asshole in the jaw, like he had after their first encounter several months ago. But for one thing, he couldn't see for shit in this stuffy little room, and for another, he was honestly a little bit curious about whatever had precipitated the Fae's violent reaction. "Unless you wish to end up as dead as the foul power you draw from," Albigard snarled, "do not discuss such matters in the presence of other Fae." It took a moment to untangle the words, a feat that wasn't aided by having the asshole all up in his face like this. "You mean necromancy?" he asked. "Dude, you're the one who brought it up. I still have literally zero idea what you're even talking about." Pale light in the corner of his eye drew Len's gaze to Yusef, standing at Albigard's shoulder. The ghost's lips moved silently. "Liar," it said. Len's heart kicked against his ribs. He squeezed his eyes shut, refusing to acknowledge the specter's presence. When he opened them again, Yusef was gone. He brought his arms up and shoved the Fae back a step, almost surprised when Albigard allowed himself to be moved. "Look," he said, scrabbling for anything to distract his mind from the icy trickle of dread running down his spine. "I hate to ask, since I know all humans are inherently repulsive to you, but what are we doing standing quite literally in your closet? I hope you realize how hard it is for me not to take this as a metaphor." The barb sailed right over Albigard's head. "It is simpler to cast a silencing spell in an enclosed area." Again, sparkling light played around the Fae's fingers, but this time it floated upward, forming into a ball that cast golden light on the small room, full of storage boxes, mops, and plastic bottles of cleaner. "Fae disapprove of blood magic, the weapon of our enemies, but they abhor death magic. To speak of such things in the presence of our visitor is to court your own destruction." Len stared at him. "They don't like death magic, so they kill people who talk about it? That seems counterproductive, somehow." "They kill people who possess it," Albigard clarified. "Actually, I think hypocritical is the word I'm looking for." Len shook his head, trying to focus. "If you're against things relating to death, making more people die sounds like you're contributing to the problem, not fixing it." He could feel the beads of clammy sweat forming on his brow, the seeds of irrational panic germinating in his chest, despite his attempts at distraction via the medium of verbal diarrhea. When a wolf begins massacring the flock, one does not pat it on the head and throw it more sheep, Albigard said. Necromancers feed on the death of those weaker than they are, and the stench of decayed souls surrounds you like musk. Len had taken a step forward when he'd pushed the Fae off him. Those words, his shoulders thudded against the door again as he stumbled back. His heart raced with a panic, thready beat as more pale figures moved in the shadows behind Albigard, half seen and out of focus. I was an EMT, he forced out. An ambulance driver. You got the wrong end of the stick. I've seen death. That's true, a lot of death. But I was trying to save them. It was my job to keep them from dying. Albigard's eyes bored into him. You didn't save me. Yusef was back again, his lips moving silently. The familiar, dreaded steel band tightened around Len's chest. God damn it! He forced the words out with lungs that didn't want to work, trying desperately not to look at the ghosts multiplying around them, filling the cramped space. I'm haunted by the memory of every single person I couldn't save, you asshole! Every single one. Chapter 12. Len's voice sounded breathless and thin to his own ears. Grey blotches bloomed at the edges of his vision as his traitorous chest tried and failed to pull in air. His fingers curled into claws, nails digging into the wood at his back. And this was really happening, wasn't it? He was about to have a fucking full-blown meltdown in front of the cocky Fey bastard who'd already seen him at his worst once, and who knew way more about the inside of Len's head than anyone deserved to. Shit, he wheezed, trying to keep his knees locked so he wouldn't slide down the door and end up in a crumpled heap at the bastard's feet. A hand gripped his chin. The hold wasn't gentle. Len's eyes flew open in surprise. He hadn't realized he'd closed them. A hard gaze loomed in his wavering vision as he fought to get oxygen into his frozen lungs. Green eyes set in a face sculpted by a master artist. Len tried to focus on that face, but familiar, pale figures crowded behind the Fae, horrific injuries stark in the warm light cast by the magical ball of illumination hovering overhead. The smell of their blood assailed him. Or maybe it was his own blood. He'd bitten the inside of his cheek without even noticing until that moment. Albigard's eyebrows twitched, a furrow forming between them. He glanced over his shoulder, following the direction of Len's attention. Haunted? You mean that literally? He seemed to debate with himself for a long moment, before his expression settled. Very well. But be aware that I will not allow you to strike me this time. The awful wheezing sound of air, trying and failing to enter his paralyzed lungs, echoed in Len's ears. It sounded oddly flat in the stifling atmosphere within the Fae's silencing wards. He stared at Albigard without comprehension, clinging to the vision of green eyes. An invisible aura unfurled in the enclosed space, like sheltering bird wings, rolling over Len and shutting out everything except the face in front of him. You wish to please me, do you not? Albigard asked, his tone becoming uncharacteristically soothing. It would please me for you to let go of your fears and breathe now, deeply and slowly. I am here, human. All is well. The band crushing Len's ribs snapped, air flooding his lungs with a sound suspiciously close to a sob. Around them, the wraiths faded into non-existence, taking his fear with them. Len sagged in reaction, knowing to the depths of his soul that he was no longer alone in the dark, surrounded by ghosts. All was well. He was under the protection of a powerful and benevolent being, and all he had to do was whatever was asked of him. The sense of relief hit him all at once, leaving him dizzy and lightheaded. Adoration flooded his heart for this exquisite creature who'd taken his fear away. He was stunning. He was amazing. Len loved it. Reality and self-awareness came swirling back in the space between one heartbeat and the next. With a gasp, Len shoved at the Fae's chest, ducking out of his grip at the same time. His legs didn't want to follow his command, so he ended up stumbling and falling into a stack of boxes at the back of the storage room. He fought his way out of the collapsed pile of cardboard and staggered to his feet, panting, putting as much space as possible between himself and the Fae in the small room. "Progress of a sort, I suppose," Albigard said dryly, watching Len as one might watch an unpredictable wild animal. "If one of us is to end up bruised, I do prefer it to be you this time." Len stared at him blankly, chest rising and falling in a rapid rhythm. His thoughts mired beneath the same faint sense of neurological lag time as when he'd been stoned out of his mind last night. "Even so," the Fae continued, "this propensity of yours to shake off my influence with such ease remains disconcerting." Len swallowed and licked his lips, trying to get moisture back in his mouth. "Disconcerting? That's one word for it," he said cautiously. He glanced around the room, dreading what he might see hiding in the corners. But no glowing forms lingered in the shadows. No suffocating band of panic constricted his lungs. He felt sore from the tension he'd held in his muscles as his body fought against his psyche, not to mention from his graceless tumble against the boxes. Familiar anger replaced the earlier terror, fizzing along his nerves. The knowledge that his mind had been bent to another's will without his consent warred with pathetic gratefulness at being jolted free of his panic attack, of his ghosts. He swallowed the tangle of emotions in favor of drawing out some of those answers he'd reluctantly come here to seek. "The first time you tried that," he began, "the others seemed to think I was able to shake you off because I was high as a kite. But unless the caffeine buzz from one cup of coffee has the same effect as snorting a line of cocaine, that obviously wasn't the reason." "No," said the Fae. "It was not." Clearly, continuing this conversation was going to be about as easy as pulling teeth. "So, what was the reason?" he pressed. Albigard hesitated. "Fae magic is only minimally effective against vampires, which is why the demons recruited bloodsuckers to fight for them in the last war. Their form of magic is at odds with ours. They tend to absorb life force rather than emitting it." "I'm not a vampire," Len pointed out. "You're a necromancer. You absorb life force from the dying rather than from blood." Len's heart rate picked up again, but without the strangling edge of panic this time. "I told you, I really don't. I've seen more than my fair share of death, it's true, but I've never felt powerful, or whatever, when someone died under my hands. Pretty much the opposite, in fact." Albigard examined him for a long moment. "Tell me about the dead that haunt you." Every bit of energy leached out of Len's body. He slid down to sit against the wall in a heap, after all, rubbing at his eyes roughly. His lashes were wet, damn it. Tears had welled up at some point, either during his epic meltdown or when he'd been overcome with fake fucking adoration for the bastard in front of him. When he spoke, the words emerged in a monotone. "I'd been an ambulance driver for about 2 years when my partner and I got a call to a single vehicle accident. It was a friend of mine. His car hit a tree. He died of his injuries while we were working on him, though his heart was still beating and we had him on manual ventilation." He took a deep breath. "As we were carting him off to the ambulance, I caught a flash of light in the corner of my eye and turned to look. He was sitting in the tree above the wrecked car, looking down at me, with his neck broken and his ribs caved in. Or rather, his ghost was." Albigard shifted back to lean against the opposite wall, arms crossed, looking down at him. "Ghosts don't exist. Not in the sense you mean." "Yeah, I got that part, thanks," Len snapped. "It was a hallucination, all right? I understand that. I'd been on the edge for a while, just due to the nature of the job. That night I cracked. When I left the hospital, I started hallucinating other patients I'd lost too. Lurking in the shadows, staring at me accusingly with their horrible injuries and dead eyes. I had a breakdown, walked off the job, and disappeared down a rabbit hole of drugs. It took me months to climb out, by which time I was homeless and basically unemployable. Albigard nodded slowly, his expression speculative. Apparently Len's mouth had decided to keep running without his permission, now that he was on a roll. It was strange. With the exception of Kat and a couple of his therapists in rehab, he'd never told the entire story to anyone. If someone had tried to convince him he'd be spilling it to this asshole, he'd have laughed in their face. Yet the words still came. I had to do some pretty sketchy shit to scrape together enough money for a bus ticket, but I eventually washed up in St. Louis, he continued. Found a restaurant that was desperate enough to hire me as a dishwasher, and worked my way up to line cook. Life got better for a while, but the ghosts, the hallucinations, still come back whenever things get tough. I'll have a dream about them, and when I wake up and turn on the light, they're still there. They're not hallucinations. It was just as well Len was already sitting. A chill prickled over him, leaving his arms and legs trembling in its wake. You just told me that ghosts aren't real, he managed hoarsely. Albigard raised an eyebrow. Indeed, they are not. Nevertheless, I'd have thought you'd be pleased to hear that you're not clinically insane. Len's jaw worked silently as he tried to muster words. You think I'd rather believe that my friend, Yusuf, that all of those people are trapped in some kind of living death? The Fae regarded him as though he were some sort of fascinating, newly discovered species of insect. They're not people. That part of your visual interpretation is merely the human mind's attempt to make sense of something beyond its experience. Nothing more. Len stared at him, exasperated. So I am hallucinating. Make up your damn mind! But Albigard waved the words off in irritation. Human brains are hardwired to fill in informational gaps. Doing so is not a form of pathology. No more than any other human behavior, at least. Gee, thanks, Len said, tone flat. What's so fascinating is that it appears you've never partaken of the death that you attract. That truly is rather extraordinary. I still have no clue what you're trying to say, Len told him. Ghosts aren't real, but my ghosts are real? Albigard pushed away from the wall. The room was too small for him to pace, but he exuded a sudden, nervous energy. As I said, they're not ghosts. You're surrounded by the life force, the animus shed by those who've died in your presence. It clings to you like smoke, and your mind attempts to catalogue it by showing you the memory of its source. But you have not consumed it. Consumed it? How? He wanted to ask, but the words tasted rotten in his mouth. What the hell does that even mean? And this animus? This is why I reek of death to you? He asked instead. The Fae looked at him sharply. Apparently so. Exhaustion dragged at him, making him wish he'd stayed in the damned kitchen with his coffee. What exactly am I supposed to do with all that? Jesus Christ. I have no intention of somehow feasting on the power of death. I also have no desire to lose my mental shit completely and end up getting committed. For one thing, the food in mental hospitals is horrible. Albigard continued to study him with disconcerting intensity. You're not what I originally assumed. Fuck off, Len told him. No, wait, answer my question first, then you can fuck off. What do you expect me to do with this information? The Fae tilted his head, considering. An interesting question. It seems that before the arrival of the hunt, you had achieved a sort of equilibrium, yes? I've been coping, I guess, Len allowed, though it would be a lot easier if my friends weren't constantly jumping into deadly danger. He paused. When I say friends, I don't mean you, obviously. Feel free to jump to your heart's content. Albigard ignored the jab. Then, assuming the planet is not destroyed by Dehine's escape in darkness, You should be able to regain that same equilibrium once the current crisis is past.
Peachy, Len said, has anyone mentioned that you suck at pep talks?
Fae cannot lie, Albigard reminded him.
Len closed his eyes. Right. So in that case, you can tell it to me straight. These visions, this animus stuff, do the people who died and got stuck in my orbit have any awareness of self? Are they trapped with me somehow instead of going wherever they would normally go?
Again, Albigard seemed taken aback by the question. Animus is not sentient. It is energy, a source of power, nothing more. It may retain the fingerprint of its source, so to speak, but animus is not a being.
So, they're not suffering? Len pressed.
The Fae hesitated, as though choosing his words. They are dead. If there is justice in the universe, their suffering ended at the same moment their lives did.
For a long moment, Len let those words sink into him. Then he nodded. You don't know any more about what happens after death than the rest of us, do you? At first he didn't think the other would answer. Then the Fae drew breath.
The human view of death has been shaped by millennia of religious propaganda, much of it originated by my own people. It goes without saying that the wicked do not travel to hell to be tormented for eternity. Were that the case, the demons would have been squeezed out of their own realm long ago, given humanity's penchant for evil.
Nice, Len observed.
No one has heard from the angels in eons, Albigard continued, ignoring the interruption. There is no reason to think heaven has any more relevance to the afterlife than hell does.
And what about the Fae? He asked. What do they think?
Again, that hesitation before answering. Fae children are taught that if they are good, they return to Mother Dine, the force that has nurtured our species since time immemorial. And if they are bad, the hunt takes them and flings their souls into the endless void, Len realized, remembering the expression of existential horror on his companion's face after they'd fled the creature in St. Louis.
Shit.
Albigard made an impatient motion with one hand.
Quite. But you don't believe that, Len continued. Or at least he was confident Albigard didn't want to believe that. And really, who could blame the guy under the circumstances?
It is pure speculation, said the Fae. How could it be anything else? It's not as though one can check and report back afterward.
Not to mention being a pretty transparent method of social engineering, Len pointed out. I should know. I spent years being told that I'd suffer for all eternity in a lake of fire and acid if I didn't stop with the whole being gay thing.
Did it work? Albigard asked.
Nope, Len told him. In fact, I should probably warn Nigelis to set up a fiery lake for me just in case, since I'd hate for hell to be unprepared. And to be clear, all I'm saying is that your story sounds like pretty much the same load of crap. Act the way we want you to, or the wild hunt will eat you.
Small comfort, Albigard said with a hint of bitterness, since anyone taken by the hunt is still equally as dead.
Personally, I'd take oblivion over endless suffering any day of the week, Len replied. To be frank, there are times when the prospect sounds downright restful.
You'll forgive me if I prefer to live, the Fae retorted.
Len shrugged. You don't need my forgiveness for that. Though I can't help noticing that since no one really knows what happens after death, the Fae version of religious propaganda seems perilously close to a lie. I thought your bunch couldn't do that.
Albigard slumped against the door, his spine losing some of its stiffness. In this context, lies are more a function of intent than factual accuracy. Anyone may believe something only to discover later that they were mistaken. But a Fae who intentionally misleads another is no longer Fae.
Tell me something. If you had a child
Would you tell them their souls will be flung into the void if they're bad? Len asked, genuinely curious. No, Albigard said, in a voice so low it was barely audible. I would tell them that by defying the Fey Court, they risk a sentence of exile or death at the Wild Hunt's hands. But that sometimes defying the court is nevertheless the right thing to do. No ruling body is infallible. If he tried to reply to that directly, Len was afraid he might end up unintentionally expressing sympathy, or worse yet, empathy for this asshole. So he said, Fair enough. Right then. I don't know about you, but I personally prefer being out of the closet. Oh, and message received when it comes to mentioning necromancy in mixed company, even if I'm still mostly convinced you're full of shit. Albigard grunted in wordless acknowledgement. He flicked his fingers, and the sparkly ball floating above them extinguished. At the same time, the stifling atmosphere of the silencing wards fell away. The door opened, light from outside streaming in. Len followed the Fae out, and nearly collided with his back when Albigard came to an abrupt halt in front of him. Promptly irritated again, Len started to shoulder past him, only to freeze in place at the sight of the black cat sitting in the hallway, its ears pricked, and its head tilted toward them curiously. Chapter 13. The cat blinked at them, its large green eyes closing and opening in a lazy movement. Malakt mo quich art, Albigard snarled, in the tone of a vicious curse. The Fae shoved Len behind him, as though to physically shield him from the she. His body vibrated with tension, his aura prickling against Len's awareness like static electricity, a feeling he was coming to associate with the imminent unleashing of magic. You will not harm this human, Albigard stated flatly. He has value to the others, and we will need them as allies. Len had never needed to be protected from a house cat before. He'd also never seen a house cat roll its eyes in exasperation. Reality twisted around the she. Len blinked, and when he opened his eyes, the creature was in human form again. Or human-ish form, anyway.
You think me concerned with Seely and Unseelie prejudices when the Wild Hunt is shredding the veil between realms?
The diminutive Fae eyed Len with curiosity as he shook off Albigard's hold and moved to stand next to him, before adding,
Though I can see now why the demon seemed so interested in this one.
So you heard every word of that, despite the so-called silencing wards, huh? Len asked. Awesome. The cat-she shrugged, their attention shifting to Albigard again.
I told you earlier, youngling, your wards are nothing to me.
The hard line of Albigard's shoulders eased a bit, though another low growl of irritation escaped him. Len felt his own burst of adrenaline fade away, since apparently the two Fae weren't going to start trading magical blows right here in the hallway.
I will take my leave now,
said the cat-she,
and return soon with others who may be of help.
Bye then, Len said. Thanks for not trying to kill me.
You are welcome, human,
the she told him solemnly. Since everyone seemed confident that it would be a few hours before anything of import happened, Len went for a hike in the woods behind the house to pass time. Not that hiking was really his thing, but Zora and Rans had been making noises about going into the city for a bit, and that meant the alternative was either hiding away in his bare, echoing bedroom, or hanging out downstairs with an intimidating demon and a constipated Fae. Having already negotiated one extended conversation with Albigard today, choosing the hike felt like exercising the better part of valor. Besides, he had a fair amount to think about after his brief stint back in the closet. A path of trampled grass led from the flagstone patio into the trees, evidence of Albigard's frequent passage. The narrow track eventually intersected a marked dirt trail, presumably part of the nature preserve Zora had mentioned. Even speaking as someone who much preferred nightclubs and tattoo parlors to poison ivy and mosquitoes, Len had to admit it was a pretty forest. Wildflowers dotted the ground, while chirping birds drowned out the distant sound of suburban traffic. The human view of death has been shaped by millennia of religious propaganda, Much of it originated by my own people, Albigard had said. Religion. The thing that Len blamed for much of the pain in his early life, though perhaps it would be more accurate to blame human nature. Still, religion had been the weapon of choice used to bludgeon him, even if that weapon had been wielded by human hands. He'd decided long ago that he had no interest in a god who seemed totally cool with the concept of torturing people for all eternity just because they happened to be born a certain way or in a certain place. One of the defining memories of Lin's stint in a conservative religious school was of asking the teacher whether a toddler in China, whose parents were devout Buddhists and who therefore never taught him about Jesus, would really be thrown into a fiery pit to burn forever if he died in an accident or something while he was young. Even the dour Mr. Evans had drawn the line at saying, yes, that child will spend eternity suffering unimaginable agony because his family has a different religion than we do. Instead, he'd gone red in the face and quoted Bible verses. He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned. Neither is there salvation in any other, for there is none other name under heaven given among men whereby we must be saved, and so on and so forth. Then, when Len had pointed out that it hardly seemed fair, Mr. Evans had given him detention and made him write those Bible verses 100 times each. As it turned out, most of what he'd been taught was a lie. Which, to be fair, he'd kind of suspected anyway, but it was a very specific kind of lie. One crafted over the course of millennia as part of a Fey propaganda campaign during a supernatural war. Demons are evil. Don't you go siding with those nasty demons, little humans. Bad things will happen if you do. The most mind-bending part, the part that had sent Len hiking through an unfamiliar forest to ponder it, was that the Fey supposedly couldn't lie. And this couldn't be a case of ignorance, like telling their kids about the wild hunt, eating their souls if they were bad, because they actually believed it would happen. No, this had been willful. There were two possibilities, as far as Len could see. First, Albigard was lying about the Fae not being able to lie. Second, this was also down to human nature. It was all too easy to picture some early human being dragged before a captured demon and told that demons were powerful, dangerous creatures who lived in a desolate underground kingdom. It would be just like humanity to warp that basic description in the retelling, adding ever more terrifying embellishments over time in a millennia-long game of telephone. And on the other side, it was equally easy to picture the Fae exerting their mental influence over credulous humans, engendering the frightening level of adoration that Len had personally experienced on 2 occasions now to become angels in humanity's eyes. Yeah, Len's species was more than capable of twisting unpleasant truths into even more unpleasant fantasies. That didn't make him any less pissed about the revelation that Albigard's people were indirectly responsible for him getting kicked out of his house at the age of 16 for being gay, which admittedly paled beside Albigard's people also being directly responsible for everyone in Len's neighborhood dying, and potentially everything on his planet dying. He shook his head to clear it. Priorities. Len took a drink from the plastic water bottle he'd brought along. The little blue flowers sprouting among the tree trunks smelled like spice and something vaguely piney. Or maybe that part was coming from the actual pines mixed in with the deciduous trees. He wasn't an expert. Clouds sculled across the late morning sun, a bank of gray moving slowly from west to east across the sky. He took another deep breath and turned to retrace his steps, not wanting to chance having a storm blow through and scatter the little arrangement of sticks he'd made to mark the place where Albigard's track met the public nature trail. Even so, it took him almost an hour to get back to the lonely house on the side of the hill. He let himself in and headed for the kitchen, figuring he could refill the water bottle and maybe make a salad or something. When he entered the room, it was to find 2 huge black hellhounds in a standoff with the catshi, which stood protectively in front of Albigard in animal form, its back arched and its hackles raised. Chapter 14. Len froze, the water bottle sliding from his slackening grip to land on the floor with a dull thunk. Under the circumstances, he felt it wasn't unreasonable that it took him a couple of seconds to notice the demon and an unfamiliar copper-haired fae watching each other warily from opposite sides of the room. "What the ever-loving fuck?" he said blankly. Albigard's eyes flicked to his for an instant, "These are the Kushi," he said, as though he wasn't being protected from a pair of giant hellhounds by a 10-pound house cat. "Undine, they are the hereditary wardens of the Wild Hunt. Unfortunately, they seem to think the best plan of action under the current circumstances is to drag me to the Fey realm in iron chains, then use me as bait to lure the hunt back to its home." "The Catshi did rather fail to mention that you were consorting with a demon," snapped the unfamiliar Fey in the corner. Len blinked. "Oh. Wait. The other Fey wasn't completely unfamiliar after all. Shit." "Hardly consorting," Nigelis replied mildly. "My expertise was requested in what is clearly an unprecedented situation. I'm here as a courtesy, nothing more." "A courtesy?" the Fae began in a tone of disbelief. "Hang on a minute. You're the guy who blew up my job," Len observed, a sense of bizarre detachment sliding over him. "Which leads me back to my earlier question. What the ever-loving fuck?" "This is Teague. He was in charge of the St. Louis Overkeep," Albigard said in clipped tones. "The Wild Hunt's incursion falls within his area of jurisdiction." Great. So this dickweed was part of the Fey shadow government that ran so much of the human world behind the scenes? That might explain why he was here, but it didn't mean Len had to like it. "There were people inside that nightclub when the gas line exploded," he pointed out, a muscle ticking in his jaw. "Some of them died." "A great many more will die if we don't focus on the problem at hand," Nigelis said. That was apparently too much for one of the hellhounds, or Kushi, rather. It growled, the sound rumbling deep in its massive chest, and prowled forward as though it intended to go right through the cat to get to Albigard. The Catshi hissed in warning, tiny fangs bared. Len didn't think. He fumbled in his pocket and scooped out the pepper spray he'd picked up downtown, stepping in front of the nightmarish creature and spraying it directly in the face. It snapped at the stream and kept coming, like a dog trying to bite the water flowing from a garden hose. With humans, you aimed for the eyes when using pepper spray. With dogs, you aimed for the nose. Len tried to cover both areas. It was hard to tell if he was succeeding. The orange dye in the spray nearly disappeared against the unnatural matte blackness of the thing's coat. About half a second before Len's nerve would have broken and sent him scrambling backward for cover, the hellhound stopped prowling toward him and shook its head. It swiped at its face with the front paw. Once, twice. Then it repeated the motion with the other front paw. Within moments, it was engaged in a frantic dance, trying to rub its muzzle against both its front legs at once. Reality twisted, and the hellhound took humanoid form, still swiping angrily at the orange stains. The other hellhound followed suit a moment later, and when Len glanced around, the Catshi had also changed into human shape. The pixie-like figure stared in amazement for a moment, before collapsing into peals of bell-like laughter, pointing in glee at the Kushi's dye-splattered face. Len backed up a few cautious steps until he was standing next to Albigard, which seemed a marginally better choice than standing on his own with a metaphorical target painted on his chest. All eyes in the room were bouncing back and forth between him and the grumbling Kushi. "Oh, you deserved that," the Catshi managed, around giggles, slowly regaining control. And the Hellhound Fae seemed to be shaking off the effects of a face full of capsaicin way faster than anyone had a right to. Len took the opportunity to examine the newcomers. They were tall and broad, yet they also bore a noticeable air of androgyny in their facial features and body shape. If the Catshi was on the femme end of the non-binary spectrum, however, the Kushi were on the mask end. In addition, the pair bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, with their close-cropped dark hair, green eyes, and high cheekbones. Maybe they were twins? Len wasn't sure how that worked with the Fae, especially after the Catshi had mentioned that twins were rare. Suffice to say, dressed in dark, identical clothing as they were, he would have had a hell of a time telling one from the other. Well, except for the orange dye on the left one's face, obviously. "If we could all calm down for a few moments and discuss things rationally," Nigelis suggested, in a tone dry as the desert. "Yes, please," the Catshi agreed. Sobering from their earlier merriment, they turned back to the other she and flung a hand emphatically in Albigard's direction.
As I tried to tell you before, dragging this Unseelie back to Daheim does nothing to solve our problem. For one thing, the hunt has gone feral. It's shown no interest in tracking him when there is easier prey on this side of the tear in the veil. For another, even if it did follow him back to our realm, once it devoured him, there would be nothing to prevent it from returning to its new killing ground immediately afterward. We must repair the weak spot in the veil.
The Kushi on the right tilted their head in a dog-like gesture and exchanged a glance with the other one. That argument has merit, I suppose. Still looking as irritated as one might expect from someone that had just been sprayed in the face with pepper spray, the second Kushi gave a reluctant nod. But before Len could send up a silent and vaguely ironic hallelujah, Teague, the explosives-happy asshole who'd destroyed Guthrie and Gina's jazz club, nearly taking several of Len's friends with it, spoke up. What prevents the hunt from opening a new rip between the realms once it realizes it's trapped again? He asked. It is already strengthening. The Catchy shot Nigelis an uneasy glance before replying,
With luck, it was only able to achieve such a feat because of an existing weakness in the barrier separating the realms.
With luck, Len echoed flatly. Whatever the case, Nigelis said, the first step remains the same, sealing the existing tear with the hunt on the other side. I still fail to see how any of this involves you, demon, Teague shot back with a sneer. Teague, Albigard sounded tired beyond measure. Enough. Have you any idea how much raw power will be required to cauterize the veil? One does not turn away the assistance of a demon of the first rank when power is required. There is another consideration as well, Nigelis continued. He lifted a hand as though reaching for something, and a 3-foot-long flaming sword materialized in his grip, throwing flickering firelight around the kitchen. A flaming, fucking sword. Len blinked, and suddenly Teague and the Kushi were snarling and warning. Teague had fallen into a defensive stance, with his hands raised, glowing magic sparking and swirling around them. Red light poured from the eyes of the Kushi, who looked poised to shift back into hellhound form and spring. Shit! Len yelped, wondering which direction would be the best way to run. Before all hell could break loose, and fuck, that pun wasn't even funny right now, Nigelis made a casual flicking motion with his fingers, and the sword disappeared from existence as abruptly as it had appeared. The 3 Fae froze in place, not following through with their attack, but not relaxing either. A put-upon sigh emanated from the Catchy's direction.
Fools! Do you not see? A weapon that exists between dimensions and can be used to cauterize? Must I really spell this out?
I trust that will not be necessary, Albigard murmured. He shot Teague a pointed look. And did I not teach you better than this? What do you think your magic would accomplish against a demon? He is immortal. Teague looked vaguely sheepish for an instant, before slowly lowering his hands. I don't recall you teaching me to stand there like a dead tree to be felled with an axe, either. The Kushi, by contrast, were still doing the laser beam eyes thing, though at least they no longer looked like they were preparing to lunge across the room and try to tear Nigelis' throat out. Footsteps approached the kitchen door. Abruptly, everyone turned to look as Rands and Zora entered. Rands raised a slow eyebrow as he took in the scene. Then he and Zora traded a look.
Hi?
Zora said slowly.
I feel like we might have missed a few things while we were out.
Half an hour later, the situation was noticeably calmer, though tension among the various groups was still apparent. Len hung around the edges of the discussion, not feeling like he had much of substance to offer. However, it also felt wrong to bail on the meeting and hide in his borrowed bedroom while the fate of the world hung in the balance. Zora had been turned into a vampire recently enough that she still considered herself human-adjacent, so to speak. While the others debated, she plopped down next to Len at the kitchen table to fill him in on a few choice tidbits he hadn't heard about before.
"So this guy, Teague?" she began quietly. "You know he's the son of a bitch who arranged for the brown fox to be blown up, right?"
"Yeah," Len answered, also pitched low enough to hopefully avoid drawing much attention from the others.
"He came into the place a couple of times to threaten Guthrie and generally act like an asshole. Can't say I was overjoyed to find out he's going to be part of the Cut-Rate Justice League."
She nodded.
"I hear you, believe me. But here's the part you don't know. Turns out, before he took up a sideline in trying to blow up vampires, he was Albigard's protege. For like years and years."
Len stared at her for a moment.
"Is that supposed to warm me up to him, somehow?"
She wrinkled her nose at him.
"I'm not finished. During the battle at Stonehenge, he's the one who brought in the cavalry and turned the tide when we were getting our butts kicked. This after Albigard met with him in secret and told him what was really going on with the children he'd been helping to kidnap."
"Okay," Len allowed.
"Then, after Albigard jumped in front of Vani's son to save him and got whammied for his troubles, Teague was the one who snuck the three of us away before any of the other Fae realized who Albigard was and arrested him. He portaled us to St. Louis and dropped us there. That was right before we showed up on your doorstep the week before last."
Len digested that.
"So, you're telling me he's got some loyalty toward Blondie, even now?"
Zora shrugged.
"Apparently, though it looks like that loyalty is getting stretched to the limit, what with Nigelis here being all demony and shit."
Len tried to fit the new puzzle pieces into the picture that was already forming, and failed.
"Not gonna lie, Z, I don't see how that balances out against the fact that he almost killed you by blowing up an 8-story building."
Zora waved the words away, though she looked troubled.
"He didn't come anywhere close to killing me. He did come within a whisker length of killing Guthrie with that stunt, and he probably would have gotten Vani, too, if I hadn't been with her when the gas main blew."
Len gave her an incredulous look. "In other words, my point stands. In fact, I'm really struggling to see why him being here is in any way a good idea." Her lips twisted.
"Because he's in charge of the Fae Shadow government in St. Louis, and we need to get into an area that's probably cordoned off tighter than Fort Knox right now. Then once we're there, we need to perform weird supernatural shenanigans in said area without bringing the police, the military, and God knows who else down on our heads."
Len sighed.
"Right. Wonderful."
She patted his arm.
"For what it's worth, he does seem to have some genuine affection for Albigard, even with him being a fugitive now."
"I'm not sure having bad taste in friends, combined with being a murderous pyromaniac, is actually a selling point, Z." Zora rolled her eyes at him.
"Don't get me wrong, I'd happily do some very nasty things to him after what happened to Guthrie, and to Vani, but not while we need him. And we do need him. Unfortunately."
Len cut a glance toward the copper-haired Fae, only to find Teague burning holes through them with his eyes. "You realize that he probably heard every word of that, right?" Zora smiled, showing Fang as she swiveled to return the Fae's glare.
"Oh yeah, you bet I do."
Chapter 15. On the other side of the room, logistical planning was still in progress. "If we're not going to use the condemned as bait to lure the hunt back to the Hine, he should stay here," one of the Kushi was saying. "Otherwise, he may draw the hunt straight to us."
No, we can't spare his power,"
the Catchy argued.
"Few Fae can match him in ability, and fewer still possess both life magic and elemental magic."
"You do," the other Kushi said blandly. "And it will take both of us to pull the two sides of the tear together so the demon blade can weld it shut," Albigard said. "Additionally, Albigard will be able to draw power from Zora," Rand said, and Zora can replenish herself from my blood to keep him supplied while he works." "Woohoo," Zora muttered, sounding about as excited by this prospect as one might expect. "I can hardly wait." Teague made a face of disgust at Albigard. "You took on a bloodsucker as a magical vassal?" "She was not yet turned when she accepted my gift," Albigard said. "She was still demonkin," Teague pointed out. "A hybrid succubus abomination." Albigard lifted a shoulder and let it drop in a studiously careless gesture. "And now her power will serve us well, even if using it makes my stomach feel ill afterward." Zora waved a hand. "Sitting right here, guys! Hello!" They both ignored her, and Len rubbed the bridge of his nose. The Catchy looked around the room.
"We are all agreed on the strategy, then?"
Albigard gave a tired nod. "I believe so. You will pull extra power from Teague, while I pull power from the vampires. Between us we will draw the edges of the veil together for the demon to seal with his blade. If the hunt appears before we are finished, the Kushi will attempt to herd it through the gap, so we can complete our task." Nigelus's bourbon-colored gaze fell on Len. "The human should accompany us as well." Zora straightened abruptly.
"Len? Why? It's too dangerous. The hunt almost killed him once already."
"He may be useful," was all the reply Nigelus gave. Pinned by that ageless demonic stare, Len could only manage a dry swallow. The Catchy had been watching the exchange closely.
When a demon of fate makes a prediction, it is wise to heed it," they said.
Len finally managed to work up enough moisture in his mouth to speak. The idea of returning to that horrible zone of death chilled him to the core. But he'd also spent a good chunk of the last few months sitting on his ass while the people around him risked their lives fighting against evil. "It's fine," he said. "I'll come along. I can stay back, out of the way. One thing about it, if anyone gets hurt, I've got first aid training. Not that horrific injuries seem to slow any of you down all that much."
"Len?"
Zora began. "It's fine," he repeated in a monotone, feeling another few inches of the sandy ocean bottom of normalcy eroding beneath his feet. Ranz's glacier blue gaze fell on him for a long moment, and Len got the distinct impression he was being assessed. After a few seconds, though, the vampire turned his attention back to Nigelus and the Catchy. "If that's all settled, what is our timetable with this plan?" he asked. "It took a week after the first incursion for the hunt to work up its courage to return to the human realm, but it seems overly optimistic to assume that will be the case next time." "Indeed," Nigelus agreed. "I have other unavoidable obligations that will require me to depart temporarily, but I shall return by mid-morning tomorrow, if that is acceptable." Teague shot the demon a narrow look. "Do these other obligations involve scurrying back to your council to report every word of what was said here, Hellspawn?" Nigelus gave him a bland smile. "No. As it happens, they do not." Rand snorted. "Come now, do you think the Demon Council would look favorably on what he's doing, Teague? Their knickers would be in as much of a twist as yours are right now. More, most likely."
"It's agreed, then. We will leave at mid-morning tomorrow," the Catchy said firmly. "That will also give the Kushi time to travel back to Dahain and attempt to determine the hunt's current location from the other side of the veil."
The two eerily similar Shi exchanged a look and nodded. "We will return by tomorrow morning," said the one Len had pepper-sprayed. An instant later, a portal opened up behind them, and they stepped through, disappearing. "Chatty pair, aren't they?" Len observed, as the fiery oval snapped shut behind them. The Catchy's lips twitched in a quickly hidden smile.
"They are more suited to action than talk, I fear. Now I too must see to other matters. Rest and nourish yourselves for tomorrow's task, younglings."
With that, another portal appeared, and the little Fae rippled into cat form before trotting through it, tail held high. "Until tomorrow," Nigellus said, and popped out of existence without ceremony. Just like that, Len was alone in the echoing kitchen with Zora, Rans, and Albigard. The Fae still had that dead man walking expression on his face, the same one he'd worn off and on since first catching a glimpse of the hunt at the end of Len's street, and realizing it had come for him. It had intensified since Len arrived to find the Kushi preparing to drag him off to his doom. "Is this going to work?" Len asked. "Or are we going to be completely screwed?" Albigard predictably ignored the question. It was Rans who answered. "I'm not certain there's sufficient precedent to make a prediction," said the vampire. "Nigellus seems to know what he's talking about when it comes to this veil stuff," Zora put in with forced optimism. "The cat sheet, too. That's gotta be worth something." Albigard grunted, a non-committal noise. "Fair enough," Len said. "What's on the agenda for the rest of the day, then?" "For us, more feeding in the city," Rand said. "If we're going to be acting as glorified magical batteries tomorrow, we'd best be topped off. You two should rest. Either of you need anything while we're out?" Len considered the prospect of half a day and a full night with nothing to do but worry, and sighed. "Yeah," he said. "Give me a minute. I'll make a list for you." 3 hours later, Len stood in the kitchen, babysitting the ancient analog gas stove and trying to ignore the unholy stench permeating the room. He looked up as Albigard entered, an expression of distaste twisting his haughty features. "If your goal is to decarboxylate those flower buds, you'd do well to reduce the oven temperature by 10 degrees, the Fae said, in the same tone most people would say, "You are obviously an idiot." Len scowled at him and inched the temperature setting knob a bit lower. "It's not my fault if your stove is miscalibrated. You call this mausoleum a kitchen?" Albigard looked at him blankly. "Yes. What else would I call it?" Zora chose that moment to enter as well, appearing suspiciously flushed in the cheeks and carrying a couple of shopping bags over one arm. She stopped just inside the door, her nose wrinkling. "What on earth are you doing in here?" Len came over and took the plastic bags. "Stress baking." "Stress baking a skunk?" she asked. "He's attempting to decarboxylate cannabis buds," Albigard said. "Or possibly incinerate them. It's unclear which at the moment." Len took the bags and set them down on the counter with a bit more force than strictly necessary. "That's it. Out. Both of you." They shrugged and left him to it. Len tried to ignore the eye-watering intensity of the smell for another 10 minutes before it occurred to him that he could open the windows. In a warded house, no one would be able to figure out where the overpowering stench of weed was coming from, if it even managed to reach the distant neighbors' properties in the first place. What he was doing wasn't ideal. Pot brownies were honestly a lot more palatable with cannabis-infused coconut oil instead of actual crumbled-up buds in the batter. But infusing oil took hours, and he intended to be back in Stonerland long before then. On the positive side, at least if they all ended up dying ignominiously at the hands of the hunt in the morning, he wouldn't be forced to examine his growing reliance on psychopharmacological sleep aids. But, not to put too fine a point on it, the prospect of staring at the bedroom ceiling while mentally running through increasingly horrific potential scenarios all night wasn't one he was willing to entertain at the moment. While he waited for the old wind-up kitchen timer to finish counting down 60 minutes, he pulled out the groceries Zora had brought, organizing everything for efficient assembly. Losing himself in the rhythm of food preparation was soothing, even with the stifling aroma of 240-degree weed emanating from the oven. By the time the sun had achieved a late afternoon slant through the open windows, the smell had subsided to tolerable levels, replaced by the scent of chocolate brownies cooling on the counter, and eggplant lasagna releasing curls of steam as he pulled it from the stove. Perhaps lured from hiding by the new aromatic landscape, Albigard reappeared in the doorway with the air of someone expecting a trap to spring on him the instant he stepped into the room. "Have some if you want. Everything's organic," Len said by way of greeting. "Since there wasn't any meat in the house, I wasn't sure if that meant you're vegetarian or what. It's all vegan, just to be safe." The face still looked like he was expecting some sort of punchline, so Len ignored him. Instead, he scooped half of the faux lasagna onto a chipped plate and started eating. After a long moment of hesitation, Albigard slid into the chair opposite him before doing the same. He took a delicate forkful from his plate and examined it as though he suspected Len of attempting to poison him. Len continued to shovel food into his mouth. Eventually, Albigard committed to eating the tiny bite, chewing for a long time before swallowing. "You're trained in the culinary arts?" he asked at length. Len rolled his eyes. "Yes, I am trained in the culinary arts. In fact, that was the nature of the job that your Fey buddy blew up. I used to run the kitchen in Guthrie and Gina's nightclub." Albigard nodded slowly. "Presumably, there wasn't much call for decarboxylating marijuana in such surroundings. This explains much." It sounded suspiciously close to a joke. "Shut up, or I won't let you have any of the damned brownies," Len told him. They continued the meal in silence. Len was busy making a mental note to never use this brand of tofu ricotta again, because the manufacturer seemed to have decided that the key to recreating the dairy experience was to add buckets of salt. He glanced up in mild surprise when Albigard laid his fork on his empty plate and spoke. "This dish is pleasant," he said, as though he had to search for a moment to come up with a word used to compliment something a human had done. Len shrugged. "Bit salty for my taste. Vegan cooking's not really my specialty." The Fae raised a sharp eyebrow. "Nor mine. I merely prefer meat that has been hunted to meat raised in a cage or a pen." Len tilted his head in mild interest. "Huh. Is that a Fae thing?" Albigard appeared to contemplate the question. "I doubt most of the changelings on Earth would have a strong preference one way or another. Many of the Unseelie in the human realm were switched with human infants at a very young age. They grew up with processed food and caged meat." "But not you?" Len pressed, not entirely sure why he cared enough to bother. But it was an interesting topic, and probably a step up from sniping at each other. "I was not raised on Earth," his companion replied. Len nodded and hooked the pan of brownies closer, wiping the knife he'd used to cut the lasagna on his napkin. Doing a bit of quick mental math, he cut 4 lines along the short side of the brownie pan and 5 along the longer side. "What about Daheim?" he asked. "Don't they raise meat animals there?" "While many prefer to hunt or fish in the wildlands for their sustenance, there is livestock in the Fey realm, yes," Albigard told him, "especially near the cities. But it is raised in the open, not confined." "Free range, then," Len said. "How very sustainable of you." He pried out a corner piece of brownie, roughly half the size of a normal, non-pot-laced serving. Then he shoved the pan toward Albigard. "Fair warning, I've got no clue about the THC content of this skunkweed. Eat these at your own risk." The Fae nodded his understanding. He took 2 pieces, sniffing them cautiously, as he had done earlier with lasagna. With less hesitation this time, he ate both squares and wiped his fingers fastidiously on a napkin afterward. Len ate his single piece more slowly. It was, as he'd predicted, fairly disgusting as brownies went. Fortunately, taste wasn't the point of the exercise. He scooped up the dishes and set them to soak in the sink. Then he picked up the brownie pan in one hand and grabbed a fresh bottle of water from the fridge with the other. "I'm moving the party outside. This house feels like a crypt, and it's depressing me. Come along if you want, but don't expect much in the way of scintillating philosophical conversation. Oh, and if you manage to OD on my brownies, you're on your own." With that pronouncement, he headed for the back door. Chapter 16. The day had ended up being a warm one, but despite the occasional mosquito, Len was man enough to admit that the surroundings out here were growing on him. The gray clouds had blown over at some point during the afternoon. He made himself comfortable, sitting on the flat concrete shelf topping the decorative stone wall and using the side of the house as a backrest. After placing the pan of brownies within easy reach, he cracked open the water bottle and sipped from it, watching the sky begin to shade toward pinks and oranges. Albigard joined him a few moments later, leaning against the wall a few steps away from Len's perch. The Fae closed his eyes, turning his face to catch the faint breeze. Len realized he was staring at that perfect profile, and dragged his gaze away, irritated with himself. As they had during the meal earlier, they let the silence stretch. Len leaned his head against the brick wall of the house, watching the sky fade through shades of lavender and slowly darkening blue. He felt oddly at peace, considering the circumstances hanging over them and the fact that the brownie hadn't started to kick in yet. Once an hour or so had passed, with only the barest hint of any effects, Len stretched a hand to pry another square out of the pan and ate it. Albigard shot him a sidelong glance. "I told you the oven temperature was too high," he said, and took another 2 brownies for himself. "You've reduced the potency." "It's your stove," Len pointed out, not for the first time. "I can hardly be blamed if you don't bother to keep it calibrated properly." He leaned his head back again, watching as the stars popped out one by one, the royal blue of the sky giving way to navy and eventually black. By the time the last hint of daylight had disappeared in the west, the brownies had finally started to redeem themselves. Len slithered down to sit on the patio with his back against the brick facade of the house, figuring it was a safer bet than anything requiring feats of balance to maintain. When Len glanced around, he realized that Albigard apparently disagreed. A wedge of light from inside the house shone through the patio door, and the lumpy silhouette atop a section of wall was actually the Fae's body. He was lying prone on his back, with one leg drawn up, foot balanced on the concrete edge, both arms bent and fingers laced behind his head. He, too, had been staring at the stars twinkling above them. The patio door screeched open and closed on its tracks, a new shadow blocking the light for a moment. Rand snorted softly, taking in the scene. "Good Lord, Len, you managed to get him baked? I'm not sure whether to be impressed or appalled." "Don't be offensive," Albigard said, enunciating the words more crisply than someone who'd eaten 4 pot brownies in 2 hours should reasonably be allowed to. Rand snorted a bit louder this time, and Len experienced a moment of dizziness as he dissolved into mist, reappearing an instant later in Len's former spot, sitting on top of the wall with his back braced against the house. "Where's Zora?" Len asked. "Trying to contact Guthrie and Vonnie to let them know what's going on," said the vampire. "You keep making noise, bloodsucker," Albigard drawled. "You should stop now. It was quiet until you came outside." He reached an imperious hand behind him, palm up. Rand's, closest to the brownie pan, tossed him another square. He caught it without looking. Ignoring the Fae's directive for silence, Rand's relaxed against the wall and sighed. "Goodness, this takes me back. Who was that bloke in London in the 1970s? The one who spiked the sangria with LSD and got you shit-faced?" "Warhol," Albigard suggested listlessly. No, the other one. Mancuso, that was his name. I thought you were going to rip his spine out when he finally stopped tripping balls the next day." The Fae grunted, and to be fair, it was the sort of grunt that implied spine-ripping might be forthcoming at some nebulous future time when he wasn't too stoned to be bothered. "Fucking hell," Len observed, looking between them blearily. "Zora was 100% right about you two, wasn't she?" Albigard grunted again, but in a more questioning and less homicidal way this time. "Bollocks she was," Rands retorted. "It was funny at the time, that's all. Maybe you had to be there." "Uh-huh, right," Len said agreeably. He made a gimme gesture in the general direction of the brownies, unwilling to be outstoned by a Fae. Rands handed one down to him rather than tossing it, which was probably just as well. He rolled his head to meet the vampire's eyes, glowing with a faint inner light in the darkness. "I'd offer you some, but since it'd only work on you if you got the THC from drinking my blood, you can fuck right the hell off. No offense." "None taken," Rand said easily. "It's not really worth the effort anyway. The effects barely last a minute at my age." Len had learned the complicated way that drugs and alcohol only affected vampires if they were filtered through a human's bloodstream first, and even then it was fleeting. When it came down to it, he wasn't entirely averse to helping out a vampire in need, but after feeding this afternoon, Rands was already topped off. Besides, Len wasn't feeling particularly well-disposed toward the paranormal world in general right now. He turned his not-very-focused attention back to Albigard. "You, how come you got mixed up in the Fey Shadow government if you weren't a... what do you call it? A changeling?" "Oh, he had a real knack for the work," Rand said dryly. "You should have seen him in a cassock." "As a babe, I was considered too valuable to send to Earth," Albigard said, ignoring the vampire's color commentary. "Then when I was grown and the war with the demons was underway, I was considered too valuable not to." Len trawled through his memories of the past few days, noting that it was becoming more of a challenge than it had been an hour ago. His muscles were slowly turning to jello, the hard wall at his back growing more and more comfortable. "Because your family breeds twins?" he asked. "Because I am a twin." Len digested that. "You have a twin?" Somehow it was impossible to picture. Silence fell. It seemed very complete. "In a manner of speaking," Albigard said eventually. "My sister died in the womb. The midwives said I absorbed her fetal tissue and her magic." "Oh," Rand said, in the tone of someone having a revelation. "So that's why you can perform both elemental and life magic? I had wondered about that, you know." Len frowned, trying to knock enough brain cells together to follow the conversation. "The cat said something like that. Earlier, I mean, about life magic and... what was the other one?" "Elemental magic," Zora offered from the door. Len hadn't even noticed it sliding open this time. "This sounds like an interesting conversation. Go on." She crossed the patio and hopped up on the wall with Rand's, making herself comfortable between his legs and leaning back against his chest. He wrapped an arm around her to steady her on their precarious perch. "There is little more to say." Albigard sounded distant, and Len got the distinct impression he wouldn't have started on this subject in the first place if he weren't already stoned. "What's the difference?" Len asked. "Between life magic and elemental magic, I mean." "We got a bit of a crash course on the subject during the run-up to Stonehenge," Zora said. "Someone stop me if I get this wrong, but basically with elemental magic, you can affect inanimate objects like rocks or air or water. With life magic, you can make a flower bloom or a length of vine whip out and grab somebody's leg. Vonnie's ex, the father of her child, can manifest a spectral wolf that's physical enough to rip someone's throat out." "There is also blood magic," Albigard told the night sky, still sounding oddly detached from the conversation, "as the vampires can attest. And death magic." "Don't," Len said, feeling suddenly cold in the balmy night air. "We had that conversation already. The Fae let it go." Zora picked up the thread. "Anyway, with Fae, the Seelie are female and tend toward life magic. The Unseelie are male and tend toward elemental magic. I get the impression that a lot of the changelings, the Unseelie Fae that grew up on Earth, aren't as magically strong as the ones who stayed behind on Dyne." "It varies," Albigard said. "Teague is a changeling, and he is quite adept in the magical arts." She shrugged. "But there was also Caspian. You remember him, Len. He was that creep who was after me back when I first met Rands. He had the Fey ability to influence human minds, but aside from that, he was pretty much of a damp squib when it came to magic." "Right," Len said. "Whatever happened to that guy, anyway?" "I slew him in battle," Albigard replied tonelessly. "It was a revenge killing." "Oh," Len said, thinking that he should probably have some feelings about that. Unfortunately, in his current state, he wasn't sure what kind of feelings would be appropriate, and trying to figure it out seemed like an awful lot of work. Rands made a noise of disgust. "And afterward, when the Fey authorities started asking questions, this idiot confessed to the murder and placed himself squarely at the top of the court's most unwanted list. Hence the root of our current troubles." "Caspian was a traitor," Albigard muttered. He was a traitor who happened to be in the court's good graces when you killed him, Rance shot back. He was responsible for the death of my siblings at the end of the war, Albigard said. The words hung in the air for a beat. Yes, Rance said very quietly. There is that to consider. The fucker deserved to die, Zora said. If you hadn't done it, I would have. Again, Len felt the moorings tying him to the everyday world slipping from his grasp. He remembered when he and Zora had first met, a broke line cook and a broke waitress, working together at a local bar and grill. He'd kept assholes with entitlement issues from harassing her, as much as he could anyway, and she'd complimented his medium-rare steaks. The Zora from 2 years ago would have been appalled by the idea of someone being murdered, and the prospect of murdering someone herself, unthinkable. Now, violent death dogged all of their footsteps. Len had seen vampires and demons and fae snuff out lives like candles. Some of those people had probably deserved it, as Zora had said, but Len wasn't ready to be the kind of person who made value judgments like that. Someone hand me the brownie pan, he demanded. Zora gave a disapproving sigh, but she handed it down to him nonetheless. Len dug out one more brownie and ate it, then struggled to his feet and shuffled over to Albigard, who was still draped along a section of the wall, as though it was an opulent chaise lounge rather than a narrow shelf made of unforgiving concrete. He plopped the pan down on the fae's lean-muscled stomach, meeting his disgruntled green glare in the light from the glass doorway. Seriously? Don't eat all these, he said. This pan is supposed to be enough for, 10 people. The fae ran a jaundiced eye over him. 10 humans, perhaps. Len turned to the vampires, swaying a bit when he accidentally moved too fast. I'm going to go pass out now, and pretend tomorrow's not happening. Night, Len, Zora said, sounding troubled. Sleep well, mate, Rand said. We'll stay out here and keep an eye on Tinkerbell. You do that, Len told him, and made his way carefully toward the door. Chapter 17. Hours later, Len lay in the barely familiar guest room, his heart racing as he stared into the darkness above him. He cursed himself for not having timed things better. He'd gone to bed too early. He should have nursed his mellow for another few hours, instead of bailing the moment the conversation got too uncomfortable. Now, instead of remaining happily unconscious until morning, he was wide awake at dark 30 with no chance whatsoever of getting back to sleep. And, yeah, this time around he felt kind of like shit on top of everything else. Dry eye, check. Cotton mouth, check. Sleep deprivation, double check. Poor life choices for the win. Fuck, he told the ceiling, even though it was invisible in the darkness. Staying in bed was utterly pointless, not to mention a recipe for another panic attack as his brain poked at the morning's proposed itinerary. Step 1, get up. Step 2, have breakfast. Step 3, reassemble the cut-rate Justice League, even though most of them wanted to go to war with each other more than they wanted to cooperate. Step 4, head back to St. Louis for a potential rendezvous with a raging death monster in the same neighborhood where he'd nearly died a few days ago. He rolled out of bed abruptly, swallowing a curse as his elbow hit the bedside table in the dark, rattling it and sending a jolt of pain up his arm. Unwilling to sit still and wait for his autonomic nervous system to start screwing with him any more than it already was, he felt his way to the door and turned on the light so he could grab some clothes and go take a shower. Just like he had the previous morning, he took great pains with his hair. Not because having his brightly dyed faux hawk teased into aggressive spikes would make any difference whatsoever to the outcome of today's insane excuse for a plan, but because it made him feel slightly more confident when it came to facing down a room full of demons and shape-shifting fae. When he was satisfied with his appearance, he went downstairs. The house was mostly dark, but someone had left the light on in the kitchen. It was probably for his benefit, since vampires didn't exactly need a nightlight, and he doubted fae did either. There were faint sounds coming from the far wing of the house, which Len identified as 2 people trying and failing to be quiet while having wild, bed-shaking sex. He rolled his eyes ceilingward, but to be fair, it wasn't exactly optional for a succubus hybrid, vampire or otherwise. Len remembered Zora from before. underweight and with dark circles under her eyes, slogging through her waitressing shifts powered by kale smoothies and scary amounts of ibuprofen. Starvation, she'd told him later. Every boyfriend she'd ever dated had run for the hills, sensing on some level that she was draining them, even if they had no clue how. At least that had been the case until Rand's came along. Apparently undead stamina in the sack was really something to behold. Princess Bride quotes aside, Len thought the pair might well have the healthiest relationship he'd ever come across. Rands and Zora, the vampire power couple. Twilight, eat your heart out. The door of the other bedroom on the ground floor was firmly shut. No light came from within. Len marched past it and didn't allow himself to wonder if Albigard was also staring into the darkness with bloodshot eyes, contemplating his own mortality. When a rummage around the kitchen failed to unearth a functioning toaster, Len was reduced to heating his Pop-Tarts in a skillet on the stovetop like a heathen. Zora had shaken her head at him when he'd added them to the list yesterday, but comfort food was comfort food. Pop-Tarts were one of the few remnants of his childhood that hadn't been sullied, and if he was charging into deadly danger in a few hours, this was his last meal request, damn it. A toaster would have been good, though. In another pan, the water for the coffee came to a simmer, and he added it to the grounds to steep. A few minutes later, he sat down with his feast, and nearly spilled the scalding coffee in his lap as a portal opened up without warning, and the black cat trotted through. Hi, he said, when the she showed no immediate inclination to change into human form. Sorry, everyone else is either asleep or having sex right now. I was just about to eat breakfast and maybe go for a walk afterward, if the sun's up. The cat hopped up on the table and sat, its long tail curled primly around its toes. It stared at him with unblinking green eyes, but made no other move. After a long moment, Len shrugged and went back to his breakfast, trying to ignore the heinously awkward feeling of being watched by a sentient animal while he ate. When he was finished, he went to the sink and washed last night's and this morning's dishes. Someone had put the empty brownie pan in to soak. He tried not to think how difficult it would be to explain if Albigard were still passed out when the others showed up, ready to leave. Or, for that matter, if he were draped over a toilet, puking his guts out. Oh well, Len had tried to warn him about overdoing it with the brownies. Twice. The cat jumped onto the counter to watch with interest as he rinsed and dried the bowls and pans. So, he began, for lack of any other conversational gambits, what's your opinion on this whole thing? Is the plan going to work? Or are those of us who aren't immortal going to end up as really ugly yard decorations in the middle of a dead neighborhood? The air twisted, and the she sat on the edge of the countertop, lower legs swinging idly like a bored child. I would not have agreed to the plan if I did not believe it to have a decent chance of success, human. Okay, Len said, threading the damp dish towel through the door handle of the fridge to dry. Well, that's good, right? The she shrugged. When no other reassurance was forthcoming, Len grabbed a fresh water bottle from the fridge and went outside. The sky was lightening in the east, and while it was still pretty dark out, he was confident he wouldn't trip on the trail and break a leg as long as he was careful. There was a tiny nip to the air this morning, a hint of autumn to come. Would the forest still be full of green leaves and chirping birds at this time next year? Or would North America be a blackened wasteland, devoid of life? He'd seen the Hunt's abattoir in St. Louis with his own eyes, and yet he still couldn't truly wrap his brain around the idea. Since it's gotten a taste of the easy pickings on Earth, it will keep coming back, Zora had said. And every time it feeds, it will get stronger. It will get bigger. Nigelis had gone even further. Life in the human realm dies too easily. As it grows stronger, the Hunt will transform Earth into a mirror of Dahain, one realm with life multiplying out of control, the other with death creeping across the land until it swallows everything in its path. Len couldn't accept that prediction. They would fix things, somehow, trap the Hunt back in Dahain where it belonged. there would still be squirrels scampering and chittering in this random section of forest in Illinois come next spring. The alternative was too big, too horrible to contemplate. He followed the same trails as before, taking in his surroundings with a gaze more attuned to the beauty around him than it might otherwise have been. The sun rose, painting the eastern sky in Disney-esque pastel shades so brilliant they hurt his eyes. Birds tweeted, insects buzzed. Once he got to the public hiking trails, he met a few early joggers and dog walkers out getting some exercise before work. Some of them gave him wary looks and a wide berth. This 6-foot-tall stranger with dyed hair and tattoos encircling his arms, metal rings glinting in his face. But one grandmotherly sort, walking an elderly spaniel, stopped to let him pet her dog when the old beast tugged on its leash to approach him.
"Good morning, dear,"
the woman said cheerfully, reminding Len with a sharp pang of Betty, who'd lived across the street.
"This is Bono. He has the best taste in people. Say hello, Bono."
Len smiled up at her and rubbed Bono's silky ears as the dog slobbered and pawed at him, trying not to think about a pair of brown and black furry lumps lying dead on the sidewalk next to their owner. He returned to the house before the sun climbed too high, feeling an unpleasant mix of dread and determination curling in his stomach. All of the others except Nigelis were assembled in the kitchen, even though it was barely 8:15, according to the old clock hanging on the wall. Much to Len's disgust, Albigard was there as well, speaking quietly with Teague. He looked as haughty and perfect as ever, even after polishing off enough pot brownies to tranquilize a horse last night. Len came to a halt, staring at the Fae through his own bleary, bloodshot eyes. "Dude," he said, "that's just wrong." Rands glanced between them and raised an eyebrow. "Non-human metabolism. Don't take it personally." Len shook his head, dismissing the small piece of universal unfairness in the wake of the much more important things they had to deal with today. The Catshi was once more a cat, but the Kushi were both in human form. He couldn't help noticing that the one he'd pepper-sprayed the previous day had managed to get the dye off their face. He'd been right, too. Without that visual marker for identification, Len had no idea which one of them was which. Nigelis materialized into existence before the silence in the room could grow unbearably awkward, a duffel bag held in one elegant hand. The demon looked around, making a quick head count. "Ah, it appears I'm holding up the party. Apologies." He lifted up the bag, meeting Len's eyes. "Mr. Grayson, since your journey here was an unplanned one that did not allow you to pack first, I took the liberty of assembling a basic first aid kit for the day's endeavors." Len felt an unpleasant jolt at being addressed as Mr. Grayson, and had to stifle the urge to look behind him for his father. Nigelis tossed the bag to him, a welcome distraction. He caught it out of the air and unzipped it, rifling through the contents. Inside he found gauze, cotton roll, tourniquets, elastic bandages, scissors, gloves, and adhesive tape. "Thanks," he said uncertainly. When he looked up, it was to find Rands wearing an odd expression. "A first aid kit? Really?" the vampire asked Nigelis, his tone pointed. The demon quirked an eyebrow in response. "Fae are still susceptible to physical weakness brought on by blood loss, if only temporarily. Since we have someone trained in the medical arts, it only seems logical to outfit him with the proper tools." Len frowned. "We're trying to trap a fog monster that sucks people's life force into the void," he pointed out. "Are we expecting any bleeding injuries this morning?" Nigelis gave him a bland smile. "One certainly hopes not. Now, are we ready to depart?" "Not even remotely," Zora said. "Come on, let's head to St. Louis and get this over with anyway." Chapter 18. Len stepped through a portal cast by Teague and found himself in a quiet area located behind a collection of temporary trailers. The place had a quickly assembled military feel to it, reminiscent of news footage covering emergency camps or detention centers. The trailers were stark white and rectangular, the area surrounded by 6-foot chain-link fence, topped with looped razor wire. A feeling of surreality struck him as he turned a slow 360 and recognized an intersection he'd driven past practically every day on the way to work at the Brown Fox. They'd arrived perhaps half a mile from his house, and the entire area was now a military base. The others had preceded Len through the flaming oval, which snapped abruptly shut once he was clear of it. Teague strode past him, sparing Len the sort of glance you might give a spider crawling up the wall of a shower stall while you were trying to bathe. Upon realizing the nature of the incursion, I ordered a mandatory evacuation within a perimeter encompassing an area roughly 4 times the size of the original zone of destruction, said the Fae. I will meet with the human National Guard commander and ensure we will not be disturbed while we're working. Then we can proceed to the location of the tear in the veil and begin. With that, the copper-haired Unseelie turned on his heel and marched toward the nearest structure. The others followed him. Len blinked and trailed along behind, painfully aware that nothing about their group screamed, "We belong inside a secure military perimeter." Seemingly unconcerned, Teague threaded his way through black SUVs and Hummers, followed by 2 vampires in black leather, a demon in an Armani suit, 4 refugees from the set of Lord of the Rings, and Len, the random guy with blue hair and facial piercings. Len winced as the severe-looking National Guard officer they were approaching took one glance at them and rested his hand on his sidearm. "Lieutenant," Teague said crisply. The officer's eyes snapped to the Fae and promptly grew dazed. He blinked, coming to attention, and focused on Teague as completely as though the rest of them no longer existed. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?" he said, and Len felt a shudder of revulsion go through him at the tone of adoration. "Have there been any disturbances within the perimeter since your last report?" Teague demanded. "No, sir. All quiet," said the lieutenant. "Good," Teague replied. "Recall any drones and cease all surveillance efforts until I order otherwise. Destroy any recorded images dating from this moment onward. No one goes in or out unless they're with me. See to it." "Right away, sir," said the officer, and hurried off as though he were carrying out the orders of a 4-star general rather than a pale civvy with his long hair tied back in a ponytail. Am I the only one feeling seriously creeped out by that interaction? Len asked once the lieutenant disappeared into one of the command trailers. "Nope," Zora said, popping the pea. "Welcome to my world, where the Fae control everything and free will is an illusion." Rands gave her a side-eyed look. "Perhaps a bit of an exaggeration, love." "Just keep telling yourself that," she muttered. "It's not paranoia when they really are out to get you. Just saying." "If we might proceed," Albigard said, in a tone that could strip paint. In contrast to the others, for whom this was apparently just another day at the office, he looked as tense as a drawn bowstring. However much THC had been in those brownies last night, it clearly hadn't been enough, as far as he was concerned. "Yes," Nigelis agreed. "We should make haste. While there's no reason to think that the hunt will be drawn to the flight commander's presence now that it's gone feral, there's also no point in dangling him as bait outside of the wards longer than is necessary." "Quite," agreed the catchy, and opened a portal. Len looked around a bit wildly, expecting to see soldiers and police freaking out at the sudden appearance of a fiery ring hovering in the air, but the few people in evidence were ignoring them completely, almost as though they were invisible. "Wait," Zora said. "How sure are we that this is going to be safe for Len? The last time he touched this dead zone, the results weren't good." The she's head tilted. "The portal will deposit us outside of the boundary. However, life is already returning to the area, albeit in an unpleasant capacity. It is merely an area of decay now, and this time the human will have a better idea what to expect." Len felt his throat tighten at the memory of the terrible pull he'd experienced last time, drawing him like iron filings to a magnet. "It's okay, Z," he managed. I could tell something was wrong when I got close, even before I touched the dead area. If the same thing happens this time, just grab me before I can reach it and toss me through a portal leading back to Chicago, I guess." "If you're sure," she said with reluctance, still looking unhappy. Again, Len caught Rands directing a probing stare at Nigelis, whose face remained utterly unreadable. Before anyone else could raise another objection that further delayed things, Albigard stepped through the portal, with the air of someone who would rather be going anywhere else, but knew anywhere else wasn't currently an option. The others followed, until it was just Rands, Zora, and Len. "Rands will be right in front of you, and I'll be right behind," Zora said. "If you start acting weird, we'll keep you from getting any closer to it." "Thanks," Len said, and steeled himself for what he was about to see on the other side of the hole in reality. Rands slipped through the portal, disappearing from view. Len took a deep breath and stepped through as well. He heard Zora arrive behind him, but the most immediate thing to hit him was the overpowering stench. Life had returned to the dead zone, all right, but it was the kind of tiny life that turned wilted plants into compost and corpses into puddles of slime and stink. His stomach turned over, but he forced the nausea down with skills honed during 2 years spent in the medical field. Cautiously, he looked around. They were about 20 feet from the sharp boundary between normality and destruction. Slime mold clung to the dead grass and fallen leaves, with the occasional sickly-looking mushroom poking up from the decaying mulch of plant matter. The human bodies had all been removed, but the tiny, feathered remains of birds and other small animals still littered the road, covered with buzzing flies. Len closed his eyes for a moment, moving his attention inward. A chill prickled along his nerves, emanating from the awful expanse in front of him, but it didn't drag at him this time, or try to pull him in. Zora held his left arm in a firm grip, just in case. He opened his eyes. "I'm fine," he said. "It's fine, just rotting plants and dead birds." Len shook off her hold and walked forward, his feet under conscious control this time. He couldn't deny the shiver that went through him when he stepped across the boundary, but that was the extent of his body's reaction. No fireworks went off in his synapses. His muscles didn't seize and convulse. They headed after the others, who were already halfway down the block. Len couldn't help gawping at the sight of familiar houses framed by the utter wrongness of an unfamiliar landscape, green replaced by the blacks and browns and sickly yellows of putrefaction. His house was nearby, with all his belongings. Would it still look the same inside, except for a dead houseplant or two and some spoiled food? Would the vegetables in his refrigerator have shriveled into brown lumps under the hunt's influence? Or were they already dead because they'd been harvested? Maybe he could go inside once they were done, throw some of his things into a suitcase, since it seemed unlikely people would be allowed to return to this neighborhood anytime soon. A chemical spill, they'd called it. He wondered how long they would try to hold to that lie if the hunt kept coming back, ranging farther and farther afield each time. Ahead of them, the five Fae and Nigelis came to a sudden stop at the corner of Len's street, where the hunt had first appeared after Zora and Rands had arrived at his house with Albigard's unconscious body. Zora grabbed Len's arm again, holding him back. "Wait, there are other Fae here," she said. "That wasn't part of the plan, was it?" "No," Rands replied grimly. "It most certainly was not." They approached cautiously to find a wary standoff taking place at the intersection. 3 unfamiliar male Fae stood at one apex of an unfriendly-looking triangle. They glared back and forth between Nigelis, who formed another corner, and Albigard, who was standing with Teague and the She. The 2 vampires joined Nigelis, Zora tugging Len along with them. It had been fairly clear back at the command post that they were on Teague's territory here in St. Louis, and unsurprisingly, he was the first to speak. "Emissaries, what is the reason for your presence here?" he demanded. "I was not informed of this visit." Unlike Teague, the newcomers weren't making any attempt to blend in with human clothing. To be fair, neither were Albigard or the She in their buckskin and unbleached linen. But these 3 had taken things several steps further. They were dressed for battle, Len thought, with leather armor and swords at their backs. His unease ratcheted up by several notches. "We have been sent on Oren's direct orders to assess the situation, after reports that the wild hunt had been seen on Earth," said the one standing on the right. He had a cruel sneer and a scar running down the side of his face. "Who's Oren?" Len asked in a low voice. "Head honcho of the Unseelie court back on Daheim," Zora replied under her breath. "And a real asshole to boot. A real asshole who also happens to be Albigard's father," Rans added, equally quietly. Zora's head whipped around. "Wait, what?" she asked, failing to keep her voice down. Several of the Fae leveled brief glares in her direction. Len frowned. "So, Albigard's like royalty or something?" Unlike Zora, he spoke low enough not to draw more attention than they already had. "Huh, that explains some things. In a manner of speaking, he is. But don't forget the part where the court sentenced him to death or eternal exile for breaking the rules one too many times," Rans replied. From the asshole comments, Len got the impression that Daddy Dearest hadn't exactly been leading the charge to acquit his son from charges of wrongdoing. He had personal experience with a father who'd appointed himself judge and jury for his son's perceived crimes. Not that Len was actively looking for shared life experiences with the stuck-up Fae fucker, but he still knew what a knife to the gut something like that could be. Albigard stood warily on the fringes of the discussion as Teague finished filling the newcomers in on recent events. He held his hands clasped behind his back in what should have been a casual posture, but his knuckles were white with tension. The reason for his apprehension became clear when the apparent leader of the trio sent by the court scowled at Teague. "This elaborate scheming is unnecessary," he said. "And fraternizing with a demon, no less. The court will hear of this. We'll take the traitor back with us. He has exhausted any remaining goodwill he might once have enjoyed within Daheim. The hunt will follow him there, and come to heel once it has devoured him."
"It will not!"
the Catchy began, but the Kushi immediately interrupted with, "That's what we said. It sounds much simpler that way." The pair of shapeshifters moved abruptly, rounding to face Albigard, who, in turn, began to back away warily, putting space between them. Len watched in amazement as his loose clothing melted from the neck downward, reforming as it went into dark leather battle armor, similar to that worn by the court emissaries. Both vampires tensed, as though ready to spring to his aid. Almost faster than Len's eyes could follow, Nigelis swung up a blocking arm. "No." His voice snapped like a whip, eyes glowing with red flames as he swiveled his head to pin Rans and Zora with an unyielding gaze. "The treaty. You will not interfere publicly with Fae business." A low growl caught in Rans's chest, but both vampires froze in place, fangs bared and eyes blazing as bright as the demons. Len watched them silently fight against Nigelis's control and lose. If he'd harbored any doubts whatsoever that Zora was capable of committing murder, the look on her face in that moment would have erased them. Len didn't think he'd been an intended recipient of the demon's snapped order. He'd just happened to be on its periphery. Even so, he was as paralyzed as the vampires. Any attempt to move or speak simply didn't work. It should have been terrifying or infuriating. He'd punched Albigard in the jaw for something far less extreme than what the demon had just done to him. But even his emotional reactions had been dampened. All Len could do was stand there like a waxwork doll, watching as the Fae contingent split down the middle and turned on itself. Teague faded to the side as both Albigard and the Unseelie delegation lifted hands glowing with sparking magic, ready to strike. The Catchy moved between them, arms raised palm out, in a clear attempt to forestall the opening salvos.
"Stop this immediately, all of you!"
the diminutive Fae cried.
"We must—"
The words were cut off as the Kushi changed form and sprang, one of the terrifying hellhounds lunging at the Catchy, while the other sprang at Albigard. It snapped powerful jaws around his arm, heedless of the sparking magic that flickered and died out beneath its grip. The Catchy transformed as well, darting out of the way of crunching jaws and leaping onto the hellhound's back instead. Needle-like teeth and claws latched onto the Kushi's scruff as it twisted this way and that, trying to reach the smaller creature. Meanwhile, Albigard was doing his best to stay on his feet as the other Kushi shook his trapped arm violently back and forth like a terrier with a rat. I should be doing something about this, Len thought distantly, still mired in the passivity enforced by Nigelus's will. They'll take him to Daheim to die and leave Earth as a feast for the hunt. They don't give two shits about the human realm. But his thoughts remained just that, idle musings, with no force behind them. The three Unseelie emissaries took advantage of whatever the Kushi was doing that seemed to be interfering with Albigard's magic, raising their hands in a simultaneous flinging motion. Ropes of light flew through the air and wrapped around Albigard's body, sending him crashing to the ground. The Kushi let him go as his limbs snapped together tightly, trapped by the magical bonds, as sure as any Shibari rope Len had ever tied. Albigard cursed and struggled to no avail as the giant black hound stood over him, drool dripping from its curled lip. Chapter 19. Rand twitched hard next to Len, still fighting against Nigelus's implacable control. The Catchi and the second Kushi sprang apart from their clinch, both of them shifting back to human form as they squared off. "Enough!" cried the Catchi, looking as flustered and disheveled as a cat who'd just tangled with a massive dog 10 times its size. "You fools, you'll ruin everything! Can't you see?" The leader of the contingent from behind stepped forward, lording his height over the smaller Fae. "I see an escaped prisoner, a traitor, and I see you standing with him, alone. She or not, Oren has several questions about your recent involvement with this criminal." He jerked his chin toward Albigard, lying on the pavement, bound and under guard. The Catchi straightened, green eyes flashing. "Do not presume to threaten me, Unseelie." Teague cleared his throat. All eyes turned to him. "You've already captured the fugitive. He's safely restrained. Now if we could perhaps discuss our next steps," he said, sounding equal parts bored and irritated. "As I was saying before everyone decided to start throwing magic around in the middle of a human street, we have a bigger problem." "I have only one problem," said the leader of Oren's contingent, "and that problem has been dealt with." But Teague didn't back down. "As emissaries from the cart, you are of course welcome in St. Louis at any time. However, as I am the warden of this overkeep, it is long accepted practice for you to meet with me and discuss the reasons for your visit before taking action that could result in damage to territory under my control." The Unseelie eyed Teague with a sour expression. "I fail to see how recapturing an escaped prisoner damages your territory. We will take him away. The hunt will follow. Both our problems are solved." "The hunt will not follow!" the Catchi snapped. "Are your ears broken?" Teague raised a quelling hand. "As I attempted to convey before, the hunt is not crossing between realms to fulfill its orders against the condemned. Not anymore, at least. He has been in hiding for some time now, in the city he used to oversee, hundreds of miles from here. Yet rather than follow him, the hunt has returned to this existing weak spot in the Vale, feeding indiscriminately on life from the human realm, rather than seeking its assigned quarry." The Unseelie leader paused. "What are you saying?" The Catchi hissed. "What do you think he's saying, cretin? We must close the rip in the fabric between realms, or it'll continue to grow wider, causing chaos." Nigelus spoke up for the first time since he'd silenced the vampires and Len. "This issue is larger than a single prisoner, emissary. Larger even than the politics between our races. Do you think I would be here risking a diplomatic incident if it were not?" The Unseelie eyed him. "You are a demon, so in chaos is all the reason you need. You show up with vampires at your side and expect me to believe it's an act of altruism?" Nigelus returned the stare, measure for measure. "The vampires are under control, as you can see," he replied, the words dry as dust. "Believe me, risking a major conflict with the Fae in the course of repairing the boundary between realms is actually quite far down my list of desirable ways to expend my time and energy." Arrogant bastard, Len thought, wishing he had the same resistance to demon influence that he apparently had to fey influence. Albigard watched all of this silently from the ground, his chest rising and falling, in harsh, silent gasps, as his fate was debated. Len wondered if the magic that kept him physically restrained also prevented him from speaking on his own behalf. He looked like he was fighting full-blown panic at the prospect of what was about to happen to him, and Len's heart sped up in sympathy. "My proposal is this," Teague said, before the others could continue sniping at each other. "Assist us in closing the gap in the veil, and, afterward, take your prisoner to Dahine, as you originally planned. Then both of our problems will truly be solved." Zora, still trapped by Nigelis's command, made a small, punched-out noise of dismay. Len felt disgust slide through the layers muffling his emotions, as the protégé who had supposedly been loyal to Albigard casually threw him under the bus. First Albigard's father, now this little punk-ass bastard. No wonder the Fae had a bad attitude and no people skills. Teague looked down at his former mentor, and there was genuine remorse in his face. "You were a good commander, and always fair to me. I regret the way this has ended, but our need to control the hunt carries more weight than your continued survival. And in the end, you are a traitor to our race." Albigard's eyes slid closed. The other Unseelie appeared to weigh Teague's words for a few moments, exchanging glances, before the leader nodded. "Very well. There is no harm in patching the damage to the veil before we depart, I suppose. Let us discuss the particulars." The Fae fell into cautious conversation, though the Catchy still looked spitting mad. Len felt the grip on his mind and body ease as Nigelis turned his full attention on Ranz and Zora. "I will release you now," he said, "but I will not allow you to act against the Fae, not even to protect your friend." Both vampires whirled on him, fangs out and fists clenched, looking every inch the predators they were. "We may already be your political pawns, Nigelis," Rand snarled, "but do not presume to make us your literal puppets as well." Nigelis didn't back down from his fury. "Have no illusions, Ransley. I care for you a great deal, and your regard is important to me. But I care for the treaty and the current peace between Hell and Hine more." Len left them to their face-off in favor of crossing to Albigard, who somehow seemed to have been largely forgotten, even though he was the focal point of the current shitshow. He knelt next to the Fae, whose eyes were still tightly closed. His breathing was ragged and too fast, as though he couldn't draw in enough oxygen. Len was painfully familiar with the feeling. "Hey," he said, taking careful note of the flinch of surprise he received in return. "You're hyperventilating, Blondie. I'm going to raise your upper body a bit. It should make it easier for you to breathe. All right?" Albigard turned his face away. "Leave me alone, damn you," he managed between gasps. "Yeah, sorry, not happening," Len said. "Come on, let's get your breathing under control. Slow and deep. In and out." He got an arm beneath Albigard's shoulders and hoisted him up enough to scoot in behind him so he could support the Fae's back against his chest. Albigard tensed, and Len was struck, not for the first time, by the strength of the invisible barrier he held around himself. He wondered how long it had been since anyone had touched the guy, except to punch him or shove him, or bite him in the case of the Kushi. Albigard's muscles were stiff, at least in part because of the magical bonds that still held his limbs trapped tightly against his body. Len wrapped an arm around his torso and placed his palm flat against the center of his chest, where a human's heart would be, hoping to give him something to help ground him. Sure enough, the Fae's heartbeat thundered beneath Len's touch, slamming against his ribs like a wild thing trying to escape its cage. Zora slid in beside them, evidently having left Ranz in charge of the yelling at Nigelis end of things. She cupped Albigard's cheek with one hand. Len felt a faint shiver go through the Fae, but the panicked edge to his breathing was already beginning to ease. "Tinkerbell?" she said, sounding anguished. We're We're going to figure something out, okay? Visibly getting herself under control, she began to feel along the arm nearest to her. How do we get you out of these bonds? As far as Len could tell, there was nothing there for her to find. Nothing physical, anyway. You don't, Albigard rasped, his body relaxing against Len's by degrees. Jesus. The Fae were going to haul him off, so they could throw him into the maw of his childhood nightmares. And unless Nigellis had a sudden change of heart, there wasn't a damned thing any of them could do to stop it. The true horror of the situation struck Len like a blow. Rans joined them then, crouching on Albigard's other side. He still looked like he wanted to tear someone's throat out, and wasn't feeling all that particular as to whose throat it was. "What the hell were you thinking, Albi?" he demanded. "Why didn't you portal out of here when you had the chance?" His hand closed on Albigard's upper arm and gripped tightly. "You need me to close the rip," Albigard said, meeting his eyes. "He's bleeding." Zora was staring at the arm she'd been touching. Len had already noticed the wet patch seeping from beneath the torn leather guard on the Fae's forearm where the Kushi had grabbed him. "I know, I saw it. There's not much I can do about it while he's trussed up like this." "It's of no import," Albigard muttered. Without getting a proper look at it, Len had no idea if that was true or not, but he'd also seen Albigard shake off injuries that would have killed a human outright. Beside him, Rans and Zora tensed, and Len looked up to see the others approaching them. Pathetic. The Unseelie leader sneered down at his prisoner, lip curling. A Fae of courtly blood, surrounding himself with humans and undead night crawlers. Your father would be appalled. Zora glared daggers at him, her eyes flashing copper fire. Not as appalled as we are at him. Unlike Oren, we don't abandon our own. Len stayed silent, and he noticed Rans did too, because for all practical purposes, they would abandon Albigard, at least assuming Nigellis prevented them from acting as he had before, seemingly with no effort at all on his part. Len tightened his grip on the helpless Fae, trying to project reassurance through his touch, even though it was a lie. When Albigard made no attempt to rise to the insult, the Unseelie leader sighed. Apparently your hybrid powers are needed to deal with this damage to the Veil. Before I release you, I require your word that you will come with me afterward as my prisoner. Len felt a moment of hope at the words, "before I release you," but it was short-lived. "Albi," Rand said warningly, "don't do this." A shudder went through the body in Len's arms. "I give you my word that I will not resist you once the damage to the Veil is repaired and the hunt contained," Albigard said. Good God. Did the Fae obsession with truthfulness seriously extend that far? A Fae who intentionally misleads another is no longer Fae, Albigard had said. And apparently it did extend that far, because the Unseelie leader made a sharp gesture. Immediately the force pinning Albigard's arms and legs fell away. "Very well," he said. "Get up and do your part, traitor." For the space of a breath, Albigard lay loose and pliant against Len's body. He realized he still had an arm clutched around the Fae's chest, and let it slide away as Albigard got his feet under him and stood. Len followed suit, numbness spreading inside him. "He's hurt," Len said. "I've got medical supplies. I want to look at that arm first." The leader's cold green eyes fell on him, making Len feel like an insect that had stood up in the laboratory and started talking to the entomologist. "Don't be ridiculous, you useless creature," the Fae said, and promptly dismissed him, turning away. "We've tarried here too long already," Albigard said, his tone hollow. "Save your bandages for someone who will benefit from them." "Move away, Mr. Grayson," Nigellis ordered, approaching now that the Fae all seemed to be on the same page again. "The sooner we act, the better. Ransley, Miss Bright, you as well." Zora glowered at him and turned to stop Albigard with a hand on his uninjured arm. "You draw whatever power you need from us, Tinkerbell. You understand me? Whatever power you need." A faint smile curled one corner of the Fae's lips. Had Len ever seen him smile before? He couldn't remember. "Your attempt at subterfuge is appreciated, Demonkin," he said, looking down at her. "But I have given my word not to resist. I will only need your disgusting vampire animus for the purpose to which we originally agreed." Feeling sick to his stomach, Len retreated from the intersection where Nigelis and the Fae were setting up, getting ready to implement whatever arcane magical process they'd been planning. Rans gave Albigard's back a long look. The Fae didn't turn to meet it. Eventually he led Zora a slight distance away and folded her into his arms, guiding her lips to rest against his throat. Len looked away as she latched on, ready to draw blood from him as soon as Albigard started drawing power from her. The 3 Unseelie sent by Albigard's asshole of a father stood just out of the way of the others, keeping a close eye on the proceedings. Meanwhile, Nigelis and the remaining Fae gathered around the place where Len had first seen the hunt break through into the world. He couldn't help noticing that Teague appeared to have a hard time looking his former mentor in the eye. He felt a surge of hatred toward the smarmy bastard who'd already left so much destruction in his wake. Len wasn't sure what to expect, in a purely physical sense, as Albigard and the Catchy raised their hands toward the damaged area. They began to speak in murmured words that barely reached Len's ears, in a language he didn't understand. He watched, with a definite sense of trepidation, as the clear air of midday began to shimmer like ripples on the water, or like the metaphorical veil they'd been using to describe boundary between realities. It was beautiful. And it was shredded. Chapter 20. Tatters of whatever material formed the boundary between one realm and the next fluttered beneath an ineffable breeze, the damaged area pulsing angry red like a wound. Looking at it made Len's brain hurt, but once he started he couldn't seem to tear his eyes away. It was eerie but mesmerizing, disturbing but addictive. "This is worse than we feared," Nigelis observed in a clinical tone. The demon had removed his tailored suit jacket and rolled up his sleeves, revealing hard-muscled forearms Len wouldn't have expected based on his tall, svelte frame. That wound will need debridement, Len thought, a shadow of insight from another life, back when he'd been responsible for fixing broken flesh. A time before his failure to do so had broken him.
"The edges will not seal properly in this state,"
the Catchy said, echoing Len's professional medical opinion. Nigelis mused, and called his flaming sword into existence with a precise gesture of one hand. Every Fae except Albigard and the Catchy twitched in tandem when it appeared, as though they couldn't quite manage to stop themselves from reacting to the perceived threat of an armed demon of fate. The demon in question approached the rip in space, eyeing it with a calculating expression. He raised his sword arm, and with the flick of a wrist, some of the intangible shreds sheared free from the damaged area, fluttering toward whatever lay on the other side of the gap, burning away to nothing as they went. "You'll make it bigger," the Unseelie leader snapped. "I'll make its current size more apparent," Nigelis shot back. "To be honest, I am growing increasingly concerned as to how this could have happened in the first place."
"One problem at a time,"
the Catchy said, hands straining toward the illuminated veil, glowing with magic. Albigard silently mirrored the she on the other side, his jaw tight with strain. "Quite," Nigelis agreed, and went back to his surgery. Len tried to keep half an eye on Zora and Rans. As he understood it, the Catchy had the ability to draw power from other Fae as long as they allowed it. It wasn't tied up with accepting gifts or soul debts or any of that other crazy stuff. So the she could call on the strength of not only Teague, but also the 3 emissaries from the court, all of whom seemed to be fairly powerful in their own rights. Albigard, on the other hand, only had access to Zora's power, and by blood-drinking extension to Rans's. This in addition to his own power, of course, but between whatever the Kushi had done to him when it had bitten him, and the drain of being magically bound by the other Unseelie, Len had no idea what kind of reserves he was likely to have left at this point. So far, he seemed to be holding his own, based on the fact that Zora hadn't sagged with sudden weakness, as she had the first time Len saw Albigard pull life force from her. Of course, all he and the Catchy were doing so far was making the torn area visible. They weren't trying to fix it yet. Meanwhile, Nigellus was cutting away great swaths of shredded veil, wielding the huge fiery sword with far more ease than it looked like he should be able to manage. Zora had described the demon's true form once, a towering figure with horns, bulging muscles, and leathery wings that easily spanned 15 feet. The body Len currently saw was, well, he wasn't sure what it was, not an illusion exactly. The wings, for instance, weren't merely invisible. You wouldn't run into one of them if you walked past Nigellus's shoulder. Nigellus didn't have to duck to get through a 7-foot-tall doorway when he was wearing this form. Maybe his demon attributes resided in the same place the flaming sword did when he didn't need it. The whole thing made Len's head hurt almost as much as looking at the damaged veil did. But the practical upshot meant that it probably wasn't Nigellus's lean human form wielding the heavy sword with one-handed ease, but rather a massive, demonic mountain of muscle. Even so, the mental disconnect of seeing someone utilize physical strength they shouldn't have was disconcerting. If it also turned out to be the thing that protected the Earth from the wild hunt, however, Len would take it. The last of the tattered streamers burned away to nothingness as Len watched, leaving behind a relatively smooth-edged gap that shimmered and pulsed with bruised-looking reds and purples. It looked like an inflamed wound. Painful. Wrong. Whatever lay on the other side of the opening was shrouded in the same misty impenetrability as a Fey travel portal. "Try it now," Nigellus said, arcing the fiery sword to the side with a flourish. "Quickly," added one of the Kushi. The two shapeshifters had placed themselves next to Albigard and the Catchy like bodyguards. Their attention never wavered from the gap. Even in humanoid form, they gave the impression of pricked ears and raised hackles. Len thought he even saw one of them sniff the air, nostrils twitching. Albigard had called the Kushi the hereditary wardens of the wild hunt. Later, Len had put two and two together with something Nigellus had said when they were discussing strategy. When Albigard claimed that Fey were powerless against the hunt, the demon had disagreed. "Your statement is nearly accurate," he'd said, "but not completely accurate." Evidently, in the Fey realm, the Kushi acted sort of like sheepdogs, guiding the hunt where it was supposed to go whenever the court decided to sick it on someone. The Catchy had involved them in case the hunt showed up while they were still working, the idea being that the Kushi could herd it back where it came from long enough for the others to finish closing the gap. Afterward, the She would immediately travel back to Dahain and attempt to get the thing under control in its natural habitat. The fact that the two shapeshifters suddenly seemed so nervous did not strike Len as a good sign. Apparently Nigellus agreed. "Look sharp," said the demon, raising his sword again.
"We've tarried too long,"
the Catchy agreed, sounding decidedly worried.
"Blast all this useless, unseelie infighting."
"Close the edges," Nigellus snapped. "Quickly." The Kushi abruptly shifted into hound form and moved to stand between their charges and the opening. All the tiny hairs on Len's body stood up at once, a clammy chill sliding through his veins. He took an involuntary step backward, even though he was already quite some distance away from the center of the action. Albigard and the Catchy lifted their hands with a pushing motion, mirroring each other. Zora abruptly made a choked noise. Her knees gave out, only Ranz's arms around her keeping her upright. The edges of the torn veil began to shift closer together, as though being pinched closed by a giant, invisible hand. Len held his breath, like it could somehow add to the magical effort being put forth. Whatever the others were doing, it seemed to be working. Ranz wavered on his feet as Zora drained his blood to replenish herself, eventually dropping to his knees with her in what looked like a barely controlled collapse. Len emptied his lungs in a whoosh, thinking, maybe. Yes, just a little more. Nigellus lifted his sword, preparing to seal the edges together with the heat from the blade. Greasy black fog exploded through the thin crack between the edges of the gap. It enveloped Nigellus, even as the demon slashed at it with his flaming weapon, and Len's heart leapt into his throat. The Kushi erupted into snarls and growls, lunging forward to snap at the leading edges of the writhing mass. It was horrific. Any individual part that Len tried to focus on was just oily, billowing smoke, but the parts out of focus were something worse. The hunt had teeth and claws and blind, seeking eyes. It was made up of monsters, some that might have been dogs, some that might have been horses, and some that might have been men, or rather fae. All twisted, almost beyond recognition, twining together to become a single, ravenous force. The flickering light from Nigelus's sword disappeared, completely obscured within the maelstrom, as was the demon himself. The 3 Unseelie fae sent by the court backpedaled madly, trying to put more distance between them and the manifestation of nightmare. "Drive it back, you fools!" the leader of the group shouted to the Kushi. "By Mab's grace, drive it back! Now!" The 2 massive hounds darted and snapped, looking for all the world like border collies trying to redirect an unruly flock of evil sheep. A claw-tipped extrusion of smoke reached out with lightning speed, and the hound that had been protecting the catchy shrieked. When the greasy appendage retreated, the Kushi lay unmoving on the pavement. "Thine preserve us!" cried one of the Unseelie. The leader cast a portal in the air and snapped, "Go! Go!" He shoved his 2 underlings through it, but before he could follow them, a second appendage whipped out and struck him. The portal fizzled shut as he fell to the ground. Dead, Len thought in shock, unable to fully process what was happening as everything fell apart around him. It barely touched him, and he's dead. Albigard and the catchy were straining against the edges of the growing gap with their magic, even as they gave ground physically, backing away slowly from either side of the rip. Where Len's mind had interpreted the dark shapes emanating from the breach as teeth and claws before, now it saw tentacles whipping outward, writhing and squeezing through the hole leading into the world. "Shit!" he croaked, fists clenched at his side with helpless impotence. He saw Ranz's glacier blue eyes go wide. The vampire whirled, slow and clumsy with blood loss, shoving Zora to the ground and shielding her body with his, in the instant before the hunt lashed out for a 3rd time. The bottom dropped out of Len's stomach. He lunged toward the pair unthinkingly, despite the fact that it was already far too late to prevent the strike from reaching its mark. The whip-like limb retreated, and 2 limp bodies lay where his friends had been huddled together a moment before. Len slid to a stop next to the fallen vampires and dropped to his knees, biting the inside of his lip until it bled, unable to make sense of what he was seeing. He took in 2 sets of staring eyes, blue and brown, blank with death. But that wasn't right. They were demon-bound. They weren't supposed to be able to die. Nigelus would bring them back any moment now. In the background, he could hear Albigard and the catchy shouting something. Neither Zora nor Ranz moved, their vacant eyes looking at nothing. The familiar choking feeling of panic flooded Len's lungs, suffocating in its intensity. It was a feeling of crushing inevitability, the same as the moment he'd recognized Yusef's car wrapped around a tree. The same as the moment his father had thrown all of Len's belongings out to the curb of the family home, and he realized that he'd just become homeless, effectively orphaned and penniless at the age of 16. He reached out a shaking hand, his fingers touching Zora's wrist. Stupid. He wouldn't find a pulse. She hadn't had a pulse since she'd been turned into a vampire months ago. "Wake up," he said hoarsely. "Come on. You're supposed to wake up from getting killed, that was the deal. That's what you told me." A ground-shaking roar echoed from the center of the writhing mass, jerking Len's attention away from her dead, brown gaze. Did the sound come from the hunt, or from Nigelus trapped in its choking embrace? Demons were supposed to be immortal in the truest sense of the word. They literally couldn't die. What was happening inside that swirling confusion of darkness and horror? The fine hairs on Len's neck prickled, and an instant later he registered grasping, oily talons rushing toward him with unholy speed. He tried to draw enough breath to cry out, suddenly viscerally aware of the sensation of death surrounding him as the hunt reached out to strike him down. It recoiled, inches from his face. For an endless instant, he stared at his own destruction, and his destruction stared back at him. Then it slunk away, retracting into the main mass of roiling smoke. The frantic shouts of those still alive faded and attenuated into a distant, low-pitched whine as everything in Len's awareness slowed to a crawl. It felt like being underwater, like his surroundings were barely moving while his mind raced and his lungs burned. The hunt had flinched away from him. It had retreated from him. Necromancer. The stench of decayed souls surrounds you, like musk. Albigard's voice rang in his memory. You reek of death. The wild hunt fed on life. Len lifted his eyes from Rand's and Zora's bodies, feeling like his head weighed 100 pounds. His vision was blurry with tears, but he could still make out Albigard and the Catchy. They were slowly losing the battle to push the edges of the gap closed. The surviving Kushi stood in front of Albigard, providing cover that would crumple immediately if the hunt struck in that direction. Keeping his gaze firmly fixed on the roiling central mass that was trying to force its way through the veil, Len stumbled to his feet and took one step toward it. Then another. And another. Left. Right. Left. Right. He walked toward the maelstrom of darkness, without the benefit of any kind of sensory feedback from his body. The death that surrounded Len, day in and day out, brushed against the edges of the swirling fog. Protective armor he'd never asked for, made up of lost opportunities. Good and bad and indifferent. Gone, but not gone. Not while it clung to Len. Len's family had abandoned him when he became inconvenient to their worldview, just like Albigard's father had abandoned his son to his punishment, and the Unseelie emissaries had abandoned the fight to contain the hunt mere moments ago, just like Nigelis had apparently abandoned Rand's and Zora to the void. But Len's ghosts had not abandoned him. They were still here, and he would not abandon those who were still struggling to save the world. His world. He took another step forward. The hunt gave way, sucking back to make space for him. Len walked forward. The hunt fell back. Nigelis staggered, coughing from its grasp, catching himself on a hand and a knee. The sword still clutched in his other hand. It hissed and sputtered, steam rising from the flames. "Close the edges," the demon croaked, his voice a terrible rasp. "Do it. Now." Len kept walking. The hunt quailed, slithering backward like some kind of horrible sea creature squirming into its burrow among the rocks. Slimy smoke tickled at the edges of his awareness. Without having realized how close he'd gotten, Len found himself right up against the shimmering veil, its edges sliding shut as he watched. Dazed, he lifted a hand toward the narrowing gap. The last few wisps of the hunt darted away from his fingertips, disappearing inside. The gap closed, brushing his skin as it did, and an invisible force slammed him backward. For the second time in as many weeks, the pavement rose up to meet him with unforgiving force. He lay on his side where he'd been thrown, ears ringing, flashbulbs exploding in his vision. Through it all, he could just about make out the silhouette of Nigelis, raising the blazing sword to press it against the seam. Everything went black. Chapter 21. When it finally occurred to Len that he had a body and eyes, and that he should probably try opening those eyes to see where he was, the whirls and bumps of a white-painted ceiling confronted him. It wasn't a familiar ceiling, exactly, but it wasn't completely unfamiliar either. His head hurt. It wasn't a tension headache or a hangover headache. The pain radiated from a very specific place on his left parietal bone. Come to think of it, his left shoulder and hip didn't seem to be too happy with him either. He blinked a few times, trying to remember if there had been drugs involved with whatever he'd been up to before he ended up in Albigard's guest bedroom. It was daytime, judging by the glare of sunlight coming through the window. He appeared to be completely dressed, right down to his shoes. The fact that he was in Chicago didn't feel right. He wasn't supposed to be here. He was supposed to be in St. Louis. With the others. The others. He sat bolt upright, his body protesting the sudden movement in no uncertain terms. Wincing, he clapped a hand to the back of his head and encountered a tender bruise the size of a goose egg. He'd gone to St. Louis with the others to try and fix the hole between realms. The hunt had come before they could finish the job, and then... Len's hands began to shake. Something in his peripheral vision shifted. Light from the window glinting against pale platinum. He turned, keeping the movement slow this time to minimize the resulting pain. Albigard sat slumped on the floor, with his back resting against the wall, resembling nothing so much as a marionette with its strings cut. As Len watched, the Fae's gaze refocused from the middle distance, rising to meet his. It had been on the tip of Len's tongue to ask what had happened after he'd lost consciousness, specifically whether Nigelis had brought Rans and Zora back to life by channeling power through the soul bond he held over them. The question died on his lips, its answer written clear as day in the brittle edges of Albigard's expression. It was an answer Len wasn't ready to hear. He swallowed against the lump rising in his throat, and swallowed again when the first time didn't seem to help. He would think about Zora and Rans later. He couldn't face thoughts of them now. The hunt? He asked instead, since the only thing that could be worse than what he remembered happening was if all of it had ended up being for nothing. Albigard's gaze went distant again, sliding away from Len's. No longer on Earth. The Kushi that survived the battle has returned to Dahine to check on it. Silence settled over the room like a shroud. Much as he didn't want to, Len made himself sort through the other parts of the day that he could remember. Albigard was here, but he'd promised not to resist arrest by the Unseelie once the gap between worlds was safely closed. So how... Oh. Right. He hadn't said that. Not exactly. He'd promised not to resist the Unseelie leader once the gap was closed. But the Unseelie leader was dead, and his underlings fled to safety through a portal right before it happened. Fuck. He didn't even know the dead Fae leader's name. Not that he was particularly well-inclined toward the guy, but he'd at least seen to the safety of his men before worrying about his own safety. That was commendable in its way, Len supposed. Try as he might to think logically, his mind kept sliding away from the rest of the memories, like water drops on an orange peel. He knew that was bad, a red flag, warning that he was in danger of driving off a mental cliff once everything started to sink in properly. Not knowing exactly where the impulse came from, he cautiously swung his legs over the edge of the mattress and stood up, limping the few steps across the room to the wall where Albigard was huddled. Without a word, he slid down to sit next to the Fae, leaving a few careful inches between them. Everything ached, but Len didn't seem to be seriously hurt, nothing beyond bruises. That thought was enough to jog something else loose in his memory, however. He reached for the Fae's arm, lifting it by the elbow and wrist. Albigard was still wearing the dark leather gauntlets and mangled forearm guard, along with the rest of his armor. His pale blonde hair hung in unkempt tangles, escaping from the intricate braid that had held it away from his face earlier. Somewhat surprisingly, he didn't jerk his arm away from the gentle hold. Len felt around but couldn't find any buckles or other fastenings on the damaged brace. How do I get this off? I need to look at your wound. The fact that Albigard hadn't immediately bristled at the personal contact would probably have been worrying, if only Len had the spare emotional capacity to devote to the Fae's unexpected lack of reaction. Unfortunately, he didn't. Rather than reply to the question, Albigard closed his eyes, his battle armor melting back into loose linen and buckskin. He didn't open them again immediately, his head dipping until it hung loosely, chin tucked against chest. Len slid Albigard's sleeve up to his elbow, revealing dried blood covering the pink puckers of half-healed wounds. He should have known. He'd seen the bastard shake off impalement by giant thorns in a matter of hours, not to mention blasts of magic intended to be fatal. Fae are tough. Ranz's precise English voice echoed in his ears. Not much can kill them permanently except iron through the heart. Or, well, beheading. Shit, he was supposed to be avoiding thoughts of Ranz. Thoughts about Ranz would inevitably lead to thoughts about Zora, and he couldn't... He swallowed hard. A graceless gulp that sounded too close to a whimper for comfort. Trying to cover the lapse, he rasped, "Looks like it's healing up okay," and settled the arm he was supporting back onto the Fae's lap. "Vampires are both dead," Albigard said, not looking up. "It should not be possible for them to die unless Nigellus wills it. But he attempted to revive them, and failed." The panicky, out-of-control feeling that had been lurking beneath the surface began to unfurl in Len's chest. He tried to tamp it down, but he couldn't seem to get any words past the tightness in his throat. "Ransley Thorpe spent centuries in search of death's oblivion," Albigard went on, lifting his head to stare once more into a past that only he could see. "After the war that killed all the other vampires, he believed he had nothing left to live for. How ironic that mere months after he found the demonkin and decided to embrace the future with her at his side, his previous wish was finally granted." Len's breath caught as he tried not to let Albigard's words penetrate and reach his precarious emotions. Unbidden, he remembered Zora's teasing about homoerotic subtext and Ranz's bewildered protestations. "Were you in love with him?" he asked, question escaping without any kind of forethought. That was enough to startle Albigard out of his fugue state, at least. He frowned. "In love with him?" He made the word sound like a completely foreign concept. Piercing eyes fell on Len. "Tell me, human, do you frequently find yourself experiencing amorous feelings for orangutans at the zoo?" Len stared back at him, grasping irritation like a lifeline. "Not generally, no, though I'm not really seeing the connection with my previous question." "He was a vampire," Albigard said, in a surprisingly patient tone. "I am Fae. Your question is nonsensical." This situation was actually easier to navigate when Albigard was acting like an asshole, Len realized with a faint sense of relief. He raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Okay, so unrequited love is off the table apparently. But you're at least cool when it comes to being friends with the orangutans, I take it? That's good to know, I guess." Albigard looked away. "We were not friends." Bullshit, Len thought, even as Ranz's ghost whispered, "You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means." His hands started shaking again, despite his best efforts to control them. Abruptly, painfully, a craving hit him for something to make all of this go away for a while. Something a lot more potent than a handful of pot brownies. He scrubbed a hand over his face, purposely pulling at his piercings to distract himself from the thought. "Jesus." Now his voice was shaking too. "This kind of shit is why I was high as a kite on cocaine the first time you met me, you know? I'm so ridiculously tired of losing the people who matter." Albigard didn't comment. Stillness fell over the room once more, as Len fought the urge to get up and pace, to hitch a ride into the city and buy drugs he shouldn't use, with money he couldn't afford to spend. Minutes passed, and the need grew into a physical ache, a sharp pain stabbing the bottom of his lungs and making his stomach cramp. "I can't do this anymore," he said, pathetic desperation creeping into his tone, despite his best efforts. "Fuck. Why did I ever think I could deal with this kind of psychotic Twilight Zone shit? I should have let Ranz mesmerize me into forgetting all of it after the first time we met. Hell, I should have run for the hills the moment Zora said the word vampire." Albigard's reply emerged hoarsely. "If you had done so, it seems rather likely that the hunt would currently be ravaging a city of 3 million people, unopposed." "Don't put that on me," Len whispered, unwilling to think about what he'd done in a moment of insanity. "It is not on you," said the Fae. "None of this is on you, except for the successful resolution of the issue. I am the one the hunt was originally after." Len drew his knees up, and covered his face with both hands, his entire body trembling now as waves of hot and cold washed over him.
Jesus fuck! You call this a successful resolution? Christ, Albigard!
He snapped. A choking noise wrenched free of his throat, stifled behind his palms.
I told myself I was done watching people I care about die. I thought if I just got away from my job with emergency services, my life would be normal again.
He started to rock in place as the need to move became too much. Forward and backward, anything to keep from jumping to his feet and going in search of drugs. An ugly noise that might have been a laugh escaped him.
And, hey, look how well that worked out!
A calloused hand grasped Len's wrist, pulling one of his hands away from his face and stilling his jerky movements. Albigard's fingers cupped his jaw, turning him until their eyes met. The Fae's expression was brittle with despair, with grief, despite all of his protestations. Len swallowed convulsively and let himself tumble into that despondent, forest-colored gaze with something like relief. All is not well right now, Albigard said heavily. But I am still with you. He paused. We are not totally alone in the darkness. Not yet. The shuddering ache of chemical need that had been twisted up in Len's chest drained away, replaced by blessed, warm relief. Thank you, he whispered, an exhalation that barely formed the shape of words. His muscles unclenched one by one, tension unspooling from his body in a slow cascade. It would please me if you rested for a while, without dreams or worries for the future, said the Fae. You will do that for me, yes? Far from wanting to punch him this time, Len nodded in Albigard's light grip, barely aware of the hot tears that overflowed, trickling down his cheeks in the wake of the movement. Those tears were somehow less important than the sudden wave of exhaustion that pulled his eyelids shut, promising sweet oblivion, for a little while, at least. His body slumped forward, boneless. Len slept, and did not dream. And when he woke some time later, sprawled alone on the floor, an angry demon in Armani stood on the other side of the room, pinning Albigard against the wall with a hand wrapped around his throat. Chapter 22.
How am I to explain this unbridled fiasco to the council?
Nigella snarled, looking nothing like the suave and urbane figure Len had seen previously. The wings and horns weren't there, but for the first time, Len could imagine them without the resulting mental picture seeming remotely unbelievable. Albigard eyed the demon up and down, with his arms hanging loosely at his sides, unresisting. Which part? He asked blandly. The one where 2 of your 3 pet vampires are dead? Or the one where you very openly and publicly interfered in human affairs in blatant defiance of the peace treaty?
There is no treaty now, Nigella shouted.
Whatever sleep Len had gotten after Albigard mind-whammied him hadn't done a damned thing to heal the knot on his head or the bruises on his body. He clambered to his feet anyway, feeling uncomfortably like a rabbit trapped inside a glass enclosure with a grizzly bear and a wolf. Hey, you two, he said, half suspecting that drawing attention to himself would end up being the worst idea he'd had yet, and given recent events, that was truly saying something. He cleared his throat and forged on. Could we maybe try not killing each other right after we barely managed to save the world? Nigellus whipped his head around, his gaze pinning Len's. The demon's eyes blazed with the orange-red color of an uncontrolled wildfire. Something about them affected Len in a way that glowing vampire eyes had never managed to, making him want to cringe back until he disappeared into the wall. Fortunately, his shoulders were already pressed against the aforementioned wall for balance. Otherwise, he would have stumbled against it in his body's instinctive rush to get away. Seconded, Albigard said in a dry tone, sounding faintly breathless. After a moment's pause, Nigellus jerked his hand away from the Fae's throat and whirled to pace across the room, putting his back to both of them. Albigard stretched his neck carefully in one direction and then the other, as though to make sure everything was still properly connected. Daheim had won the last great war against the demons, as Len had ample cause to know. It was clear, however, that the Fae victory hadn't rested on physical or even magical superiority in battle, which he supposed was kind of a given since their enemies literally could not be killed. But even so, he'd seen the way every Fae in the vicinity had flinched in poorly hidden fear when Nigellus had called his flaming sword into existence in St. Louis. And he'd also seen the look of resignation on Albigard's face just now, even as he'd continued to verbally bait the demon. If Nigellus had wanted Albigard dead, he could have twisted his head off and tossed it away like a football, and there wasn't a damned thing the Fae could have done to stop him. Len really wasn't sure he could cope with seeing something like that right now, not even given his long-established dislike for Albigard. The demon gripped the doorframe with one hand, his shoulders rising and falling in the slow, universal rhythm of someone trying to keep their shit together. "How ironic," Albigard said in a poisonous tone, "that the bloodsucker's last words to you were hurled in bitter anger. Even for hellspawn such as yourself, that must rankle." The wood of the doorframe splintered beneath Nigellus's grip. "Jesus!" Len cursed. "Albigard, you're not fucking helping!" Albigard whirled on him. "He was supposed to keep them alive!" His green eyes flashed with rage, and something deeper, something raw and grieving that Len had only seen the barest edges of before. Nigellus inhaled sharply, but when he turned, his eyes were once more whiskey brown rather than hellfire red, and his face had settled into lines of tight control. "Yes," he said hoarsely. "I was supposed to keep them alive." A tense silence fell over the room. Then looked from one of them to the other and let out a slow sigh. "Can we just go downstairs and sit down to talk about whatever crisis is next on the horizon, please? We've all lost 2 people that we weren't prepared to lose." He rubbed at his eyes, grimacing. "And the worst part is, if Zora and Rands could see us now, I doubt they'd be surprised in the least that we're yelling at each other instead of doing anything productive." A moment passed before Nigellus said, "Quite so," and turned to leave the room. Len followed him, figuring that Albigard would either come with them or he wouldn't. He did, reluctantly, slinking into the kitchen as Len busied himself pouring water into a pan to heat for coffee. Nigellus seated himself at the table, while Albigard stayed just inside the door, hovering. "Zora told me some things about the treaty," Len said, measuring out coffee grounds and trying to keep his voice steady. "But not everything. Weren't the Fae originally planning to kill her because she broke it somehow?" Nigellus pinched the bridge of his nose, rubbing at the corners of his eyes. It was a very human gesture. "The demons ceded control of Earth and humanity to the Fae when we sued for peace," he said. "It was just after the Fae deployed their newest magical weapon, the one that destroyed all of the vampires." "Not all of the vampires," Albigard said sharply. "No," Nigellus agreed. "You are correct, of course. I had just enough warning to snatch Ransley Thorpe away to safety and hide him in Hell before the weapon was deployed on Earth. Regardless, it was still the decisive blow in the war, a death knell for Hell's military strategy." Albigard's lip curled. "The demons agreed not to interfere on Earth in exchange for a provision stating that the last remaining vampire wouldn't be killed," he said. "After all, it wouldn't have suited them to lose the only vampire in existence, not when they might need his blood to spawn a new army of bloodsuckers someday." The vitriol behind his words was obvious, but the demon didn't rise to it. "All this is tangential to your question about Ms. Bright, however," Nigellus continued. "Demons can't reproduce. Since the dawn of time, our number has remained unchanged. We do not give birth. We do not die. But it is possible for some members of our race, the succubi and incubi, to hijack the human reproductive system and produce hybrids. As you can imagine, The Fae consider that such attempts fall under the aegis of interference on Earth. They are, therefore, a treaty violation. But Zora was part demon, Len said, which means Ms. Bright's mother was a hybrid. Nigellus continued, a cambion, half incubus and half human, conceived by a demon who wished to see the war start anew. She was killed by a Fae agent, but not before she had a child of her own, a feat which should not have been possible in the normal course of things. Nonetheless, it happened, and Ms. Bright managed to fly under the radar for a time, as humans say. When news of her existence finally emerged, things became very ugly very quickly. But the war didn't restart, Len pointed out. Albigard snorted. It almost did. Ransley Thorpe swept in to Dine before the demonkin could be executed, and bound her soul to his with stolen demon magic. By doing so, he ensured that if she died, he would as well. And that would also be a treaty violation, Len realized. Damn. That was devious, Albigard offered. I believe suicidally reckless is the phrase you're looking for. Nigellus shrugged. At any rate, in the end, both sides decided to sweep the whole embarrassing mess under the rug, none of which is particularly helpful in the current crisis. Isn't it, though? Len demanded, trying to push aside the ache in his throat at the painful reminder that Zora and Rands were dead now, that he hadn't figured out his own effect on the hunt in time to save them. If he'd only been standing in front of them when the hunt struck rather than cowering off to one side. He swallowed hard. You ignored treaty violations once, why not a second time? The demon sighed. The Fae might be willing to overlook my involvement, were it not for a growing contingent among the Unseelie who seem set on upending the status quo, as they nearly did at Stonehenge recently. But the demons will not be so forgiving when it comes to Ransley Thorpe's loss to a Fae creature. I don't see why not, Albigard said acidly. You've still a spare vampire left over, if you can only convince him to play nicely with you. The spare vampire in question, Len knew, was Guthrie Leonidas, his former boss who was currently hanging out in an undisclosed location with Vonnie Morgan and the magic-wielding children the Fae had tried to kidnap for their own nefarious ends. Knowing his ex-employer as he did, Len could predict with a fair degree of certainty that when it came to being a walking vampire DNA blood bank for a bunch of demons, playing nicely would not be an accurate description of his reaction. That is hardly the point, Nigellus retorted, though you can be assured I'm keeping a close eye on Mr. Leonidas under the circumstances. So, what, then? Len pressed. The metaphorical bombs are about to start flying again, and humanity will end up being even more fucked than we are already? The demon hesitated. He hasn't told the council yet, Albigard said. Len blinked, taking that on board. Right. Okay, so that's good, isn't it? What about the Fae, though? Aren't they likely to go off half-cocked? Half-cocked? Albigard echoed, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. It's a reference to antiquated firearms, Nigellus explained. If the cocking mechanism is not fully in position, the gun is not ready to fire. Should it go off anyway, it becomes more dangerous to the bearer than to the intended target. Ah, I see. Albigard shot Len a sideways glance. I dare say my people have internal matters to address before they begin seeking reasons to restart a war they've already won. Some of the tension leached out of Len's shoulders. Good to know. He took a breath and steeled himself to delve further into a subject he'd much rather not think about at all. Next question. If Ran's and Zora's death is likely to be such a big deal to the demons, why haven't you told them about it yet? Depthless eyes pinned him with the weight of ages. Do you think I wish to resume a war that has already caused so much destruction on all sides, Mr. Grayson? Len had a brief, irrational urge to tell Nigellus that Mr. Grayson was his father, and to please never call him by that name again. Somehow he couldn't picture the powerful demon of fate calling him by his first name, though, so he forced himself to let it go. For someone who claims not to want war, Albigard said, you've been quite invested in retaining the means to raise a new army. Nigellus's piercing gaze moved to the Fae. The prospect of another vampire army is meant as a potential deterrent, not a provocation. Albigard raised a sharp eyebrow. I assure you, the Fae court does not see it that way. The demon made a dismissive gesture of one hand. The Fae court has its own set of problems at the moment, as you have already pointed out. That's still not an answer, though, Len said. I mean, I assume the demons are going to find out about this mess sooner rather than later, right? But you're still trying to keep it from them. He braced himself and asked, what happened back there anyway? What went wrong? Zora said you've raised people from the dead before, Rands included. I would quite like an answer to that question as well, Albigard said. Since it gave him something to do with his hands, Len poured 2 cups of coffee, remembering that Albigard didn't like the stuff, and put one down on the table in front of Nigellus. The demon ignored it, a look of frustration sliding across his features for a moment, before he covered it with a neutral facade. Their souls were torn from my grasp at the moment of death, he said. I would not have credited such a thing as being possible, but the wild hunt ripped them away and hurled them into a realm I cannot reach. The endless void, Albigard breathed, looking ill. Nigellus lifted one shoulder and let it fall. A realm outside of the scope of my powers, whatever you wish to call it. No matter how much animus I channel into the bodies, they will remain stubbornly dead in the absence of their souls. Albigard closed his eyes, an expression of intense thought tightening his haggard features. When he opened them again, they held a manic glint that made the hair on the back of Len's neck stand up. If you could gain special dispensation to visit Dahain, he began. If you could revisit the hunt now that it's under control again, could you pull their souls back from the void? They are vampires. Their bodies could still heal, even after an extended period of physical death. If you could wrest their souls back. The hunt is not under control, Nigellus replied sharply. Nor is it in Dahain. Albigard jerked back, as though he'd been struck. Len felt a chill trickle down the length of his spine. What do you mean, it isn't in Dahain? The Fae demanded. We closed the gap in the veil. Where else would it be? That's a question for the She, Nigellus said, anger creeping into his tone again. The Kushi that survived the confrontation in St. Louis returned immediately after the rip was closed. The Catshi reports that they could find no sign of the hunt in the Fae realm. Clearly it's acquired a taste for other realms, where living things are easier to kill. It seems likely that it burrowed through another weak point in the veil. Where it ended up is anybody's guess. Len felt his pulse begin to race. You're saying it's back on Earth somewhere? He couldn't help thinking of all the places on the planet where no one would notice a creeping zone of death. Places so remote that the hunt could feed and feed and feed without any humans being aware until it was far too late. Perhaps, Nigellus said. Or perhaps it emerged into some random pocket realm no one has ever heard of. The point remains that it is out of my reach, so whether or not I could somehow overpower it long enough to retrieve the souls of Ransley Thorpe and Zora Bright remains moot. He bit the words out like each one had sharp edges. Albigard still appeared positively ill, not to mention lost for words, which wasn't the look Len was used to seeing on him. The demon turned a hard look his way. Dahain is coming apart at the seams, Albigard of the Unseelie, and many of your kinsmen seem more intent on abandoning their sinking ship than addressing the problem before it spills irrevocably into the other realms. We have spoken of the war resuming, but if Dahine's magical unbalance continues unchecked, war will seem like a gentle rainfall before the hurricane arrives. Albigard drew breath as though he planned to reply, but the words died before they reached his lips. I must depart soon, to take the bodies somewhere they will not be found, or come to harm, Nigellus continued. But I can only keep news of this situation from reaching the wrong ears for so long. And when it does, demon of fate though I may be, I don't have the faintest idea what will happen next. Chapter 23. True to his word, Nigellus left the house shortly thereafter. Immediately after he did, Albigard turned on his heel and headed toward the back door, leaving Len alone with his ghosts. He half expected Zora and Rans to be among them now. But no, it was still Yusuf and Rosa, Wild Bill and the guy who'd died on the toilet at the bus station, whose name Len had never learned, and all the other familiar faces who'd lost their lives under his hands back when he'd believed he should be infallible. Len looked at them with new eyes, trying to see them for what Albigard insisted they were. Echoes. Unrealized potential, maybe. Life force that had been wasted when it might have been used, and that had somehow attached itself to him like a coat he didn't want to wear and wasn't sure how to get rid of. Their presence around him had saved his life when the hunt came for him in St. Louis. His unwanted coat had ended up being armor in disguise. He wet his lips, looking at each ghostly figure and making himself truly see them without flinching away. This time their blank gazes didn't feel accusing. They didn't feel like anything because they weren't people anymore. They weren't souls. He felt confident of that now. If the hunt could rip Rand's and Zora's souls away from the powerful demon who supposedly owned them, it would have ripped souls away from Len, too. But it hadn't. Instead, it had flinched away. I'm sorry you died, he told them, aware that the words were entirely for his own benefit. I wish I knew what to do with you. Maybe I'll figure it out one day. Anyway, thanks for protecting me, if that's what really happened. With that, he walked out of the kitchen, knowing that he wasn't truly leaving them behind. The patio door stood open, letting insects and the cool night breeze into the house. It seemed less like a conscious choice to air the house than the careless gesture of someone only interested in getting away from an unpleasant situation as quickly as possible. Albigard wasn't in the backyard. It was fully dark outside except for the weak silver light from a waning moon, but Len headed down the trampled path leading into the woods anyway. Maybe he should have let the Fae have his space, but the prospect of even prickly company was better than the prospect of no company at all right now, given Len's current state of murky grief, vague hope for a miracle, and barely restrained terror for the human race. Sure enough, he found Albigard standing in a small clearing, looking up at the stars. How's your neck? Len asked, injecting just the right amount of sarcasm into the question. Waiting for whichever noose happens to materialize around it first, the Fae replied in roughly the same tone. Why are you here? Because my friends are dead. I'm surrounded by ghosts that aren't really ghosts, and apparently the world is still ending. Being alone in that crypt of a house right now isn't terribly appealing for some strange reason, Len replied with ruthless honesty. I can't imagine why. Do you really think Nigellus might still be able to bring them back? I don't know. Albigard didn't move, his attention still fixed on the heavens, turning ponderously above them. So, what now? Len pressed. I hitchhike back to St. Louis and you hide out here in your invisible house? I cannot speak to the first part, Albigard said. The words emerged in a monotone. As to the second, I have been considering what would happen if I returned to Dine. Len contemplated that statement for a moment. Well, I mean, you die, right? I gathered that was the gist, anyway. It is possible, said the Fae, but the hunt is not currently in Daheim, if the demon is to be believed. My presence there might draw it back, and perhaps then it could be contained somehow. At which point, Nigellus might be able to do his demon mojo thing and get the others back, Len offered. 2 problems with that. First, it may not even be tracking you anymore. It came for me in St. Louis, Albigard said. You don't know that, Len argued. It was a pretty sure bet it was going to return there regardless. That's why we were in such a hurry to fix the damage in the first place. The timing might have been sheer coincidence. Albigard scoffed. And, like I said, Len continued, there's a second problem with your plan. Namely that if you're right, and it is tracking you, it'll kill you if it corners you in the Fey realm. That's what you told us anyway, there's no escape from it there. You have a better idea, human? Albigard shot back. No, Len told him. I'm just pointing out that your idea sucks rancid balls, that's all. The Fae made a noise halfway between dismissive and disgruntled. Len sighed. Look, come back inside. I'll make something to eat, and we can try to come up with a different angle. There's got to be a better way to approach this, and I don't honestly remember the last time I ate. I have a horrible feeling it was that eggplant lasagna with the disgusting salty soy cheese. He barely made out a faint huff of breath in the darkness. It sounded a bit more agreeable than the grunt had, maybe. Len headed back the way he'd come, feeling his way carefully along the track as the branches closed above him, blocking the pale moonlight. After a moment, he heard a deeper sigh from behind him, and a second set of footsteps crunched through the litter of twigs and fallen leaves. On the far side of the glade, a tendril of dark fog probed through a tiny rip in reality on the other side of the invisible wards. Wildflowers blackened and drooped to the ground beneath its touch, their death unseen in the forest night. Len and Albigard's story continues in Forsaken Fae, Book 2. Curious about the backstory on Zora, Rans, Vani, and Leonidas? Check out the other series set in this world. The Last Vampire, by R.A. Stephan and J.Lynn Wolfe. Vampire Bound, by R.A. Stephan. Want even more? Get an exclusive free audio prequel featuring Albigard and Rans stumbling across each other throughout history. It contains no homoerotic subtext whatsoever. Seriously, none. At all. Sign up at www.rastephan.com/last. That's www.rastephan.com/last. This has been Forsaken Fae, Book 1, written by R.A. Stephan, narrated by Nick Hudson. Copyright 2021 by Other Love Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2021 by Other Love Publishing, LLC.